Well. Good day, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. What's going on? What's up, double YouTube? What's up, Twitch? What up, gamers? What up, Akuma? Wolf, a gift for what now? Ayo? Ayo? Oh, hello. Just lost my music there for a second. No, cannot be. Let me go one more down. Alright, should be good. You can hear the sirens outside. Excuse me, I had to open the window. Going kind of crazy outside. What's up, Silbound? What's going on, my man? What up? Hey, thanks for the nice comment on YouTube, man. Brought a smile on my face when I read that, man. So much appreciated. Much appreciated. Should we juice these up? Oh, experience increase. Oh, even though it's burning ground, but still okay. Ready for today? Yes, sir, my man. I got me second coffee over here on the desk, fresh. And yeah, man, about to blast some. Looked on Lassie book before food, but when I feasted, when I was eating some. Is Oasis good map for Breach? That one is I know which one that is. Not really sure. Crypt. Man, these are juiced with XP, but those are bad. Oh no, man, those are like the worst maps for Breach. Hello. See pitch step. It's 18%. Can we do a little I guess I could go here to juice some more experience. You know what, we'll do that. I think that looks pretty good. Think that looks pretty alright. Good stuff. Yes, sir. Man, I'm really curious what they will talk about today. Really curious what they will share today. I think people are not ready for it. Hopefully. I don't know. I think with today's update, I mean not update, but with today's news, I guess we will know if they are ready, if they will be ready to release this year, if you will, by the amount of changes and just a release in general. Hey, what's up, Tien? Good to see you. Hello. Rare occurrence on Twitch instead of YouTube. I guess you want some drop action too, huh? Holy, put me all the way back down here. And go up though. With a little rare action. I should lose me. I should lose me. There's 2 rares in here. Okay. We will have the finisher effect today as the big drop, which is pretty cool. Which is pretty darn cool. Should we watch some videos on YouTube or just grind? I feel like gaming, man. I feel like gaming. What up, Noxys? Salute. Believe you don't speak English, do you? Believe you were here last time. Right, it's gotta be the most satisfying build ever in this game. Hey, Tien, welcome back on YouTube. How are you doing, Tien? I hope all is good on your side. You know what? I might drop the skill points I have up top for a skill effect reduction for more damage. I don't know. I did a map today, I think, or no, it was yesterday. As a test, it was a map with double boss. God damn, that was bad. One of them was crit resistant, so not only flicker did less damage, but it didn't crit at all. That took like three rounds of flicker. And then also, what's it called? The other boss was also pretty scuffed. I don't know, kind of weird. Jolting effect looks good. Yeah, it does. I do also have a finisher effect from the early access pack, but it doesn't seem to be proccing at all when I kill bosses and whatnot. It's like it almost doesn't have any visuals. Hey, what's up, Sajin? There he is, man. Yo, big nerves incoming. Stripe the fucking man. I hope so. Can you imagine the panic people would have? If they really go big time nerf that we think of. What's going on, Juan? Trying to work? Keep up the grind, my man. Juan, hope you have a good day at work, my man. I hope you have a good day. I think better than before today. Okay, that's a plus. That's positive, Deanna. Gotta focus on the positives, right? I'm doing quite alright, I guess. Not too bad myself. Oh, must be a breach. Destroy stat stackers, archmage, etc. I don't know, man. I don't know. What if GGG will be a similar fashion like the first round of nerfs, right? They nerfed a lot, people cried, and then they simmered down with nerfs. If they no this time, you don't think so? I hope so either, man. I hope so not, because big nerfs will change the whole game, right? Coffee, right here, big dog, right here. Holy! Pray for minor ranger nerfs, but some nice buffs. Hopefully some changes to charges generations. Oh, that'll be sick, man. I decided now I'll play again if they add Druid or if they make crafting better. Oh yeah, I think we'll see some good stuff with crafting. I'm pretty sure we'll see some good stuff with that. How's the expedition real quick? Destroyed stats that can build, destroy Spark, destroy Archmage as well. Yeah. That does not sound the worst, let me be honest here. Hexproof. Sure. Immune to fire damage. We don't do that. I have a phone call. Let's be right back. What's going on, gamers? I'm back at it again. Excuse me, I had a little phone call action. What's up, Micro Sex Services? Whoa, whoa, hey now. Hey now, how do you know? Pause. Look at this beautiful flicker, man. This is the best build in the game. What's up, Thor? Great to see you, my guy. What's up, T-Bone? I don't care about nerfs buffs. I want new things like Ascendancy's classes. Same. TN, low-key, and high-key, me too. Tell her today ain't the day you wanna hear about Cassandra at work. No, no, no. No, it wasn't like that, man. Hey, man. I know that's probably your scenario at home every day, every night or evening. When your missus gets home. Just found basic uniques from Mage and LE because I sold items for 5 mil. Went to buy one, that fucking one is 15 million. Are you serious, man? What? So you're doing a little auction house, huh? I mean, you made some good money, man. You made some good money. I also farmed a little bit, but got nothing. Still didn't get the ring I needed. Oh, second breach, hello. Early stream today indeed. We have a dev stream in about 2.5 hours, gamers. We will learn more about this beautiful, gorgeous name. Auction house, end of league. Yeah, so people are right in the chat anyway about that. No cooking brain with Wi-Fi. All same way, grinding on PC and phone table in front of me on speaker. Really, Tian, you do the same? That's awesome. It's awesome. Yeah, it will be kind of weird for me to talk to phone and not grind, like not play, right? Idle in game. No, we cannot have that. We cannot have that. This one was 100,000 a month ago. What I've seen on YouTube. How did it go that high then? What? How the hell? I need to go up top real quick right now, please. Please, man. You farm the items faster in 2F than the gold. Yeah, I guess that's true. Map complete. Hello. Ooh. Oh, this is a dead end. Oh no. Oh, rip a breach. Goodbye, breach. Unless. Oh. All right, a little bit, at least some. Faster at start of cycle. Only 6 ones listed right now. Checking them yesterday, there were 50 of them. Somebody bought the whole supply. Why would they do that? Or didn't expire? Isn't there expiration? Like usually, you know, auction house. Have you missed anything here? Probably. God damn, that scared the heck. You missed the Thor, dude, with a 3-month resub with the new patches. Well, congrats for that. And thank you very much for the support, dude. Let me get some hype in the chat in here, man. But sure, expired or somebody bought them for Slam Gamba. True. Could be. That could also be a... Do you go up top
here?
That's
what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Absolute GOAT, man. Yes. Goatee. Oh, I don't feel so good, chat. Why? Why is that? Hold on, I know why. I haven't sipped on coffee yet. Hold. Smells good, man. Yep, that's alright. It's alright. Dude, technically with this setup, even during leveling, I think Flicker will be amazing for leveling as well when you get enough level for this bad boy. Because you can level, you could even, bro, I might have an idea for a build, man. For like monk style with quarterstaff, a super good one. You would level with Falling Thunder because that's from level 0. And you can easily access Profane Ritual with level 7 gem, which is super early as well. So you basically get this on the weapon set 2, you generate charges for Falling Thunder because you will get the projectile, which is the second hit of the ability, which does a truck ton of damage. And then you just swap Falling Thunder for Flicker Strike. Just get Flicker Strike instead. Once you have enough level. Dude, I'm pretty, what's it called? Convinced that would be a very good build. A very good build, man. For leveling, that is. God damn. Tomorrow my 1 month starving starts. What? Why would you do that? Maybe you smelled nerves of Warrior today, that's why you feel bad? Warrior nerves because of the best speedrunner and for other builds too? Yeah, you know what? When is the news drop, sir? It's on Twitch and it will start in 2.5 hours, therefore. And if you want to learn more, exclamation drops in chat and you will see what you need to do for it. 1 month boost? Yeah, that's wild. Enjoyed time PoE1? I sure did, man. I got the skins. Big shout out to my boy Z, aka Ramsey. He helped me truck ton to get those challenges done. To make it in time, I mean. And you know what I really enjoyed? Making currency through a certain way in PoE1 because there are so many ways to get currency in PoE1. I hope something similar will be in PoE2 eventually. Frosty, there he is, my man. What's up, dude? I got me a fresh one as well. Drop on my what now? Excuse me? Yeah, command ain't working. It can. It can if you slide in my DMs. Wait, what? Do you know what I mean? I cannot see anything in this mist. Like mobs and all that, right? I proc liquor too soon. How long do you think I will last without eating? Well, I would say like 1 day, 2 days. Why would you like not eat at all? Are you doing a Ramadan or something for a full month? Or what's happening here? What's going on? What's going on? Oops, we don't have charge staff. Wonderful. You do 18 to 6 daily. 6 hours for food, 18 hours for hunger, for fasting. But I eat 2 meals per day and still is double. Damn, I had no clue, Tiana. I had no clue. Well, now I understand why you eat all the fat food and whatnot. Because you can. You have adequate fasting for that. Impressive. Impressive. Losing weight? You predict 2 weeks? Yeah, what Tian just said about fasting with 18 to 6 hour window is really good. Not for like beginners, but overall, fasting is some good stuff for weight loss. Oops. I need to set me a good loot filter for next league. Probably not for leveling, because leveling is like whatever. Maybe for campaign. We'll see. I need to see. Do you guys think we will see the Huntress abilities and whatnot data mined on the database? So we can plant some stuff? I really hope so. I would want that. They add Druid and fix armor. That's all you want, right? That's all you want. I feel you on that, man. I feel you on that. Same. I'm really curious about the new warrior ascendancy. Month release patch notes for a few days after reveal. They mostly release patch notes few days. Okay. Hey, we still gotta wait. Gee. You eat for 60 hours a day and fast while asleep. Yep, I'm the same, Frosty. I'm the same, dude. Hard body's built for hunger, not so much food, but what people usually eat. It's working for me. I know there are people who feel better, but they're bigger. Now you're right. That's totally right with the food. I know some mad lads who even survive on 1 food a day, which is a massive meal, but. One flicker and still have charges. Wonderful. For this boss, which is an arch enemy for melees. Yes. Yes. Divine? No. I could go to the gym, but it's too far away. Excuse, my man. Those are nothing but excuses, Akuma. Don't want to make a plan, I will not eat veggies. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yet it's so simple, but I understand the hardest thing is to make the first step and go there, actually. Feel you on that. I was the same. Everything is about how you feel about it. True. Well, actually not for me, right? I don't feel like eating 180 grams of protein every day, but yet I still have to. Yo, what's going on, Butcher? Great to see you, my man. What up? You eat 300 calories breakfast and then eat 2700 calorie midnight snack. The most optimal setup. The fuck is Jim? It's my neighbor. It's my new neighbor. Just moved in. Going to the gym after the stream? Oh, hell yeah, Thor. Hell yeah. Have a day off today. Well, actually, I was supposed to go to the gym, but yeah. We moved it for tomorrow because my broski is at work. I'm dead. I'm not. If we eat healthy food, feel terrible, will be bad for body. Yeah. Damn, this was the first time I've seen a strongbox with maps. Okay. Oh, this was a tier 60. This was tier 17 map. And bows too. Just realized. Okay. You know what I want the most? Ellie Cycle 2 patch notes. You know what? Yes. What's up, white blonde lady? This circle is called Profane Ritual. This is how I get my charges. This right here. I just made a build last night at 4 AM if you want to take a look. I'll describe it as well in the video. But that's the best way how to get charges I found. Figured. You don't want this shrine, because that shrine leaves no corpses, which means you cannot get charges, and that's not what we want. Wanna be alone, but the gym is probably filled, so F it, I'm starving instead. You do you, boss, you do you. You saw that, Ian? 3M? I'm the worst. I plan to record a video and whatnot at midnight or 1 AM and then just, I don't know. Lasted some last epoch with micro and I don't know. Time just went nowhere. It's gone. Yo, what's going on, Hives? What's up, you animal? What's up, you beast? How's your cooking going, bro? How is that ass blasting cooking going? Wait, what? Authority charges on freeze because that is about to be nerfed to death? Yes. Yes. And also, I actually tried, I spent a full whole day, 8 to 10 hours off stream testing different combinations and variants to get power charges. And I tried the free setup through a Call of Brotherhood ring and Comet Frenzy. I even had the Serpent Egg amulet, and that's not good at all. It was very inconsistent. It sucked D on single target. Nothing beats Profane Ritual. It's really the best. Oh, I forgot to loot this place. But yeah, this will... I'm very convinced this setup with Profane Ritual can work during leveling like absolute magic as well. I might even do that. I might even start as Falling Thunder, because that also depends on... God damn, that scared the heck out of me. Who is this? It's my boy T-Bone with the dono. T-Bone, you absolute legend. Thank you very much,
Has
my guy.
emoji, money with wings emoji, money with wings emoji, money with wings emoji.
Brian, that took it away. You absolute beast. Thank you, TN. What's up, Jamie? Good to see you, bro. It's been a while indeed, man. Hope all is good on your side, big dog. You just made what, Hives? 3T. My bag hurts today from dead carrying. I gotta say, man, yesterday Micro carried the hard in last epoch. But to be fair, bro, alright, listen. You were doing your 350 corruption, and I am by far, I'm very far away from doing that corruption, okay? So I have a valid excuse. But it was on one of the bosses, Reign of Dragons. That I'll help you. Just died in the first hit. Like an absolute pepega. What's going on, Vision? What's going on, Big Dot? PoE2 is fun. Did you finally get the game? Did you finally get the game? Or what's up? Oh yeah, we're selling these rings, right? Let's go with 35 Exile each. Because last time I sold them for 33 in a heartbeat, in instant. These could even go for more actually right now, I think. Sup, Scotty? Hey, yo, long time no see, man. What up, what up? Micro carry? Yes, sir. Working all the time. Damn, Jamie. No time for gaming for you then, huh? Well, I hope besides that, all is good. Hope. Rarity. Hello. That's a low life, though. Accuracy. Lightning. Ooh, that's a fat physical. I mean, this ain't too bad, to be honest. This is not too bad. Ignite Warcry's minions. Nope. Don't need these. Nope. Chaos Strength Mana Lightning, but this is Emerald. It's no. Didn't Rangers use this back in the day? Pausing my cooking to cook some IRL lasagna. Ooh, we get some lasagna action going, huh? Alright, alright. I think that sounds better than the in-game cooking you got going. Charming. Lagoon casually effing us over and over, and then we just absolutely destroyed him. That was pretty interesting, though. Wait. It's not finished yet? Did I miss a rare? What's going on, Ramsey? The stream is today indeed, man. In about 2 hours and 20 minutes. Big things are in motion on my front. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, it's right there, yeah. Depends how you see it. I hope that's some good news, Butcher. Booch. I hope that's some good news, man. Man, my mouse doesn't work. I cannot press... Oh, never mind. I just lagged out, I guess. Doing fine with the stop by and say hi. Alright, Sky, that's good to hear, bro. That's good to hear. That's what's up, dude. This last sucker, man. Look at this guy. What up, IS? This is Path of Exile 2, my man. There is a logo right here. I'm pointing at it. Double Exa. I'll take it. Us welders never gonna break. Oh, welders, huh? Damn. I cannot even imagine. Yeah. That sounds quite rough. So what do we go with here? Let's go with this one. So with you, Thor, getting ready, looking forward to PoE 2. What do you guys think they will announce today? What's your prediction? What's everybody's prediction for today? Planning to move to other country. Whoa, Butcher. Okay, okay, okay. How did that happen? Why is my mouse not working? Hello? Slide stuff, that's all? No, 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 no. Ready for the Druid class, Jamie. You think they're gonna announce the Druid? Getting paid some big bucks though, right, Jamie? True. True. As a being a welder, must be. Oh no, seafood diet right now. It's hard, but I'm good at it. Seafood diet? Really? Well, depends how you look at it. You could understand it from a different angle as well, seafood diet. If you're a player, you know what I mean. Sorry, I'm weird. Getting away from all the bullshit. You know what, Butcher? That's probably the best. Take some balls, courage, and guts, but you know what? Hell yeah, dude. Probably the best. I want a build that's not Lightning BS Ranger. Just don't play Lightning BS Ranger then. Easy. Nah, I feel you though. I feel you. I got 4. Won them all. Imagine they're doing a wipe like reset. They can play way more builds Ranger than just LA. Yeah. Full wipe. Brian, what kind of question is that, big dog? What's going on, dude? What's going on? My man called T-Bone and only eating seafood. Yeah, I was literally about to say that. Yeah. Alright, this guy wants them all. That's good. Wipe is guaranteed? Yeah, it is. It is. He probably means everything, though. Thank you, sir. Oh, whenever you see food, you eat it, as in seafood diet? You got me good, Brian. You got me good. That's what probably T-Bone said. That's what he meant with that. Hell yeah, dude. Looking into the snipe with Frenzy Charge build. Looks fun as hell. Oh, yeah. How do you loot filter? You go over to this website. And, oh, hold on. And you can set up your own way. Items, just affixes, everything. Whatever you think of. So if you have a planner with specific items, you can literally tick off the affixes you want to search for in the filter. Yeah, my mouse 5 doesn't work. Mouse 4 does, but mouse 5 doesn't. I don't want gray items. Yeah, you can hide them. Which I should do as well. Although, you know what? Some gray items are very expensive, Vision. Like, very expensive. As in, for example, Stellar Amulet and Sapphire Rings. As you could see me just get them. Sell them, I mean. If you want to play Trade League. If not, then you can hide everything. The blue can be dismantled. Since we have last talked, I had all my teeth pulled and got new ones. Oh my days. That must have been unimaginable painful, Jamie. God damn. God damn. I hope it's all healed up now. Yo, Wolf with the follow. Thank you very much, my man. Welcome to the stream. Not too bad. Alright, that's good, man. That's good, that's good, that's good. I'm curious, Jamie. Did you have to pay for it all, or was it covered by insurance? I'm just curious how other countries do it. Heading home now, going to play some Schedule 1 while I wait for the stream to start. Expecting them to release a new mechanic to go along with Hunt theme. Maybe Beast, Einhar. Okay, that'll be sick. That'll be sick. I think Druid is pretty likely to be released. You know what? I think the same with Druid, man. They just haven't spoken about it to keep people in dark and just guessing and fuming. But I think we will see Druid too. Just makes sense with Huntress to be released. And they even promised us many times, right? Half was covered by insurance. Okay, that's not too bad. 1800 out of pocket. You know what? For all teeth, that's not bad. That's actually not bad. Because I'm pretty sure it would not be like here. It won't be like that in Czech Republic. How come Grey Ring sells for much? So people use these so-called Orb of Chance.
I put a whole bag of jelly beans up my ass.
I'm pretty sure you like the dives, huh? You have gray items, you use this Orb of Chance, and you have a chance of making that gray item into legendary, into unique. And some uniques are very good. So that's why Sapphire Rings can be turned into a pretty good ring, insane ring for mages, a Dream Fragment, it's called. And then the Stellar Amulet can be turned into the best amulet in the game, called Astramentis. Finally home, GGG has always given leagues, but goes big on reveal streams. I've heard the same, yeah. I've heard the same. So I think, yeah, that's gonna be crazy, man. I think it's gonna be insane. But welcome back home, Thor. What is Schedule 1, by the way, chat? I've heard about it, but I haven't really seen it. And I've seen Hive log in and get after it. Don't know what's worth shitting up also. Yeah, T-Bone. Oh, thumbs up, my man. Thumbs up. Now, Orb of Chance is either nothing, as in the item is vanished, or you get a unique. Nothing else. Nothing else, man. Maybe don't need that. Trying out Orb of Storm Pathfinder for at least leveling at the moment. It does some great damage early. Costs a ton of mana. Orb of Storm is really... I never actually thought about it as a damage ability. I only looked at it as a buffing ability, utility. Well, utility spell. Sounds good, man. That sounds pretty good then. Alright, what do we want here? More experience. Oh, this one is insane. Density and experience and breach. Yes, please. Yes, please. 23%. Yeah, these look very nice. These look wonderful. Wonderful. No. Val Foundry, really? With Corrupted here? Decay Savannah? I guess some. I'll just see. I'll use it here. Because this place is really good for a breach. It's a game about becoming a drug kingpin. I see. What time was the big announcement in the US? A birdie, it's in 2 hours and 12 minutes. It hurt a little? I can imagine, man. That sure is a lot of money, Jamie. Sure is a heck a ton of money. Damn, 3 times in a row, not consuming charges. Let's go. Divine right now, watch. Nope. Extra crates. Wait, where's my charges? Hello? Oh, corpses. Damn, this was from 2 charges right there. Not bad. Yeah, Wind Dancer is a great combo with Quarterstaff Strike when you are waiting for charges. It's actually not bad at all. Okay, just clear the whole map, man. God damn. Way too good. Way too good. Seafood needed. Yes, yes. Oh, T-Bone, I think you have a massive delay right now. Yo, Jamie becoming a Vikinger on YouTube. My man, my dude. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you, thank you. Legend! I think you have a massive delay. Try to refresh the stream. Oh. Some more mobs here? Yeah. I'm not tripping yet. The T-Bone is like 10-minute delay on the stream. That's kind of wild. It's kind of crazy. What's up, Mary? Hello, hello. What's cracking, my dude? What's going on? So where's the breach? Up top or here? What do you think? Where do we think? What do we think? Up top. Yes. The damn seafood died. I'm good at it. See, our boy Brian had to explain the joke because none of us got it. I'm bad at jokes, man. I am bad at those. Dude, imagine if they released Marauder as well. Oh my. That would be crazy. Most people don't notice this, but Orb Storm fires bolts anytime a lightning spell is used. Guess what kind of spell Orb Storm is? Bro, that's why. Oh my god. You know what I wanted to try, Brian? On my lightning builds, I wanted my Orb Storm to apply exposure, but I thought it does no damage at all, right? So it never applied exposure. But it's because I didn't use lightning skills when I was using it. Aha. Interesting. Although I did have it on Falling Thunder though. Breach time. Pretty questionable area for that, but it's okay. People use Stormer for range, don't they, Ranger? I'm not sure. Are they? I know they're using Lightning Rod. They're using the other ability as well. I think they are, though. I think they are with Lightning Arrow, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's following Fabgun's LA and he was using it? Right, okay. Okay. With Lightning Rod, yeah? To abuse cast and chop. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, that's bad. It's not bad. We're good. Wind Dancer with quarterstaff attack on top, right there. That was a good breach. Kinda. Which they should nerf big time too. True. Overall, cast on anything seems very, very wild since launch in this game. Except, of course, cast and stun for melees, because cast and stun never made it to the game, right? In this version. But to be fair, for melees, you just need enough flat damage. Fire for ignite or lightning for shock. And you're good to go. It does tons of damage, especially when Mana Tempest is introduced. Oh, okay. I can imagine that. That's actually pretty good. This looks like my build by Ice Strike. Oh, hold. I almost died there to ignite. Am I dead? God damn, I didn't notice that. Yeah, I'm using Flicker Strike, and I'm not stat stacking because stat stacking is too crazy. Too insane and broken. What's going on, Isaac? Good to see you, bro. What up? Just blasting some PoE2 on Flicker Strike Stormweaver. Blasting big copes for O2? Of course, my man. Of course. You know what? No copes needed. We already know it's gonna be splendid. Too early. How about you, dude? How are you doing? Oh, this is a good map. I'm not the biggest fan of this one though. With the pen. Pen is the worst affix you can get on the map. With the crit as well. My god. What's up, T-Ski? What up, Blood? What up, Drotenski? Yo, Sajan, do you see who is back? Oh my god, man. This guy. Blood is back, baby. The hater. I think at this point he's being paid for hating. What's up, boys? What up, Cornflakes? Welcome back, bro. Having a cup of tea? Oh, hell yeah, my man. I'm just finishing a cup of coffee right here. Being very good, excited for O2. Hell yeah, boys. In 2 hours, we shall know more. We will know more, I mean. I've been playing this whole time, Blood. Over 600 hours in PoE2. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. You were the one who dipped, man. You were the one who quit. Weak, man. Weak. Cup of tea is W. Thank you. Not stat stacking either. My build is from launch. Oh, Jamie. Alright. Alright. That's good, man. Yeah, Tiana. Imagine doing the full last map before Dorian in one Flicker Strike. That'd be crazy. How we doing, by the way, Cornflakes? Long time no see, big dog. Quit a few weeks playing New World or God knows what. You played New World? God damn. Feel sorry for you, bro. That's crazy. Playing NW in 2025 is wild. No hate though. My friends still play as well. Kessenson is in PoE 2 DB under skills. I know it is. It has been there since before early access launched, but it never made it in the game. It was never there for some reason. It's a lot of splinters, man. God damn. Just hate 2-9 and 5. That was Gucci. Goddamn work, huh? Blood, who are you, bro? You're obviously on an alt account. Who are you, dude? Stop hiding. Stop hiding, big dog. Stop trolling. Before I say boss powers look interesting, I tried PTR, dude, and I don't know. I wasn't the biggest fan. Because the boss powers did all the damage and everything else was kind of weak. So, boss powers will get nerfed, I don't know. He's in a better place now. Tell him, Soulbounce, tell him. I see straight to you. Sub TW. You sound like Jiggy on alt account. Nah, Jiggy wouldn't do that. If you go from NW to PoE2, I'll ask people, he's sure how healthy guy. But he wouldn't know, Blood, because he quit after 1 week in PoE2. He's the weak sauce. It's you, T-Bone. Of course, man, of course. Hey, picture this. Listen to this, yeah, Blood? I've got 6 characters over 90 levels. Alright, what do you have? 1 level character 50 because you quit the game? Was too hard for you? It's fine. Don't worry about it, buddy. You'll make it one day. Trust me on that. Keep at it and you'll be good. Xbox players, I don't get to play PTR. Oh, true, true. So you only saw like the clips and whatnot, right? You're all talk, no proof, my guy. Well, like I said, he quit at level 50 because the game was too hard. Gotcha. Blessed Ranger, who that may be. It was you, right, Brian? Not over here, me with level 10, level 85s. My boy enjoying some build making as well. Hell yeah, man, that's how it should be. Yo, what's good, dog? What's up, dude? It's not hard, yeah. Oh, that's you, Vision, of course, man. Hello. Why is this guy trolling you? I think he's got the fire for you. He does, man, since release. He was here actually hating before early access released, and then he just stopped showing up, man. 2 weeks ago I even thought about you, Blood. I was telling the boys in the chat, I was like, where is he at, man? Where's the #1 hater? Stopped hating because I proved him wrong. That's crazy. It's crazy. Don't worry, buddy, you'll make it one day. Some people just aren't cut for ARPG games. Trolls have tiny wieners. Says Jamie. Damn, you know Blood yourself, Jamie, or what's up? Look at that, man. They exposed you, Blood. What you gonna do about it? He's back for the sequel. This guy doesn't have enough. Did he froze me mid-flicker? What? He's doing his villain arc. Imagine, dude. Imagine. Today you have weekend? What about you? I literally thought today is Saturday, TN. I don't know why, but I didn't. Not even trolling. I don't have Thursday. No, 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 no. Definitely not Thursday. Speaking of double stun, I mean, cast on stun, I'm not even sure how that would work on melee. And like, first stun is always easy, but then targets have like stun immunities, so I'm not sure how that would work. That would still end up being the weakest cast on anything compared to like Ignite or Shock. But I would love to experiment with it. It just sounds like a little... True, dude. You need God. Hey, what's up, warrior? I forgot to say what's up, my man. Hope all is good, dude. Big Jewel right now, watch. Ooh. Attack damage, good. Threshold, okay. Poison on hit. I could slime it, but I won't. I will not. Let's slam these breach rings. How about that? Nope. That's not good. What's up, Ludi? How's it going, dude? Looking to get into this genre. Could you tell me the difference between this and Diablo? Also, do I need to play the first one to understand or play this one? So I played both Path of Exiles, and especially recently, they're almost different games, I would call it. So you don't need to play the first one, because if anything, the first one would confuse you a lot. That game is over a decade old now with many updates, which means there's a lot of bloated mechanics and everything. So you're better off just starting Path of Exile 2. And compared to Diablo, oh, we have a full realm restart in 55 minutes, boys. Compared to Diablo, this is more in-depth game, more possibilities when it comes to builds and your fantasy, right? Which is what I really enjoy. I just like making builds and whatnot. That's my content. And it's just, I would say it's more difficult than Diablo. You have dodging here as well, which is not an iframe. It's more like, it's almost like Souls combat, if you will, at some to some extent. Does this have any MMO style aspects? Well, not really, not really. You can group up with friends, up to 6 people, but not really MMO. Not like World Boss or Open World, none of that. Can make it shorter for you. Okay, go. I think he lost his hardcore character this morning, so he comes to vent and cry whilst messaging bollocks. Look at that, man. It took only a couple lines and you guys fully exposed him. And now you have pressed into the corner, and so he rather left. Little chance, you feel me? Diablo 3 was quite a good game. Yeah. If you play Diablo, the game plays for you. If you play PoE, you gotta play yourself. Oof. True and real. That's very deep. That's very deep. It's like the difference between Zelda and Dark Souls. Never played Zelda, but I've heard it referenced quite a few times. I don't know anyone would want to troll you, Ulf. You're like the nicest guy ever. Thank you, Jamie. Thank you, my man. Much appreciated. They gotta give it good energy gain and probably just become a map clearing thing. Switch at boss. True. Yeah, yeah. I could imagine that. Some people just want to see the world burn. Me too. Just kidding. Just kidding. Fucking with the wrong community? Exactly, warrior. Tell him, dude. Tell him. Too bad Sejin wasn't here. He actually likes blood. Who was trying No Rest of the Wicked recently? Oh, it was Yonko. I get some ritual action here. Hello. And a breach. Hold. I like blood when I spill for my enemies. Oh boy, am I gonna proc breach here in a ritual? I hope not. That would be a bit odd. Alright, good. We can actually go for it. Your name Lakatosh by any chance? Lakatosh Omigalu. Something tells me that was quite a common name in your town, Micro, huh? Because it sure as hell was in ours. Oops, burst it too early. Lakatoš, řezanka, pohlodko. You name it. Okay. Straight out of Compton. NWA, baby. Rip breach. No. Straight to ritual? I'll take it. So when massive news streamer guy in 1 hour 41 minutes, Mr. TC PvP lemon squeezy. Yes. So big, no one expects that, T. Not even you. I swear. I bet. Yep. You know what blows my mind, T? How Bluin still plays WoW. That's just crazy, dude. It touches the water and toilet type big. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Damn. It's a big boy, huh? Triple ritual, can we get something good? As always, we got absolutely nothing. That's a GG. Soon you're gonna make a return to MOP? How does that feel? Sarah, obviously I have no clue what you're talking about. What's that? MOP, what's that? Mop? Is that the thing you cleaned the apartment with? I won't lie, I had a little bit of rough time starting PoE 2, but once I got going, yeah, for sure, man. I think everyone did, man. I think everyone did. I'm pretty sure that Blood Guy drinks toilet water smoothies. Oh, he does. Yeah, he does give off that kind of vibe, not gonna lie. Hey, man, no judging here, right? No judging here. If it helps him sleep at night, all the better for him, right? Mafia login. Had a phone call. Hi, Butcher. Welcome back, dude. Welcome back. Oh, did you hear that? Is that Divine? Oh, yes, sir, man. Daily Divine secured. Mofo be having 100 Divines and still be happy about one drop. You're definitely judging. You know what? This guy, we totally can. You know what? Fuck this guy. Is there a boss in this map? I don't know this. Nope. There is not. We did miss an exalted orb. I'm planning on moving. Can you tell us what country, Butcher? Well, I think you should do it. Get away from everything, Butcher. Just start over, because that's the best way. That's, I would say, is the best way, and not look back, right? New era, exactly. Yeah. Make new league starter. I will, but I kind of need to see the changes before that, you know? Do we need this? We don't. Do we need this? Cast speed, mana. What do we have here anyway? Cast speed, physical spells, mana. Not really. We have more cast speed. Oh, you mean Butcher, not me. Yeah, make a new league starter, true. That sounds about right. It's pretty damn accurate. Big dog. You know, it's kind of weird. You cannot get, like, if you swap... if you have skeleton warriors from the scepter, can you have more of them than just 2? You cannot, right? It goes auto to 2. You need to separate the gem for warriors, right? Is that how it goes? When can I run some LFG or something? I'm in Act 2. LFG here, if you press J, excuse me, public parties, you might be able to see some here. Or Act 2. Or join global chat. Quite a few people also type in there. Sometimes. I hate this map. Please, game, don't crash. Okay, let's go. There is only breach in here. Breach and ritual. Yes. Yes. Anyone knows about the restart? Downtown will be 50 minutes, gamers. Why aren't they doing it during the death stream? No. Maybe Germany or UK? Don't know yet. Whoa. Okay. Butcher. All right. How about work? How about job, Butcher? Did we just search for a new one, or that build needs to chill out, bro? I know, right? Flicker do be going crazy, man. You know what's the best thing, Jamie? I don't even have 2 ascendancies. I'm still missing 4 points, which would help with the damage even more. Single target, that is. Not really for this mapping. Doesn't matter. I just forgot to do a trial. I don't feel like doing it. We'll see. Maybe later. You like it though? Thanks, man. Probably for a new job? Okay. Gotcha. Got build guides out? Of course, my man. If you do exclamation builds, you can see them all on Mobilytics, or you can check out my YouTube. They are all in there. Mobilytics, YouTube, and Path of Building. And once we know more about like changes for next league, I will do league starters. Thank you. No worries, man. No worries. Wonderful. Don't know why I picked it up, but whatever. Are you going to do Druid build? Yes, of course. Hold on. When it's released, I will probably start with Huntress first, and then Druid. QE1 is going down as well? Bro, this is the same like last time, Ramsey. No way, dude. Both games going down the same time for 50 minutes. Oh, I forgot to give you the idols, Ramsey. You can work as PT? True, you totally can, Butcher. No problem. You will cry? Same. Keep an eye? Of course, dude, of course. No. It's a bit awkward. We're chillin', got so much to do without. Okay. Yeah, no mouse here. Usually he would be here. but not this time. What's the cast now? 43 seconds, 0.43. That's very good. I kinda wanna go on the other side though, man. Hello? Yellow. Holy wonderful. Dude, that right there, I cannot even keep up with. Did you enter 12 bosses today? You dropped 2 jewels. Was it worth it? Did you get it back? Or some of it at least? $12 bosses, huh? Damn. Damn, son. They were farmed in whites, so sold the jewels. Non-ID. Nice one. Easy money. Technically 42 divines plus. Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh man, running around like that is wild. I think it's my second favorite build. Earth Shatter is number 1. Then it's this build. Then it's Earthquake. Guys, have a great day. I gotta get ready for work. I'll be in touch, brother. Alright, you too, Jamie. Once again, thanks for the support, brother. And hope you have a good day, dude. Hope you have a good day. Take it easy. Take it easy. Right, of course it's on the other side. Oh, it didn't nerf XP like in D4. Yeah, have you seen? In group, yeah. Yo, Butcher with the super chat. Yo, Butcher, you legend. Oh man. Thank you very much, my man. Thank you very much. Let me like this up as well. Holy yeah. You guys have been nothing but absolute legends on YouTube. Twitch as well, but man, lately YouTube is like, oof. I'm at a loss of words. Because that carries a long way. And as you know, Butcher, it seems like you're going through some rough time. If you want to talk about it, the DMs are open, my man. Because no one should be going through stuff alone. Sometimes you wish you could move with mouse. You can do that in settings if you want to. I prefer WSD though, personally. But you could totally do that. I tried with mouse in PoE 1 recently, but I don't know, man. I couldn't get used to it at all. I could not get used to it. Are we using more ritual? Oh, probably somewhere around here. You can buy my apartment? Oh, that would be the best, man. That would be something. I was literally dreaming. I had a dream of the new landlord, or like my current landlord. I don't even know anymore. Let me stay here. Keep on living here. I'm losing my damn mind already. I do too, but sometimes I want to take a drink, but they're not gonna attack. If I walked into... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. I can totally relate with that. I've been wondering the same. Well, all you can do while drinking can just run around enemies, not get hit, right? That's what I do. I wanna sip on some water. Some water. So, okay, we got nothing again. Well. Maybe we can reroll and hopefully deter something good. Let's take a look. And no. Defer, not deter. Deter is ability for hunters in World of Warcraft. Wait, hold on. It was Omen. Omen! One job in check, it wouldn't be a problem. Really? Damn, dude. Damn. My landlord has a American husband, so she would have no problem communicating in English. That would be no problem. Because usually from here have a problem speaking English. Come work as PT in my gym here, dude. In the big gym here. I need some light over here. It's getting dark. Or staff crossbow, nope. You've got 35 minutes until the servers restart. How does it work? What up, Vlado? What do you mean? What does work? Hey, yo, imagine somebody from chat buying an apartment and then renting it to you. I know, right? Wouldn't that would be absolutely insane, Micro? Especially if it's from far away like Sweden. My fam owns a house. Hold up. Pause. You're telling me I could live in Germany with you? Let's go. Prices in Prague are out of hand. True, man. True. I'm watching the stream. The drops will come right in my account. Vlado, they're starting in 1 hour and 34 minutes. But you need to link your account with Twitch. So here in the link in the chat, you click on it, and then there is a like a Q&A which tells you what to do. You need a sugar daddy, Ulf? Yo, you raising your hand, Ramsey? Are you volunteering? Oh, what's up? Is today's crazy day, Jamie? Yes, sir, dude. Yes, sir. That'll be sick, yeah. I'm so excited. Likewise, my man, likewise. Tune in Twitch for the drops. Gotcha, homie. Gotcha. When my mom gets older, I might look into renting it out. Okay, me. T, that sounds good. No worries, Lado. Gotcha, bro. I can think about it. A lot of paperwork. Yeah, I can imagine. I'm a broke boy, man. If I was that way and down, I would be down. Yo, well, appreciate it, Ramsey. Appreciate it, man. Hold on, I need some lights. 1 sec. I even got my PoE2 hoodie on today, especially to learn a new language. Yeah, learning Czech. Yeah, it's heard it's quite rough. I guess it depends where you're from. Construction for fiber internet in my area is going on at this moment. Wow, dude. Wow, it's a massive WT. Imagine you have fiber earlier than me, Peppa Hands. Had the best nap of my life. Welcome back, dude. Good morning, sunshine. You just have to do me some favors, you know. Hold on, of course, of course. I would expect those diff strats 1 week before you release them. I see, I see. Okay, okay. We can make it happen. If that's the favor you asked for, no problem. Agility, I feel like I can get back to monsters. That the frustration. But on end of Act 1 killed me a million times. That falling hammer, what that is? Oh, the executioner. Oh yes. Oh yes, that's a nasty ability. But you're right. Cuddling with the doggy after a stressful shit day. Damn, dude. Well, I hope you better now, Akuma. I hope you better now, dude. Can't wait to flex the random speed test screenshot. Thanks, man. Yeah, that's what I wanna totally see. The drone and be stressed and depressed and the shit internet I have here. What's going on, Morget? Diablo 4 still exists, or they close servers and start working Diablo 5? Sorry, what's that? Diablo, what's that? It's still going, dude. It's still going strong. You got a few weeks till then? Okay. Okay. Gives me hope. Surely that gives me hope. What's going on, Dragon? Great to see you, my man. I'm doing quite great. How about you, dude? How about you? Wish I could get an item that shows me where to go. Was exploring these big ass maps, wandering for many minutes to find boss, need to kill, go back to town, talk to some dude. I feel like it's pretty straightforward in campaign where to go. I'll give you a hint, Vision. Always follow the ledge of the map, right? So you see this ledge in every zone, follow this. But sometimes you have a objective in the middle of the map. And that's gonna be quite frustrating trying to find that. I can agree with that. Waiting for PoE to live stream. Hell yeah, dude. 1 hour and a half, 1.5 hour. Let's go. Let's go. Seriously going to look up the cost and logistics? Alright, Butcher. Alright. I'm pretty sure you will find it very pleasing. At least that's what people from Scandinavia always say when they are visiting Prague for vacation or adventures. They like it here. I have a feeling we're gonna be blown see by today's reveals. I have the same feeling, Jamie. I don't think people are ready for today's stream. What's the restart servers? When it's only stream mode changes. So I don't know, the restart happens in 29 minutes, but stream happens an hour later. I don't know why they're restarting them. Maybe some back work for next league, but then why would PoE 1 get restarted as well? Not sure. Going guard then. Ah, rip. Are you going to be streaming long? I'm going to call some beer. Yeah, for sure, Butcher. Yeah, I'm gonna be here for a long time. Nah, at the end, they would never do it. They would never do it. If anything, there is more. It's more likely for them to announce a delay than release today. You know what I mean? Breach time. How do we like this area for breach? I think it's quite alright. Yeah, it's open area here. Yeah. It's like one of my favorite maps for breach, I think. Almost saying suspicious. Yeah, that would be something. That would be something. Back pizza came early today. Yo, what kind of pizza you have, man? What kind of pizza you got? Spicy chicken. Ooh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Bro, you can literally go through the wall with flicker. You cannot do that with any other ability, I believe. That's insane. That is quite insane. Did we clear them all? Almost. Yes. Can we dink on this bad boy? This bad boy. You will find out on the next episode. Can we do it like little again? Oh, never mind. It looks like you can go through the wall. Don't know what happened before then. With it. Flicker is crazy. It is, dude. It's really wild. The best build for mapping I've played so far, hands down. Or like in general, like I'm a big fan of this bad boy. Was quite pain to figure out the best setup for getting power charges, because that's how this ability works. But yeah. Oh, I actually missed one. Get this up top and go up. Do we have checkpoints above? Let's take a look. Bon appetit, soulbound. Enjoy your pizza. $25, huh? I think I'm gonna get me some creatine, maybe a little snack in 25 minutes. And you get the restart. For 15 minutes. I hope it will be 15 minutes restart. Finished. What the hell is Chat CD doing in party chat? Chat CD? What are we talking about? What's that? I just fell in love with totems since day one. They're so good. Are you using Shockwave totem or the Sunder one? Sunder build looks good with totems, man. Thought about it as well, but in general, like me with minions or totems, I'm not the biggest fan. That's in any game though, not only here. That's a good one. Very good one. Chaos as well. Ooh. Yes. What's going on, Wolf? Great to see you, dude. What kind of build is this? This is Flicker Strike on Stormweaver. I made a full build yesterday. If you're interested, exclamation build. But it's really insane. Not sure if you just got to the chat or if you have seen it in action, but it's insane. No fun of totems, surely? What about Ellie, mister? I mean, I'm kind of forced to play totem there, which, of course, not the biggest fan of, but it is what it is. You feel me? Did you feel me? And true totems are amazing with a lot of skills. Okay, nice, nice. Good. There are some insane good totem builds in Ellie. Yeah, I know. Such a storm totem, I bet, right? Did we know that we were going to get patched before the patch? Do we know what it can be? If you are referring to the realm restart today in a couple of minutes, I don't think that's a patch. I think that's just a regular maintenance, because PoE1 is getting restarted at the same time. And the same happened a week ago. They both got restarted at the same time as well. Funny thing is, the relic I sent you yesterday, I found out you need it on your mage. Ooh. Finally getting some RNG carry here. Okay. That's good to hear. That's what's up, man. It's pretty insane timing, too. Started an Upheaval Totem as well. So Upheaval Totem is actually a build. I forgot to like look into it. How would you go about Upheaval Totem then? Like, what do you use besides the totem? Poison Thorn, either hit or... Oh, I've seen that. Tempest Tri-Element Totem as well. Okay. Relic I sent you as a gift. Oh. Wait, do you mean the Storm Carved one? Oh shoot, I thought So this different one. Not dropped it yet? Damn. The one from Lagoon? Oh shoot. Yikes. I mean, I can give it back to you. No problem. Cause I can try a different build anyway. Should drop it COF? Okay. Okay. First day to play in a while, up to 65 hours a week between the 2 jobs. Damn, Wolf, that sounds rough, man. That sounds rough. Well, enjoy a grind, man. Enjoy a grind, then. Let's go breach. Gamers assemble, big news today. What's going on, Alex? Yes, sir, dude. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, DN, you thought the restart is the new patch? Or could be something for new patch? That's what you meant? That's what you thought about? Yeah, I don't think that's the case, sadly. Alex, do you think they will release Druid? What's your thoughts on it, big dog? What's your thoughts on it? Did you just announce new leaks in 1 hour? Yeah. Yes, exactly. It's just a restart. Oh, Dingaroni. How am I getting so many splinters, by the way? Oh, so good. Yes. Yes. And since we're at the end of the map, goodbye breach. Maybe hold. Please make it. Okay, no. Need to call someone. I'll be back around 8. Alright, Ian. Alright. I'll be right here. See you by then. What's happening, DJ? What's up, broski? You have 60 stellars if you want to chance them for content. Oh, baby. You're telling me we can get some Gamba going? Yes, sir, dude. Let's do it. Let me finish this one real quick, and we can do some. We can get like, let's get like 3 Astramentis, boys, shall we? Surely. Oh, instant power charges almost. Let's go. That passive makes a great difference, actually. What I just got right now. Okay. Do you guys want to see some Astramentis Gamba? Some Stellar Amulet? I will show you, Vision. You were asking for the Orb chance. I will show you how it works, okay? With the great items. Some Gamba? Oh boy. Ramsey, it's your second name, huh? How much magic find? You will never guess the number, Jamie. It's 69. I've got 69%. So far, I've gotten only 1 Divine Daily from maps, so nothing too crazy. But better than nothing. Casual gamer questions. We get to play the new stuff today? Nope. Today is only a dev stream where they will talk about the details. So April 4th is when we can play, my man. April 4th. Teasing us like that? Yes. Badly. Sadly, my man. We will get blue balls until April 4th. Put it that way. Let's put it that way because yeah, it will be hot and spicy.
Emotional damage.
Yes, big one. A big one at that. I'm dead. That was weird. I wanna see then. Do you gift it to me? Let's go, Astra. Those Astramentis and Stellaris are not gonna be mine, it's my boy DJ's, but for the stream content, yeah. I could put up a prediction for Astramentis. Time to go to Penny, so stack on some food, drink for a reveal. Ayo, I'm covered on that. I am covered of on that part in that front. All right, map completed. Here we go. Here we go. DJ is good guy. I'm sure he will give to me. 100%, man. 100%. Don't out me so casually. Hey, I didn't do nothing, okay? I did not do anything. That's a very nice tablet. What do we have here? That's not bad. Spell physical? That's from my bone storm. For content, man, of course. Alright, DJ, what's your name? Of course you are. Do we still have blood in here? Yes. Okay, dude, gotcha. Let me put this actually in here. Yo, Jamie on Twitch with the follow. Thank you very much, my man. Thank you, thank you. Actually, we don't need that. It's fine. Welcome, sir. Let's go, baby. 1 hour, 50 minutes, boys, for the Twitch drops to start. Twitch drops to be added. Here we go, boys. Here we go. Big game bang coming. Yes. I need to make a... Do I have a stash tab for this? Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. I'm not sure I do. Okay. Actually, yes. Tell your friend who was online. Log in, boys. I have literally enough. Right here. Put this here. Put this here. Put this here. Don't care. Oh, I won't be able to fit every... Oh, I forgot to. Actually, it's fine. I don't have enough space, my dude. Oh, I don't have... Hold on. Hold on. Do we have anything free here? Bro, these are looking like a goddamn mess. Let's do this. Should be enough. This is a lot of money. It sure is, brother. It sure is. Oh my days. All right, let me put up predictions. We have 60. We've got 60 stellar amulets. So let's see if we can make any of these Astramentis. That would be insane if we could. That would be quite crazy. Where's prediction? Wait, yes. Stop prediction. Will we get this 60 stellars? Yes or no? Let's go like 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Duration. 3 to 1. Go. Go vote, boys. Go vote if we will get Astramentis in 60 stellar amulets. I say we get 2 Astramentis. God damn. Gamble all? Let me gamble some as well. Let me get this fat W on the forehead. Whoa! Easy. 1 out of 6 chance you hit it in this 60. That's guaranteed Astramentis then, man. Let's see how my RNG actually is. Woo! And that's, we can put these here, right? Put his ear. Let me do one more. Last one. Oh, it's literally 60 everything, huh? Right? Forgot to put in channel points. Now I vote for nothing. Oof, man. Oof. Someone went big. Someone went big on the no. Wow. Who is the non-believer, huh? Chat, confess. Who is the non-believer? Don't sweat too much. Chance orbs can smell fear. That's chilling, man. Chilling like a mad villain. I'm as calm as Saturday night can be. Okay? It's you, DJ. You yourself. You don't believe in your own stellar amulets? Wait, you actually don't believe in my RNG? I don't blame you, bro. I don't blame you. Holy moly. You predict yes? Okay. That's gonna go crazy, gamers. Anything you get, you keep? Really? You don't need any of these? Seriously? Damn, son. How generous you are, DJ. What a legend, man. What a legend. Okay, probably sitting on like 10,000, sorry, no, 1,000 divines, 10,000 exalted orbs, and like 3 mirrors. I got you, T-Bone. I got you, my man. Don't you worry, my friend. Damn, someone went extremely big on Noah. Who was that? He got 168,000 points on a Noah. That is diabolical, dude. You got that right. I'm diff rich AF. Oh, hello. Okay. Ramsey. Yeah. How many does he have, Chad? He's got 9 divine orbs. What do you mean, bro? Hey, yo, you want some? You want some, big dog? I got you. 174,000 points on a no and 270 points on the yes. Damn, no one believes at all. No one trusts me. Look at Morgan, dude. I don't even know what instrument are. It's a super OP item and very rare. Morgan. Super rare. Alright, we got 10 minutes when this round restarts, so let's go, boys. Let's go. Let us start this huge 6-tier instrument, this Gamba. But you're doing the Gamba, I will lost points. Classic RNG carried? Oh, no. End of league, so I'm not that too bothered about the divs. I have something for sale to the devs. I'll be back up soon. Okay, gotcha, man. Yeah, I'm kind of the same. Hey, T-Bone, thanks for the follow. Alright, here we go, boys. 60 stellar amulets. We're bound to get 3 instruments, watch, surely. Okay, this is still warm-up, don't worry. Once we get half, through the half, and we get nothing. Oh, first one. Fixation. Ramsey, you literally just called the 9 fixations. Okay. Ooh, we got it, boys. We got one. It was like, this was like what? Number 20? Micro, I'm sorry, but all of you guys wasting all the points on prediction. That's a GG, boys. That's a GG. Second fixation. That's crazy, boys. That's crazy. You called the RNG, Micro. You called my RNG. Third fixation. Fourth. We still got some few. We still got a few to go, boys. Let's go. Please give me one more. Another fixation. What if Frenzy was right with 9 fixations, dude? All right, 3 more. 1, 2. Last one for the boys in the back, and it is A. We cannot go wrong with one Astramantis out of this Gamba, right? We cannot go wrong. Although it's the worst roll, but we can divine this, no problem. Easy, boys. GG. RIP to all of those who lost the points, but it is what it is. My boy Jamie voted for yes. My boy Soulbound voted for yes. That's it. The number was out of your ass. You almost got it right, man. We just wasted our whole RNG for the whole year. GG, boys. GG. That's wild. That's wild. We take those, man. We take those. What a way to end the season, man. Holy. My boy T-Bone also finished the Gamba. Let's go, dude. So you don't want the Astramantis, yeah? Sheesh. I kind of hope for 2 Astramantis. That will be too much, right? That will be too much. Now, what is this bull? Cast speed, attack speed, crit chance, crit hit. Is this even something Aurabot would run? Not gonna lie, I have never seen this. 2020, 50, 48. Damn. I've never seen that, me neither. What up, Johnny? You just missed a massive Gamba, brother. You just missed a massive Gamba. We were just getting Orb of Chance on Astramantis. And we did get one. giveaway fixations for content. You got anyone wants these amulets on the stream? Minus 50% presence is rough, yeah. Running out early 0.2 RNG for this end of league RNG. Come on, man, don't do me like that, Ramsey. Don't do me like that. What if? All right, listen to this. What if this triggered the real RNG? What if I will get RNG carried in through the fucking roof next league? Choose outcome, yes. Complete prediction, boom. Congrats to those who voted yes. But yeah. Yeah. Jamie, Dan, you guys got fat points, man. You guys got fat points. You cannot get on. You cannot get on right now. You would have won. I can keep on for you, no problem, dude. You got 168,000 points now, Jamie. That's crazy, dude. Unless you're glued to your teammate, it's a GG item. Okay. If we don't have 10D by end of act, then I don't believe it. Oh man, did we divine? Ooh, 93. GG. You had 100 points, now you have 168,000. That's huge, bro. That's huge. All right, let's take a look. You got 6.9 thousand points. Not bad. Not bad. I wonder how much. Oh, how many points did my boy get? All right, let's keep it here. You only put in 10. That's good. 100 Astra or no walls. Oh, do we go for it? Nah. Then the annoying would suffer, right? I mean, do you just annoying spaghettification? Or polymathic? I cannot believe you got that. I thought they were dead stellars. Well, hey man. I was unlucky for a while. I guess I just used my RNG, dude. From 300. That's crazy though, man. That's crazy. We actually got one. In 60, only 60 stars and we got him. I would check market if you try to sell. Yeah. Unlucky. I knew you gonna comment on that. I knew it, dude. Well, I mean, you know, yeah. This kind of makes me want to go for strength stack in a little bit. Like a mild strength stacker with pillar and Astramentis and some strength and gear, that's it. But that's too much work. Because I believe that would work better here on this build, but nah. Damn, I have a clip for YouTube at least, that's good. And we've rested around in 4 minutes. How strong is this physical damage, by the way, chat? Anyone knows? Physical damage taken from hits. Is that good? 40 anoint? Oh yeah, I could do that. I could probably, most likely, 100% do that. Do we go for more divvies? To send it for 100? As close to 100 as possible. Oh! 99! Let's go! It's negligible? Okay. That was a quick 270 divines made. 270 divines? Oh my god. Are you serious, big dog? I think I will keep it though. I think I might keep it. I don't know. 99 and 6Ds. That's nice. Yes, yes. And the RNG gone. Now it's 99. It's 340. What? Brother, it changes that much? So this is 340 Ds. Damn, that sounds like a lot of Ds on a 69 here.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
On top, baby. On top. If you don't have one, nah, I never got a Astramentis. Never had one. I'm gonna put it here in display. And think about what I'm gonna do with it. So I might use it.
Me? Just hanging around.
Micro number 2 entered the chat. Big shout out to DJ in the chat for this massive gamba. You better keep it. I think I will. I think I will. I never had such a crazy item like this one. So even if though it's end of league, we're still gonna be put to standard league anyway, right? So random maps with multiple groups of people and all of them are using Flicker Strike. If you know, you know. Tell me what hope is there for Warrior. What hope is there for Warrior? Actually, with the people you ran with, I'm pretty sure those were stat stackers running Tempest Flurry, no? Hey DJ, absolute legend, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Big shout out to you, my man. What hope is there for Warrior? I will tell you exactly what strength. You play Titan, you take Hulking 4, you take all these passives that increase the effect of auras. Okay, then you get increased skill effect duration. And you go Temporal Chains, make mobs impossible to move, and you're an aura bot. That's the Warrior's purpose in current game. Yes. Better in your hands than mine, bro. You're a content creator. You would get more fun. Hey, yo, DJ. Thank you, man. Thank you. Much appreciated, dude. Much appreciated. Or you get like 30 seconds before the realms go dark. What do we do when it's down for 15 minutes? What do we do in 15 minutes? Really curious if they will share the Druid stuff. We can look at the, hold on, we can look at the database for some Huntress stuff, right? Play NW, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Play the game there is, Diablo 4 of course. Cry for 15 minutes. Diablo 4, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Sup, Ronins? Long time no see, man. What up, what up? Ellie fast grinds. 10 seconds. I'll see you on the other side, boys. Northwest. Oh, is that a new game? Right here, Ronins, you are a maniac, sir. Thank you very much. My boy just decides to turn up, says and drop 10 bomb. Yo, let's get some hype in the chat, man. Let's get some hype. Thank you very much, Ronins. Thanks for the support, dude. Look at this guy, dude. Look at this guy. They've been working on Druid for a long time. I'll be surprised if it's not released in this patch. Me too, Jamie. Me too. Must be. My boy Dragons, who is in the chat, just got gifted as well. Hell yeah. What up, Wicked? I can give you my best character. I would have to change the category and all that. Nah. We're gonna take a look at the database and look at Huntress, I think. I come back just in time for maintenance. Hell yeah, dude. Hells yeah. Make it a bit smaller, I think. Make it a bit smaller. That. What the hell is all that? This is a database for Path of Exile 2, and I am looking at Huntress because that has been data mined when the game launched. So yeah, Huntress is trained to block incoming attacks, boys. Another block I mean, yes. And we will see some of the skills here, right? So that's why I want to go with Lightning's Huntress here. Obviously these could be changed. No in chat. You mean the what just Ronan's did? He gifted subscriptions to viewers right now, which means you will get a sub badge next to your name, like Traker, my man in the chat right now. What's up, dude? And you have access to emotes in the chat, and you won't be seeing no ads on the channel, which I barely have any. Hold on, some notification. Ronan's dropping another 5. Holy bro, we dropped 15. Morgan got gifted, man. Yo, let's go, dude. Congrats, Morgan. Welcome back to squad. And let's keep the grind, the hype going. I mean, gotta be on top. Hey, yo, he got it, man. He got it. Can we get some more? God damn, unexpected. All right, looks like PoE 2 stream is already up and running. Log in. Here we go.
That's what I'm talking about!
Hopium
That's why
and
he's the
Copium.
MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
What's up, Sectano? What up, brother? But where is my gifted? Question mark. I don't know, man. Where is it? Where is it? Should I do it like that in the background? Yo, Sectano, thank you very much for the follow, brother. Much appreciated. Thank you. Or, you know, we can use it as a countdown here. Right. Yes. Yo, what is this? Bramboraki? Oh, you would love that, Frosty. Bramboraki are on tippy top, dude. They're way too good. When does maintenance end? It's set to be 15 minutes, my man. 15 minutes. 1 second, gamers. 1 second. We call it potato pancakes? Really? So you guys have it too? Actually, I had no clue. I had no idea. What does the net of your channel mean? Net of my channel? What do you mean by that? How we doing, Traker? Hope all is good, dude. You mean like my name? I have a command for that, my man. So you're right with Wolf, and I'm always a big fan of like the melee type archetype in every single game. Berserkers, warriors, stuff like that. So Ulhednar is a plural name for a group of berserkers who wore wolf pelts. So wolf warriors, yeah, what T-Bone says. Some places have potato pancakes that always sub in for regular pancakes. Someone mentioned it's Swampland's Chikia. It's called something else. Yeah. It's like fried. You would call it fried potato pancakes, basically. So good, man. When is the stream? I don't see the timer. I cannot smell. Okay. Yes. What up, Shreddy? Really cool. Thank you, man. They wear the skin of or pelt of them. Yes. Good morning, Sunshine. How did you sleep? How did you sleep, big dog? Big dog. Big dog. That's where werewolves come from? Nope. That's totally something else. But yeah. Alright, let's do this. Let's do a... Okay. Okay, let's go. Check out some Huntress stuff on the website, shall we? Shall we? Last weekend my community had a hell blood ritual. No shot, man. Let's go, Thor. Next month is Jormungandr. Oh, nice one, dude. Nice one. Sunshine. Good history lesson. Slept until 5 AM. Okay. Is there any bleed skills for Huntress? Let's take a look, my man. Let's take a look. Spearfield. What is Spearfield? Maims from the skill slow. Additional. Steps the ground cause spears to burst out of the ground. Oh, this sounds sick. Is there like a little clip? I doubt it, right? Not that. Sunshine? You want me to call you like that? Wait, you can even get fire? Yo! You can get ignite spear as well? Boys. It is actually multifunction in this skill. Leaving trail of fire in its wake, burning enemies. Throw a second spear, causing the trail of fire to expand outwards, dealing high damage. Yo! Modifiers to the number of proj fired and only applied to the second spear. That's insane, man. Dinner time, keep me on one of them things. Yes, sir, I will do. T-Bone, catch you later, and bon appetit, my man. Really want to play Bleed in PoE 2? I feel you, man, I feel you. That skill is like Ice Wall, true. Right here, Vision. Pantheon build is bound? Yes. I'll be happy to share some pics of the event. 100%, Thor. I would love to see that, my man. I was named a torch bearer. Someone who guides, helps out with the event. Oh, yes, Thor. Me and brother would love to see that, man. Sure, Vision, I got you. I'm not listening, but in foreign countries, Bramboraki or hash browns. Or hash browns. There we go. There we go. That's true. Alright, next up we got Storm Surge. Okay, this one doesn't say anything. Sag. Dude, Huntress will be so sick, man. We don't see these. Ice Spear. Ice Copy versus Spear deals cold damage. So boosting his damage. When spear breaks enemy against an enemy, it deals damage in cone shade behind them. Oh, can you imagine the drip with this ability, boys? This will be sick. That is, if these skills are the same. Rapid assault sounds like something I would like. We add it in sometimes smoked meats. Give it with sour ketchup sauce, sausages, meat. It's called Katu Slash. Haven't had it in a long time. Yeah, there is some bleeding here. Jamie. Puncture. Launch towards a target, dealing melee damage. This attack is more powerful when used at distance. Deals up to 200% more damage based on the distance traveled, causes bleeding. Oh, this ability will be sick too. This, with combination with Heralds, if they don't get really nerfed, this could be pretty sick, man. This could be pretty sick. For like, dude, this would be insane for mapping, for speed. Impale, jump back from a target, dealing melee damage, attempting to pin them. Easy frenzy charges here, boys. Combat frenzy aura, easy clap. Gonna be performed without targeting an enemy. It's our pinning. Pins enemies, okay, not bad. Whirling slash. Sickle slash kicks up a spinning storm of wind and dust all around you, slowing enemies, blinding them in its area effect. Again, in the storm, adds 1 stage to the storm. Oh. Oh, this is a channeling ability. Hey, was this Whirlwind? Whirlwind, here we go. Spin to win, baby. Notice how none of these skills have total attack time added to them. Class looks like it was more warrior skills than the warrior class. Yes. Yes. Single copy of Rolling Spear. When it hits enemy it bursts, firing bolts of lightning at multiple other enemies with a larger Javazone from Diablo 2. Hello. If the Ascendance is good, I'm probably going Falling Thunder with Impale the Huntress. Oh yes. Oh, Soulbound. I like the way you think, my man. Oh yes, sir. 5 to 10 proj. Hold on. Hold on. 5 to 10 proj. What the fuck, bro? Shocks enemies as though dealing 20% more damage. Cannot split, pierce, fork, chain, or return. Oh. Mods to their number of proj fired instead applied to the maximum number of lightning bolts fired. Okay. Well, that's actually good. It doesn't... None of the proj stats in 3 jewels, whatever, won't affect this, not even snake pit rank, which means you don't have to invest in it. You can use the investment for other stats. Yeah, I'm liking this ability from the get-go, boys. I'm liking this, yeah. Ronan's, he knows, man. Ronan's knows. Yeah, same thinking right there, bro. What level can you select? You gotta do something called a trial vision, and the first trial as a introduction during the main quest is at around level 21, 22. Return, are they gonna be adding a returning proj support gem in this patch? Wait, where's the return? Am I boosted? Oh, yeah. Okay, hold on. Missed that part, dude. Nice catch, Thor. Proj, which return will return to the entire entity, which originated from after reaching the end of trial. That's crazy, dude. I think they could, brother. Now with Huntress, they actually could. Can you imagine if Bone Storm would have this as well? Dude. Any new support gems we have not seen yet? Diesel chain for conduction. I don't think so. Ruthless. No. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing to create patches of chill ground around frozen enemies. Interesting. I don't think any of these are like new. I mean, quote unquote new. No act requirement. It starts in Act 2 in Trader's Passage, because there is a little mini boss that drops the key for this trial. It's a green color key. Combo finisher, nope. Rupture, long shot. This combo be late. That was one of my favorite support gems, PoE1. It should work with Bone Storm. Oh, PoE1 has this. Oh, never seen it in action. Some support gems you can select on the skill, you can select another skill, take it out, put it in the first. Yep, you can. Good catch, Vision. That's actually very important for a new player. Wait, potential. Support skills will consume a power charge on use. Possible. It will. Oh, we already have this now. Yeah, we already have this. Never mind. This could be good to the impale skill, this leverage to the impale one, because pain counts as immobilize. Do any of the Huntress abilities show no requirements? As in, yeah, like level or weapons or? Weapons? I'll take a look. This doesn't have anything. So, yeah, require spears. I think it's all of them. Yes. Yes, and yes. Uh-huh. Just weapon swap? Yes, exactly. You could do that. Which is instant. If you can get the weapon, the passive, which is called Quick Change Pact, which is 50% weapon swap speed, bro, it's so quick. I have it on current Flicker Strike build on Stormbeaver, and it's really instant. This one right here. That's crazy. Obviously, if you go... I'm not sure if is Huntress going to start at this area? Or will she be the same as a Druid? Nah, this is Templar and Druid, right? Huntress will be down here. Or here. Maybe here. Will be Ranger? Okay. Okay. Makes sense. Potato pancakes here are hash browns and a pancake batter. Drown them in ketchup. Yeah, there you go, Frosty. So, to be fair, you're pretty quick, pretty close to this one anyway. Kind of. Back soon. Going to cry about my missed Astra. Gotta feed the kids. Oh man, you missed it, DJ. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. But alright, brother. Take it easy. Say hello to your kids, man. See you later, brother. I think it's pure Dex class. Yes. Yes. What up, Amaura Gata? Hello from Greece. Hey, hello from Czech Republic, brother. How's it going? What's going on? Dude, I'm gonna focus on Lightning Saucer, on Lightning Huntress with Herald of Thunder. That's my goal, boys. I don't care how Herald is a nerf. I'm gonna be at it. In it. You didn't miss it? Oh, you could have gotten it. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. I see. Is that all we know? With like... Would should I start a PoE 1 or 2? Never played both. I would recommend PoE 2 because that one will be a much better game than PoE 1. Which is not now, but in the future it will be. And it's a bit different game than PoE 1, I would say. So I would recommend that, my man. Cheers about the sentences. Me too. Me too. Gonna wait for that one. Gonna wait for that. It doesn't show here. No. What do Fire Druid build? I hope they have some good fire spells. Yes, I mean we already seen one, right? We've already seen the what's it called? Forgot. Volcano, was it? What I know what Spear Vortex is and Infusing Strike, same. We have Marauder, Duelist, Shadow, Druid, and Templar. Primal and Transformation. Flails, Swords, Spears. I'm gonna buy it? Hell yeah, brother. Similar, I played back in PS3, Diablo 3. Yeah, this is a much harder game, I would say, but once you get back into it, Mauro, it's really good. It's really good. I want access for sure. Wait, Spear is a hybrid. Dex and Strength. That's good. Really like what they did with this stat stuff. Looks good. That looks good. Micro, what's up? Sword axe, yes. Wait, am I blind? Where is, oh, right here, swords. We still don't have them yet. Yearly 1 swords, yeah, man. We should hopefully be getting it this patch. I hope. Alright, more order. Let's take a look what we got here. Counters blocking with offhand. What? Wait, you're telling me all classes have a trait? Isn't there 2 weapons like in New World? You can. Yes, you can. You can indeed. Oh, we have nothing about this class compared to Huntress. Right. Makes sense. We have voice lines though. The sword and axes. Swords and axes are not in the game yet, as this is early access. But hopefully we will get swords. There was a skill to have like a paid mercenary or something like that. Paid mercenary? What do you mean by that, sir? Fast attack with Alvin weapons. Wait, this is from PoE 1, no? No. You can mix any weapons as long as you got the attributes, yeah. With the mercenary class? Oh, I see, I see. Poison remain potent for longer on Shadow. Whoa, you have a mount? Hello? By the way, what happened with mount for Ranger? Ranger was supposed to get one, right? It's probably associated with the mercenary class. Oh, we're dead. ARPG with no swords and axes? I mean, it's early access, right? That was quick. Welcome back, TN. Welcome back. It's like Call of Duty without guns. Yes. Third Ascendance for Ranger. Oh, okay. Yo, Ronans, I don't know why, but your name, after playing PoE 1, your name reminds me of those charger map types in PoE 1. They will also RH something, right? When Cyclone comes to PoE 2, to be fair, Traker, it looks like there is a ability for Huntress that kind of looks like it. Maybe rolling slash per hour. This was supposed to be in Ranger Ascendancy. Okay. I miss Bleed Blue Gladiator. I'm looking forward to it coming back. Yeah, Bleed needs some love and whatnot. What is happening? There is a maintenance right now on the server, and we are checking out the data mined Huntress stuff on the database. Some of the abilities that they have data mined when the game started. We're seeing some character mounting one of those birds. Yeah, that's the Ranger one. What does Druid bring? Natural resilience to lightning. Lightning? Really? Wait, so you can get natural resilience. This is like the fire one, where it gives you like max fire resistance, I think. Maybe. Oh shoot, Lightning Storm is from Druid. That's why I haven't seen it in the game yet, because that's from Druid, of course. This is the ability, by the way, that I had in my planner before this game released on Melee, as a source of shock. Ooh, I want Druid so bad. I want to run with this on my builds, bro. Holy. Rolling Slash also interesting. It is. It does look good. Yeah. God damn. And Volcano is right here. Long-lasting spell that shocks enemies. Yes, I need this. I need this so bad. I'm gonna have this on my Huntress in a heartbeat, dude. Bro, can you imagine? Oh my god, dude. Can you imagine this bad boy on Huntress with the Drape Herald of Thunder and the fucking Storm Spear? Where do I sign up for that, man? Fires Proc around itself and lasting long time. This is what the first boss in Sanctum, right, has. volcano. Oh, this could be insane, dude. Any slam near volcano causes it to erupt. Yeah, okay, this will be insane for slam build. Ronans is right. Druid will be the strongest slammer. Wait, I never seen these gems actually, man. I've never seen these. Wait, why don't I see it? Show us, bro. Shapeshift into a bear, rampage forward, slamming the ground as you run. Generates a rage, then consumes rage until you run out. Initial roar. Oh, total attack time. Oh my god, total attack time again, man. No way. Wait, isn't this a buff? You can use this buff on the weapon swap, right? Added physical attack damage. Or am I tripping? Nah. It's initial war generates, I don't know, dude. But as a rage generator, do you think they nerf ingenuity? Nah, I don't think so. Because ingenuity is like endgame item. I don't think endgame items will get nerfed. What's up, Dragon, by the way? Good to see you, dude. Good to see you. I believe I saw your name up top. Yeah. Forgot to say hello. Mole to generate rage. Right. You'll be a rage build with bear. Oh, I can see myself playing bear, boys. I never saw these abilities, but man, bear revolving around rage. Sign me up, boys. Sign me up. So this is like auto attack almost. Total attack time if not already a bear. Wait. Seconds to total attack time if not already a bear. Wait, so this is only outside of the form. Barbarian, dude. Let's go, Ronans. Oh my god, I love that name, dude. Holy. Drops are from 8 PM? Yes. Yes. Yes, Tian, you need 2 hours, exactly. Bear looks cool, hoping for werewolf. Oh yeah, I want werewolf so bad, bro. Holy, dude. I want to see Furious Slam, the only one we don't know. All our spells are active, transform into bear. Volcano into Furious Slam. Okay, I'm liking Druid a lot, boys. I am liking Druid a lot. To si asi můžu... blbý, no. Nebo to nech puštěný přes noc. Theorycrafting totem build, and I came across your videos. I really need to show you my version of totem build. I have a different concept on it. Sure, bro. I'm happy to see that, Dragon. 100%, man. 100%. Any slam near volcano will trigger more prot, including aftershocks. Ooh. So, Titan with volcano. Bro. But Ronans, that's only if they remove the stupid ass total attack time on Rolling Slam or Sunder. But the dream build Ronans, holy fuck. I'm getting too excited over here. The best build, Volcano with Sunder on Titan because of aftershocks. Holy. Holy. If we get like Sunder from PoE1, that is. I could get around with it. What is Roar? Bear trigger Warcry skills. Am I getting it right, by the way, boys? The first line with total use time. The 0.6 seconds only triggers when you are not a bear, right? You always mess up. Socket skills have increased AoE. 1.3 second use time. Jesus. Deal more damage.
2 hours later.
Can you add this into active skill or is this a support gem? Near stunned enemies to Empire slams. Oh my god. This is a seismic cry. This is a seismic cry. But a strong one. Holy. Wait, you... Attacks exerted by sockets deal increased damage. That's an active skill. Do you just socket Warcries in this bad boy? 3 gems with Marauder is going to be awesome. Oh yes, Ronans, oh yes. People very excited for Druid? Yeah. I'm playing Oblivion and it's so good. I can create my own class. The game is so old but better than many RPGs nowadays. Yeah. Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, on top, baby. I like Templar more, find it cooler. Yeah, I'm also excited about that one. Maybe because there's an exam period on. If only they did these live streams 1 hour earlier, I always work during... Oh, sorry to hear that, Russ. But as much hype without the teaser videos and live spoils. I know, dude, I know. I mean, you can watch the streams when you're done with work, right? It's all good, dude, it's all good. Oh, that's what you meant with the aftershocks. Both to distract enemies, they also debuff enemies when they appear. Hold on. Oh, yes. Been playing modded Skyrim myself, waiting for Sky Oblivion. Wait, what is that? Elaborate, sir. That sounds good. Brother, when do we eat dinner, boys? Do we before or after? My boy T, yes, eat before, yes. Oblivion remade in Skyrim graphics. Oh, baby Ronans, let's go, dude. Oblivion being modded in Skyrim. Oh, that's so good, boys. How does the Twitch drop work? Is it something you have to enable already? And at times, just like this, yes, it's all automated. So when exactly in 30 minutes, the drops will become active. All you gotta do is just watch for 2 hours and link your accounts, which is all described in this link. What's going on, Knifer? Good to see you, dude. Oblivion is practically confirmed for an official Unreal Engine 5 remake. Oh my days, dude. QA testers leaking? Oh my days. I would love to play that, dude, because I never played Oblivion myself. That would be huge, brother. UI 5 remake will be a buggy mess. Yes. Will remake like community modders? Or they have it linked. Got some of the previous people. Oh, you're chilling then, Jamie. You are chilling. It will be all automated then. UE5 remake won't have mod support. Oh, oof. Oof. So vanilla, huh? Back from Penny. Welcome back, dude. People crazy outside. Some drunk dude was throwing his phone on the ground, running into cars and smashing them on the street. What? What? Brother, where the hell do you live? There is no way you live up on the hill. That's crazy, man. I'm glad I'm down here then. Wolves howl when they first emerge, but glad to see you made it in one piece. Wolves howl when they first emerge, making crit hits more likely against near. What? What insane debuff on the targets, man. Seriously? But this is an aura. Is this going to be an active aura? Like aura with right click, toggle 50 spirit, but you have to summon them yourself to trigger the howl. Heals up to 15% damage based on the distance traveled. You send him to us from Branik, these tzigans. No. Hands off, coach. Didn't do nothing. Made my class call it Demon Warrior because it sounds hard. Hell yeah, dude. Sounds like a login angle. Alright, I think I'm more excited about Druid than Huntress. Nah, not really. Both are the same. Because the possibilities with Druid are endless. His spirit is stronger than most. Wait, there's a blood magic support? Hello? New support gem confirmed? Recently saw article if too many game studios rely on the U5 and why other engines can make great games too. Kingdom Come 2 made in CryEngine. Oh, I had no clue it was made in CryEngine. There'll be minions with an active skill like some of the witch summons. Ah, okay. Blood magic, yeah. This sounds like... No, life tap converts a skill as a support gem to life cost, right? So what does this mean? I've been waiting for that. Man. If werewolf or wolf form is confirmed, That was the slam. First was the roar and then the slam. Look at this old PoE with 5 potions, man. This is the auto attack. Wait, is this new zone? New zone confirmed? Oh, this was lightning. That wasn't the lightning storm? Dude, lightning storm looks so sick. The DPS login, boys. Wolf was made a CryEngine at 2. Lucky Exile and crying about trying. This guy's cooked. Did these werewolf a long time ago? Haven't shown. Oh, really? I didn't know about that.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers.
Wait, they made a full video of Druid gameplay? What? Excuse me, boss. I had no clue. Game's gone. The builds are cool, but are quite inconvenient to press all those buttons. If it lasts a long time, I don't think it's that bad.
One of the game directors on Path of Exile 2. In Path of Exile 2, you can...
I'm gonna get some dinner and we're gonna watch this. Are you guys down for this? Are you guys down to watch this? Because I don't think I've seen this. Don't think I have, dude. You know what? Hell yeah. Look, DC. Under summon Wolf and Druid, does the tooltip say if you're dying, use dodge? Wait. Wait. If you're dying a lot, use dodge roll. It's on spacebar. Yes, man. Yes. But it's the guy who wrote this, who wrote it there. Damn, that actually looks sick. Akuma, that looks sick. Holy. Oblivion time login. Why is it still down? Wait, it's still down, Ramsey? I didn't even try that. We're about to watch some gameplay from Druid because I have not seen this. Despite this being this was showed a year ago. I'm gonna get some food before the live stream. Playstyle is dodging the dodge. You will be laughing hard if you watch me play. I wanna see it. Yeah, I wanna see it. Just hop back into your stream. You're not in. I haven't tried, man. Oh, that's what you mean. I haven't tried. Oh, the game crashed. Okay, rip. Let me boot it up. Oh, there is a patch going, of course. Can I post video links in here? A YouTube short showing of... Oh, yes, please. Oh, yes, I want to see it. But excuse me if this will be a ear blaster.
This is a flashback to the past. Long ago, in a land far, far from where I live in the United States, Grinding Gear Games revealed Path of Exile 2 to the world and showcased we'd be able to shapeshift into at least a wolf through a skill gem. Since way back then in 2019, we've not seen anything in regards to the wolf form, but during the bear form showcase, game director Jonathan Rogers did mention its existence. So, what gives? Obviously, they are cooking up something tremendous, giving it a suite of gems to use, just like we've seen with the bear form. Just as the bear form focuses on war cries, slams, and rage, I think the wolf form will boast a trifecta of skill types. My guess is poison,
Damn, it looks good, man.
strikes, and something around minion or pack-based gameplay. What are your guesses? And what do you think that mysterious third or fourth shape?
You don't see anything except me? Oh, I forgot. My bad. My bad. On YouTube Shorts. Where is it at? Where is it at? There it is. God damn. Let's put it like this because we'll have the stream here, I think. Later. Give the wolf form cleave. True, dude.
might be. Let me know. Like the video.
Okay. Damn. Okay. Well, I really like the Druid, like the bear, man. Slams, rage. Hello? What else do you want, right? My game just launched. Hold. What does wolf and bear form just sound like D4? Okay, it's back up. Yeah, I don't know, man. Good question. Good question. Alright, let me get the dinner real quick and we're gonna watch this Druid gameplay. What's up, Harvey? Great to see you, dude. What up, what up, what up? Made it just in time for some insane death stream soon, TM. Yo, what's good? We're back at it again. What's the update? We don't know yet, my man. It starts in 28 minutes. Sorry, 60 minutes. And then we shall see more. P1 is fine, just misinforming you. Thank you, Tian. Thank you, thank you. There's a huge clock on the top left. Yes. You know it's salt? Yeah, I know. All those flasks, right? Holy dude. Let me mute this up and go.
Pick from one of 12 character classes. Each character has a combination of primary attributes that they focus on. Today, we'd like to show off a character who specializes in strength and intelligence, the Druid. In human form, the Druid is a
Dante, long time no see, big dog. What's up, man? Upon choose. How's it going? It's quite good, man. I've been quite great. Thank you for asking. Hope all is good on your side, my man. We're about to look at the Druid gameplay that was revealed a while ago. But I haven't seen it yet.
spellcaster who channels the fury of nature on the battlefield, a walking natural disaster. But get up close and you'll find out why the Druid also focuses on strength. You can transform yourself into one of several wild beasts. Today we want to show off the bear form. This is on strength. You can transform yourself into one of several wild beasts. Today we want to show off the bear.
Transforming themselves in several wild beasts? That's quite crazy.
Form. Transformation in PoE 2 happens automatically when you use a bear attack. Use Bear Maul and your character will transform into a bear and do a meaty
That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
On top, baby.
Use a spell and your character transforms back into a human and casts it. Hitting enemies with the Bear's Maul attack will build up rage, which increases your attack damage, so your bear gets stronger with every attack. You can see the glowing runes that indicate rage on your back.
Bro, that's sick!
Have a lot of weak enemies to take out? This is where you probably want to break out your Rampage. Let out a roar and stampede over all enemies in your path, slamming the ground with your paws. The initial roar
Bro, this it reminds me of a Rampage in the last book on the Druid.
It's rage, and then the rage is consumed as you charge along. You can use Rampage by itself to travel a short distance, or do some mauling first to build up some rage and travel a significant distance. Now, while the bear is big and strong, this isn't a pure strength class. You don't have as much armor as a warrior would have. In order to protect itself from larger packs, you might want to consider a skill like Furious Slam. This skill is all about stunning rather than damage, so it's quite useful if you're mobbed by smaller monsters and just need to get out of there. Of course, like any PoE 2 character,
yeah, you can turn into a bear with any class. You just need that Druid gem. So either the auto attack or the Rampage or the Slam here as showcased. Do you think you can have rabies as a Druid? Yes, you will. Yes, you will. On a wolf, man. Watch.
you can always use a dodge roll to get out of danger. Since the bear is the slowest of the Druid's forms, making sure the dodge feels reliable and can get you out of any situation is paramount. When you dodge an animal form, your character instantly transforms back with no time penalty, so that you can get out of the way. You can even interrupt a mistimed transformation halfway through.
You know what? This transforming is cool and all, but I think this will be very kind of bad when you roll dodge. Hope they have a charge. Yeah. The Rampage, that's the charge one. But it consumes rage, so I'm not sure if you don't have rage, if you can do it. Your Darko with the follow. Thank you very much. Welcome to the stream. Hello.
Of course, doing this will mean you pay the slight time cost of having to transform back again, but it's certainly a lot better than dying. Something interesting about the skill is that it's faster to use if you're already standing up. If you're on all fours when you use Furious Slam, then the bear has to stand up first before slamming back down. But use Maul first and the bear will stand up as you swing, which has no time penalty. Then follow up with Furious Slam and your bear will quickly slam down. Much more efficient.
You're always raging.
Next up, I want to talk about Ferocious Roar. Ferocious Roar is a
That's something I want, man. Yeah, so you slot war cries in it. Seismic Cry, Infernal Cry. Oh, man.
bear meta skill gem. allows you to take any Warcry skill that another class like the Warrior might use and allow you to use it as a bear. I'm going to take the Seismic Cry gem and socket it into Ferocious Roar. You can actually socket more than one Warcry and use them all together, but let's just stick to one for now. Seismic Cry pushes enemies
Wait,
back.
what kind of gem did he put in there? So I'm sorry for that. Ready to have some... Wait, what happened? Ready to get some what now? Get some beer? I mean, get beer D. I want some beer, dude.
And use them all together, but let's just stick to one for now.
Enraged Warcry. Oh, we have that.
And use them
That
all
gives you
together,
rage.
but let's just stick to one.
Just realized. Yeah, consuming rage, yeah.
Seismic Cry pushes enemies back and has some stun chance, but the reason we want to use it is for a mechanic called Exerted Attacks. If there are any heavily stunned enemies in range of the Warcry, then your next slam skill will be powered to do double the number of slams. First, I use Furious Slam to stun these enemies. Next, I follow up with Seismic Cry and get the...
Bro, this is already so much better synergy than Goddamn Warrior that was supposed to be about Warcries and slams, right? But the combination of Furious Slam to stun enemies and into Seismic Cry? Hello? Hello? Should watch in full screen so people think it's a reveal. Actually, great idea. Do you know what, Micro? Sounds like a great idea. Gems used to have colors like PoE1. Seems glad they got rid of that. Yeah, same. This is yes.
Exerted Attack, and then I slam again. See how 2 slams triggered? So, that's all well and good, but how about we try that again using Rampage? First, get a bit of rage, slam to stun the enemies, Seismic Cry to get the exert, and then rampage around to do insane amounts of damage. So we've covered some of the bear side of the Druid, but how is he as a spellcaster? Now of course we want to maximize the amount of time you spend in your animal forms, so most of the spells targeted at the Druid tend to be things that last a long time or provide tactical options on the battlefield. The first and probably simplest of these is Lightning Storm. Cast it on the ground and you get an area where monsters are continuously struck by bolts of lightning. The bolts don't...
This is PoE 2. Dual axis bear charge? Yo, come on, Ronans, come on, dude. Stop peeking in my mind, god damn it. Loot nerf, no divine drops and reveal. GG, man, GG.
Do much damage, but they shock monsters, which is a debuff that increases...
It's what Soulbound says. This is PoE 1.5. Now, this is from a Gamescom, which was over a year ago. This is old PoE 2 version.
Does all damage on them, meaning it's a great spell to use before going in as a bear. So, that's going to increase your damage, but as I mentioned before, the bear form of the Druid could use some defenses as well. The bear in particular is the slowest attacking of the Druid's forms. He hits hard, but if he gets swarmed too much, it will result in your death. That's why Tornado is so useful. Tornado sucks monsters in, allowing you to split up packs and deal with groups separately, or pin monsters in place and set up combos with your other skills. The Tornado doesn't really move big monsters much, so you can actually use it to separate a boss from its minions too. The Druid also has the ability to summon animal companions. This is another really useful defense because wolves can take aggro from you, keeping monsters away. In addition, the wolves howl as they are summoned, putting a temporary debuff on enemies that makes them more vulnerable to critical strikes, and giving you a reason to resummon them in combat.
You want a Tornado build as well? Yeah.
The last Druid spell we're going to talk about today is Volcano. You can cast
This
it
map is
quickly
nice.
like this and it will spawn just a few projectiles.
Looking at all this, I think I do think Druid is actually really awesome. It sure is, boys. Looks nice. The more I hear about this, the more it's sounding like D4. No. I actually see more of a last epoch than D4 in Bear.
Or you can hold down the button to channel it for longer, which will make it fire a whole bunch of projectiles when it spawns, doing a lot more damage. The Volcano sticks around firing its little projectiles for a long time, so it's another good skill to cast before turning into a bear. Now, the reason you're going to want to turn into a bear after using Volcano is that any slam near the Volcano results in it spewing out even more projectiles.
The synergy is just insane on this class,
If you
dude.
thought that was a lot, then Rampage is even better because it does 2 slams every time it hits the ground, and you can run around the volcano.
I feel you, Thor. I feel you. What's up, Ostoya? Doing quite good, brother. How about you, dude?
Now, if you've been paying attention, you might have realized that this is going to be extra good with Seismic Cry.
The reason why Druid is so good is because it doesn't have any requirements. Agreed. Yes. They already announced the support gem that creates those volcanoes. Yeah. That one is confirmed for this patch, right? Yes. Last Epoch chat was wild today. Flaming GGG, they released it in April. I guess GGG planned it around the 9-month league pause of LE. That's insane how many people think that, man. You got beer, got a gram snack as well. Oh, that sounds good, man. No, I don't have that, sadly. So other classes can use the abilities. Exactly. Trick coming out as well? We don't know yet, man. We don't know yet. Harvey, you're asking for the second time when it starts, no? 6 minutes, yes. 6 minutes. Let me finish this feast. We're gonna watch this video and then swap over to the dev stream, boys, okay?
Which we were using
Trace
earlier
one's
to
one.
double the number of slams.
Infernalist Volcano.
So, first we're going to cast Volcano. Then Furious Slam till you stun something. Seismic Cry to get the double slams, then Rampage around while the Volcano spews out a stupid number of projectiles. This combo
Okay,
would have been
Harvey.
even better if we'd remembered to cast our Lightning Storm first, but getting time for that seems tricky. It would also have been nice if the monsters were affected by the crit debuff that my wolves do when I first summon them. This is where some meta gems to automate some elements can come in handy.
Hell yeah,
Here's a
dude.
gem called Cast While Channeling. If we add Lightning Storm to the skill, we can
Now you're good, Harvey. I was just messing.
cast
Very
it
good.
automatically while we channel a volcano as we set up our combo. Cast While Channeling is an ongoing effect, so enabling the skill will cost us Spirit, which is a new resource in PoE 2 used specifically for these kinds of skills. If you look at the top left of the screen as we channel, we can see the energy building up to cast the Lightning Storm. So long as we channel Volcano for long enough, the Lightning Storm will also be cast on the same targeted location. Currently, Cast While Channeling is active in reserving Spirit in both our human and
You know what will be crazy for melee builds? Listen to this. Cast on channeling with Lightning Storm, obviously. And put a goddamn Bone Storm in it. Because Bone Storm adds a debuff on the target, where it will make you deal more physical damage, like flat damage, that is. Holy moly, bro. Oh, wow. What are you eating, Curry? I'm eating some durum kebab. Cast on channel meditate. Ronans, dude. Yeah, you know. I have idea. I can watch stream reveal from Bathtub. Oh! Unless, sure. Yeah, sure. Let's do it, bro. Easy. What an idea. How many bosses will they add when League comes out? No one knows yet, man. No one knows yet. I hope we get to know that today. If you get a skin or weapon effect for drops, you will get a, what's it called? A finisher skin. Finisher as in the, when you kill enemy, you will get a finisher effect from drop. 100. What I want is a way to get endless charges, a way to use endless. Oh, yes. Oh, Dragon, you're speaking my mind, dude. You're speaking my mind. Almost 3 minutes, boys. Here we go.
bear forms. This means that any channeling skills we use as a bear technically will also cast the Lightning Storm. We can actually do this with Rampage right now, but it's not the best because we would prefer to stack the Lightning Storm on top of our Volcano, rather than just casting it randomly as we're rampaging around. We're also unnecessarily reserving Spirit in our bear form we could be using for something else, so let's fix that. I'm going to go into the skill options for the skill and disable it in my bear form. We showed at ExileCon how you could use skill options to control which weapon set you use when casting skills. But you can also use the same interface to enable or disable which buffs you would like to have active in your different weapon sets too, without having to recast them all the time. And Shapeshifting counts as a weapon set. Now when I change to a bear, the effect and the spirit reservation goes away, and when I change back to a human again, it's back automatically. So, now that we have some extra spirit available as a bear, why don't we make our life a little bit easier by automating one of our other skills? This is the start meta gem.
Excuse me while I feast, but Biden, with a strong 32 months resub. Thank you very much, my man. Much appreciated. And good luck with your studying, big dog. So drop me the money, easy. Let me get some hype from my homie over here. Hold up. Let me get some 30 months from my Turkish homeboy.
I'm going to put Summon Wolf in Cast on Melee Stun, so that whenever I stun a sufficient number of enemies while I'm a bear, it will summon another wolf. This is great.
Cast on Melee Stun, boys. Yo, Mother Soy 1000 with a 3-month resub with the new badge. Congrats for that, and thank you as well, my man, for the support. You guys are starting a hype train. It's crazy. Let me get some hype in the chat, man. And you're very much welcome, my man. Hell yeah.
Because usually when I'm stunning, it's because I'm about to do my exerted attack slam combo. When wolves come out, they howl, adding the crit debuff to the monsters, right when I need it. It also helps keep my wolves alive and summoned at all times without me having to do it manually.
Are you seeing this, Romance? I was just thinking the same, dude. The synergy is ridiculous here. Alright, chat, we're gonna go straight into Path of Exile, which starts right now. Yes?
Director on Path of Exile 2. Welcome to GGG Live. Well, it's been a little over 3 months since we launched Exile, so it's about time for our first
Thank you very much, my man.
update.
Legend.
Today, we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, which launches on April 4th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Executioner's Guillotine finisher effect. Now in today's stream, we're going to take you on a deep dive into the new Dawn of the Hunt update. We'll cover a new class,
One class, boys.
5 new Ascendancy classes, and
One
huge
class.
expansions on character systems like unique items and support gems. After that, it's on to the endgame improvements, including changes to systems, a bunch of new encounters, and lots of other content. We're going to finish up today with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile 2's game directors, myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. Now we have a lot to cover today, so let's get started with a trailer for Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt.
We as Mary are guided by the spirit.
Let's go, baby.
It provides prey,
Log in,
shelter,
boys.
even love. But for me, one day, all that were changed. The spirit, it showed me something. Something forbidden. And to defend all I loved, I used it. I lost everything that day. But fate weren't finished with me yet. I'll right the wrongs I've done. I'll do what I must, no matter the cost. I will hear the spirit once more.
Valkyrie build, boys. Here we go. Holy. He got the mount. He got the mount.
Don't make me kill you! I shall bathe in your blood.
100 new support gems. This is ridiculous, man. Hello? Holy shit, dude. Maps. I'm telling you, no one is ready for the strength today. I'm telling you. Fuck Lassie. Oh my days, dude. We're about to feast like crazy.
Now, as you can see, in Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the first new class since early access to PoE 2, the Huntress. The Huntress is a spear-wielding Asmeri warrior. Born into a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the power of a skill gem to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range.
He just parried it then.
The first skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times. You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, parry.
Parry, holy
While holding down parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy charge. Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed. You can combine this combo with Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash. The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast.
Heighten the skill of hit production.
All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground. And these empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using Whirling Slash over ground fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion. Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well. And you can do similar combos with ice and lightning too.
I'm sold.
Now, a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss.
I'm sold.
This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash, opening up wounds on your enemies. Follow up with Disengage and watch them bleed out as they run towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion.
That's ridiculous,
If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies. Now, as well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion. You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to tame them.
Are you serious? This is the most broken
Now, this
class.
is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options.
That's ridiculous,
There are
bro.
22
Come on,
new
dude.
skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky. But But we still haven't talked about ascendancy classes yet. What can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them.
Damn.
The Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets.
What do you mean?
The Unfurled Finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck.
That's ridiculous, bro. Come
Taking
on,
Mystic
dude.
Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped.
Ingenuity login.
Now this is one of my favorites. As the Whisper's Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
Soul Eater login.
Specialize further into Ritualistic Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse.
Nah,
Cut
that's
your own
too
hand,
broken, bro.
sacrificing some of your own blood to empower yourself.
Nah.
The
am I
Amazon
looking at,
Ascension
dude?
is for those looking to hunt more than just beasts. Trained as an elite guard to the most important as merry elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact.
Oh my god, dude.
The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as
Damn.
Merry Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana. So those are the two new ascendancies for the Huntress. But those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too.
That's insane.
First
here we
up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Kitava.
Oh,
The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation.
okay.
You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon though. Their armor can be enhanced too. Now you might think this ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense.
Interesting. Okay.
Now, let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the Mercenary. Alongside the existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like Suppressing Fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the Right Where We Want Them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to Freeze. With a soldier's training, the Tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the Whoever
Oh my
Pays
God,
Best
it's so
notable,
good, bro.
you can place multiple banners at once. The Watch How We Do It skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows.
God damn, dude.
Finally, Witch players will be able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class. The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice
baby.
her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as Chaos damage.
Yeah, boy.
Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with Chaos damage when slain. Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse. It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we've previously talked about the Raise Spectre skill. It's finally complete, and it will be made available in the upcoming expansion. It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raise Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game, which you can then summon in the skill panel.
There's no way, dude.
Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters. You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively spectres. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead. Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while. We look forward to seeing which monsters serve you best. Now let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something a little more alive. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding the Summon Rower skill.
I call it today,
Summon
bro.
your friendly rower to aid you in combat as a minion. You can also mount your rower in combat at any time, allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears. Be wary though, if you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed.
Warrior needs this.
It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems.
Wow.
Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals. Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills. Caltrops will allow you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity, Unsteady Tempo,
Okay, Monk, of course, more OP.
Profanity, Retaliate,
What?
Syzygy. Yep, that's a real word. And many more.
For Ignites. God damn.
Now we've talked about a new class, new ascendancy classes, new skills, and new support gems. But let's not forget about the core of a true action RPG, the items. To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items. This time, we've made sure to add uniques with a focus on mid and endgame tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher level characters. Let's look at some examples. Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large amount of fire damage based on your block chance.
Oh my god, man.
The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 elemental herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Wastegate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds. With this belt, you can use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you.
Wow.
Now, we could go through these all day, but we'll leave most of them for you to discover.
That's ridiculous,
Suffice to
bro.
say, though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through to end game as well. One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage. We're also introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Kalgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from ignite, but will also emit a devastating fire nova whenever you do get ignited. In some, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have one tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by endgame. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before.
Oh yeah.
Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time. And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame. The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, an Asmari hunter who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmari culture. This one is a wisp of the Great Bear, and grants enemies extra life and stun. The wisp moves faster the closer you are, and as you move away, they slow down to wait for you. But if you get too far away for too long, they'll dissipate and return to the woods. As you continue to chase the wisp, it will find and possess a rare or unique monster, granting it a new powerful ability. Because this was a wisp of the Great Bear, this monster now also has increased life and stun. But on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury.
Damn, bro.
If you're able to defeat this foe, you will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive.
Ooh.
When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb. If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. Like the Wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares,
Damn.
and rare monsters into actual bosses.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Asmarian wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items. Each one may only be used on a specific item slot.
No shot,
As mentioned,
dude.
the Asmarian wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new endgame map called the Asmari Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmari once lived, now overrun with corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmarian wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight.
That was boss, boys.
Asmarian wisps can also be further modified by the endgame atlas tree as well, and by tablets.
Wow.
But I'm not going to be the one talking about those things. In order to cover all the new content in endgame, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes. The first thing is, we just need a lot more content. In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into as you explore the endgame. And the second goal is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Asmari Ranges that Jonathan mentioned earlier, Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps.
Oh, let's go,
all
dude.
with their own custom encounters.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's start with this one.
The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy. After activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss. You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another. And another.
Yo!
And another.
Oh, I love this, dude.
And another.
I love this.
You have 10 total waves of boss fights which get incrementally more difficult. If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map. The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always fighting 2 of the same rare at the same time, which can prove quite difficult. If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item contained within is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center.
It's underbuilt.
It is surrounded by many rare monsters, also imprisoned in essences. By freeing and defeating the rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence, and be added to the imprisoned map boss. How brave are you? How many essences will you add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might regret it. It's your choice. Speaking of essences, alongside visual improvements, you're now able to apply Varlorbs to corrupt the essences, with a range of unpredictable outcomes.
Nice.
It could increase the number of essences, re-roll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences. What if they're already greater essences? Well, it can upgrade those too. We have 4 new corrupted essences. Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror, and Insanity.
Each corrupted essence has its own interesting combat mechanics. For example, the essence of Insanity causes you to question even your own mind, as monsters split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own crafting outcomes. The essence of Insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Varlorb used on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments.
Holy belt.
It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps.
Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added a bunch of new things that you could stumble into in any map you run.
On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue exiles. Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players, and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation.
Oh, warrior's struggling.
Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground.
Bro, that's
so
crazy.
If you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come equipped with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay.
God damn, bro.
Fortunately, they're like you, and they're not super durable.
This one is easy.
Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat.
Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes.
Strongboxes are chests with modifiers. When you try to open them, they activate traps and spawn waves of monsters that you must defeat to access the loot. Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster.
Whoa.
With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding.
Bro, Ritual
This
Huntress will be
Strongbox is
insane for
infused
this.
with Thaumaturgy from ancient File technology. Eshell's Torment has a powerful artifact inside, and is guarded by Chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item, with a specific corrupted outcome.
Or you're
You'll have to
struggling,
find the other 2 for yourself to see what they do.
Now, let's talk about the introduction to the
Whoa.
endgame. Upon starting the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However, in practice, the quest objective just sent you on a grind to clear 15 maps. We wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting.
Now, Doriani is tasking you with a more specific objective. On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption caused by the beast. In the center of each one, you will find a corrupted nexus, the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the nexus, you'll have a new task: cleanse the source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses, amalgamations of corruption itself. After defeating that boss, Doriani will come and cleanse the corruption for good. As the remains of the boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree.
Damn, son.
The upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though. When you complete a corrupted nexus, all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed maps also have new monsters, a new boss, and their own set of modifiers and rewards, including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies. These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured.
Oh,
a fractured
baby.
modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means.
Oh, baby.
You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess.
Now, let's have a talk about towers.
One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets.
Yes.
The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically, so there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful.
That's a good change.
To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics. But that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets, and affecting even more maps than before. But
Nice.
because there are fewer towers overlapping with each other, you won't get as many opportunities to stack different tablets. In order to solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower with more mods on the waystone, you can unlock a 2nd or 3rd slot. Overall, this allows for even more juicing from towers,
That's
while
insane.
drastically reducing the amount of busy work you have to do.
Those
On
maps
top
will
of
be
that,
crazy.
towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including bosses.
Each tower map has a new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here.
The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has two powerful witches contesting for territory. One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win? Hopefully neither.
You fight both? Wow.
The boss of the Sinking Spire map is a remnant of the Val that has been charged with lightning.
Oh, damn.
It uses a full suite of lightning abilities. But be careful. If any of them hit the surrounding constructs, they will power up.
Another thing that we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining waystones. As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges. You are able to learn how the monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the endgame, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die.
Sunder.
But it certainly
no.
shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps.
The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die.
What? What?
Continuing from where you left off.
Bro!
When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map. As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down.
Okay.
This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Yeah, still bouncing.
In parties, everyone gets to respawn that number of times. But we still think it's important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time.
I don't know, man, about this one. I mean...
Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either.
Look in, dude. Holy.
Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht. We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find. This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well. We spoke about towers and tablets earlier, but we have also added a suite of unique tablets. Each of these adds crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your atlas. And this tablet causes all runic monsters spawned during expedition encounters to be duplicated, and weakens all expedition monsters that emerge from the ground.
Wow.
The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there.
Holy
and improvements to existing ones too.
Holy fuck, that's wild.
Now through this live stream we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about. Recombination. Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change.
King's March.
Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge 2 items together, hoping to get the best elements of each on a single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost.
That wraps up all the major in-game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and obliterating monsters. There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues.
For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt, you are able to at any time purchase an early access supporter pack at www.pathofexile2.com. Additionally, the Paladin and Penance supporter packs are now available to purchase in Path of Exile 2 and contain 6 microtransactions each, and the full pack's face value in points. All the microtransactions contained within these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way.
That's pretty cool.
Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D.
So you can play it on
With
existing
release at
characters
the
as
end of
well.
next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll
That's
need
kinda
for the
wild.
release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and many new microtransactions, including Path of Exile 2's first alternate skill effects. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to playing the Huntress, trying new builds, and exploring the new endgame next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Two out of 5 new ascendancies. Gotta watch the VOD later. Yeah, man, for sure. They showed only 3 though: Huntress, Warrior, Mercenary, and Witch, I believe. Did I miss some?
Good morning,
Ziggy D in the house.
The Q&A portion.
Oh, their sound is effed, boys.
Very exciting reveal.
Their sound is effed.
Lots in it, exceeding my expectations, particularly in crafting. But on that note, we're joined here by Jonathan and
That's a GG. I cannot turn this. I cannot turn this higher.
And you had an update about the recombination.
His mic is effed.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. So we
They're
actually
all
last night had a bit of a design session and realized that we weren't actually fully happy with the way the recombination works.
See,
So,
everyone is
we actually made
complaining.
quite a big change to
Oh
it,
my
which
god,
wasn't reflected in
man.
that video, obviously, which is basically that we sort of wanted to give a bit more control to the player over how recombination works, and we also kind of
Volume
weren't really happy
up.
about the fact that recombinations is something that like kind of matters a lot for really, really ultra endgame players. But it wasn't something that was really mattering a lot for like the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start. So we've actually changed it now so that the way it works is that you pick which mods you want on the each item from each item, and then it gives you
Hope you guys hear some shit on the or anything.
You pick. So if you pick just like one from one and one from the other, then the chance is much higher. But if you pick if you pick 6 mods, it'll become practically impossible. So effectively, like the more you're wanting to design the item, the less of a chance of actually having success. So that means that if you just want to get like a mod, if you want to get an item with like these 2 mods that I found off the ground,
Can he hear?
that's relatively
Can he
easy.
hear?
If you want to get an item which has all of them, then very hard. So we think that's a much better design because it means you can kind of use the recombinators actually become something that you can use even from a relatively from the first point you get them, but there's still this kind of end game like for perfect stuff you might still be able to do it with more. It is kind of balanced though, so that like if you pick literally
are we
all
safe?
6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of be striving for, that kind of thing, and then exalt the other 2, that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's kind of the new design of that. So hopefully that'll be in by the time 02 comes out. We've kind of got a plan for doing that. But yeah, like I think it's a much better design than what
Microphone's
we had,
logged out. Yeah.
If it's not there for 020, it'll be as
very
soon as
soon.
it can afterwards.
Very
But
soon,
yeah, spur of the moment, night before the live stream design sessions.
Yeah.
But
Been a few of those.
increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, took way too long to get to the point of us actually going, oh, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice. So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination definitely felt like something that was...
We're going fresh start,
both
of
really
course,
high-end
dude.
in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also just even understanding it. This seems much more intuitive because
you just pick what you
selecting
want.
the mods you want.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
So it does sound like it's a little bit of a nerf for the very high end of crafting, though. Like,
It might end up being, but I'm not like it sort of depends on how the numbers come out. Like because we only just designed this, we need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look, we have to make sure. Obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you have to sort of have that balance, and that's so that kind of informs everything we do with crafting usually.
One difference here, though, of course, is if the success chance fails, both items are destroyed as opposed to always keeping one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's basically
Whether or
percent
not
chance for success, and if it fails, item's gone. So
roughly, what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
it depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing. Like for them both, for them both. For if you pick 2, and then but we'll
it kind of depends. Again,
it kind of depends. We'll see how we
higher,
have to do
higher
some
tier
mathing.
mods are rare. And,
yeah, exactly. So it sort of
it
depends on the
also
situation.
the other thing is it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not going to
And the idea is
dollar
like
based on
and the idea is like doing a single expedition should be enough to do a recombination. So you're going to be doing them like relatively often as you're doing expeditions.
so is the part of Expedition where you get to craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean you've still got that whole mechanic, and like so it's competing for the artifacts.
Yeah.
Between recombination versus buying things from that other way.
So is there some buffs intended for that then to make it more competitive?
Not yet. It definitely needs some love in the future, but not at this time.
Yeah. It seems like the systems can kind of go hand in hand, where one is giving you items that you can then potentially recombinate.
That is also true. You can use the ingredients of one in the other, or the outcome of one as an ingredient in another,
Cool. We'll talk more about crafting a little bit later on for sure, because there was a lot announced there, which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting. But firstly, though, just a quick clarification on the league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us. If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character. But a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and that's also really important for you guys as well.
For sure, yeah. I mean, basically, if we don't have like any character that's come from before, you're just not gonna because the balance is so different and because so many things have changed. There's like no point in even listening to feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start, and we're sort of seeing how things go in the new economy. So like we were really sort of it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so that all the content is exclusive, or rather what amount of content would be exclusive to the league versus not. And the issue that we had is that so I mean a league means something in Path of Exile. In order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs like a certain amount of features. And the original thing we were thinking about doing that way would be the Asmeri Wisps, but there wasn't quite like the kind of like meta mechanics and stuff with that. So we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league. And at the same time, we've also got a lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2, never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit we kind of were deciding okay, should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next league that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like in early access is a bit of a different situation, and so. Yeah, we'll sort of see how this goes anyway. But certainly I would encourage everyone just start again on a new character. I think you'll have a much better time because obviously there's structural changes to the passive tree. It's like if you log in with your old character, you're going to have your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. There's things like that are going to happen that mean that and also just balance changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So you're going to have a better time playing from the start.
That's it. And speaking of the Huntress then, so we saw our initial Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
So what was the, how hard was it to get it ready for release? What was kind of the key there?
I mean, it's funny because class design is one of those things where every time you add something, it can make you reevaluate everything else, which is why it's so hard to predict like how long a class will take. So like it changed a lot since the last time we had like we were showing Huntress. And honestly, like, you know, it's like while there are some skills that you will still see, like it just plays completely different. And I mean, whenever we're looking at like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to like what is it's special about the character class? Like how can we double down on that to make sure it feels different? So with the Huntress, you've obviously got spears as a base type. The key difference between a spear and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You know, you can throw them. And so because of that, you know, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible so that you use both of those things. And, you know, action RPG players, they, you know, that generally speaking, you know, the balance can often be such that you only really want to do one thing and do that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of ranged and melee is, you know, quite a thing. And I mean, the way we do it effectively is try to make sure that like there are combo chains where, you know, a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states. And so that kind of means that you end up with a very like agile character, like you're constantly moving like backwards and forwards and kind of moving around. And I would say that like given that it's the Dex character, that it's good that it feels that way, that it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes. So you know, that's been a really good one. But you know, I mean, look, there are, in terms of changes, I mean, look, there are just changes all the time. Like the frenzy charge thing was like relatively late in development. Like there's like quite a lot of things going on that just meant that, you know, the field kept on evolving. And another big one, of course, was parry, which I honestly was very skeptical of working. And Mark, like Mark was the one who saved it. Honestly, like I was like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's going to work. And then you were like, okay, I think you know we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And it works completely differently for most games, because in most games, obviously, with parrying, the way that works is that, you know, you have to time the like to push the block button at exactly the right time, but that's just something that just wouldn't work in our combat system, because you know, you're often packs of monsters. It's just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game, and at the same time we need to make something where there's going to be like, you know, if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to you know, you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then again immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff. So having it so that the parry, like it always parries, but it's then taking advantage of what the parry does to the monster by following up with something that's going to give you, like, you know, an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So you've kind of got 2 primary parry follow-ups. You've got the frenzy charge one, which dashes back, which means that, you know, you don't have to worry about the monsters hitting you. And then you've also got the one that there's another one which I don't believe we showed there, which you know, called Fangs of Frost, which does a counter where you attack with ice, which freezes the pack. So it's another way to kind of, so in both cases you've kind of got something that's kind of dealing with the fact that you've got all these monsters around you, and that was kind of the biggest challenge I think that we had with that mechanic.
I'll also make note of, there was a support gem I found that you can attach to any attack that allows you to follow up parry to generate a frenzy charge too, so it doesn't even have to be the backflip.
In that case, I mean, there's other,
create your own parry.
And then of course there's always Sniper's Mark, you know, and there's like there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. Like you've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun. You always get that small window to actually engage or do a thing before they before you're under danger again.
And I'll tell you this, like, I am one of those players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good. You've both managed to make it something that's easy to do, because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that. But at the same time, you've incentivized making it so that you do want to still try and time it as best you can personally. By, well, how have you done that? How have you made it so that, like, you actually still want to kind of play it skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, you know, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right? So you still want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, like, the timing is just not, like, you know, not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that, like, once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the, like, the token on the monster. It's very chunky. So you know, it means it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize,
more gray hair
like,
than
how
Jonathan?
bad shields are in comparison.
I think I do.
Which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute, which we'll see if it makes it into 020. I was playing around with it last night.
This was 8 p.m. last night.
Yeah, 8 p.m. last night, exactly. I was
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively we want to make shields, the shields better as well, and kind of build something into those to make them more interesting.
Yeah.
So that's the plan there. We'll see if it makes it for 020.
Yeah, following that kind of similar design space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
and then
100%.
that feed into other skills and things like that as well.
100%.
There's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding like things you can do with Monk. You got 3-4 different skills deep of things you can start to synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like onerous, for example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when, like what you can do and when you can do it. And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing skills in multiple ways, so you can make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea I think that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to kind of extend the combo chain. Yeah, as I said, without sort of getting too many things involved, and that makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about how we can apply that to other classes and other skills, but it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like I added shocked ground to the backflip skill, or I got a companion pet that had a shocked ground aura.
Nice.
As like, so that was just there, and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happened to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. But it's been it's just a lot of fun to play. The first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard, where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh, yeah, sweet. It was just like a really cool moment where it just sort of interacted with the environment, which was really fun.
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects, or a boss fight that just has burning ground everywhere. It's like, sweet. So how do you go about balancing, though, when you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more versus a class or a skill or a build that is just bonk?
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by endgame in a way that I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks, recently about, like as a random example, right? Like so on the Mercenary, we found that doing, but when you get to endgame, doing armor break, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds, is just worse than just using high velocity rounds. And that's like really bad, right? Like we have to make sure that we're improving that stuff. So it's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance by endgame kind of degenerates in a way that that doesn't support the combo anymore. And so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. We're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that, improving some of that stuff as well as we're making the balance changes.
So do you have like a baseline there of where like the really simplest build should be, the build that just bonks? Like,
I mean, you mean in terms of damage or in terms of like what it does? I mean, we always want.
I guess
the players, able to build that way, but
the players have to do a combo.
I mean,
for people who don't want
ultimately
to.
You never have to, right? But it sort of what it means is that you are sacrificing something. And look, the ideal situation is that like you don't feel like you have to do combos. You feel like you want to do combos, right? Like, because you feel rewarded for them. It's like should feel like a fun, like, oh, I can add this. Like it's the feeling you should be getting.
Yeah. I think the Huntress is doing that very well. It must have been like extremely hard, because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the cutting room floor because you try them out and then you realize, well, if this is in the game, then that's the only thing I'm ever going to do. So you got to be really careful about that stuff.
Certainly, playing the Huntress now makes me go back and look at the other classes and be like, we need to up that the level there, and we missed the mark a little bit now because this is better. And who's to say the next class won't even be better and make us question even this?
You're hearing that?
But that's the way it is with class design.
That's what he says when we like literally when you make a new class, you question everything.
They know all the other classes are dog shit, dude.
Everything.
Yeah, do you see like going back to the monk at some point and
They
looking
even
for more,
see
like,
it, man.
opportunities to link skills together with
I mean,
combos
we haven't got to the full skill set for any class yet already, and we need to add more pieces for a lot.
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and then aren't in the monk currently.
Range are the same. There was extra poison skills. It was intended to be more chaos dots. There's all kinds of stuff. We have to obviously at some point fill all of that in. Hard to say when, but we're going to try and incrementally get it, much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Huntress, but we were like, let's give something for the Ranger this time. Let's give something for the summoners out there this time, and so we're just going to keep filling in those gaps over time.
And it feels like you're getting better at class and skill design as you go too. So I imagine the
Nerf
last
Warrior
class you're gonna release
dude,
be
the
like
best.
Amazing. You look back at the first ones and be like, ooh.
Possibly.
Well, that is the worry, but whatever.
But look, that just means we've got another round of going through everything and improving stuff again, right? So
and that will never end.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny thing,
let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually, because so I mean, for a start, like we needed the downside of parry to be like that. Yeah, you get stunned out of it. But then when we're looking at how long, like we're like, okay, right now, and it's true with shield block as well. By the way, it's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And it's like, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But just to warn people, right, there's a few other things, like we lowered, what's it called, the I can't remember the name of that thing now, the thing that makes you more easy to be elemental statuses apply to you. Ailment threshold. That's right, ailment threshold. Yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get frozen or burning or shocked, really, to be honest. So there's stuff like that we've had to do to kind of make sure that that, because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like things like charms were like not very useful because those mechanics weren't happening to you. There's stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that that you then there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those downsides. So that's kind of one of those things that we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. For sure. But
it's always by those vile ghosts.
Yes.
So expect a little bit more, a little bit more danger from the stun. I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stun.
Yeah, it can happen.
So that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying. But can it also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
Nope. At least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you spec into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and if that, there's all kinds of multi-hour discussions we've had, and we haven't really come to anything conclusive there. But it's only from mount, raise shield, and parry, and of which, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because the block does, right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. Yeah. But you can evade the stagger build up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just before anyone misunderstands that.
The evasion still works.
Yeah.
So high evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff, the duration of the debuff, so you get to benefit for it longer. Reducing stagger is all over the place for both mount and so in the dex section of the tree. So yeah, you can mitigate. I mean, my expectation is probably you'll get some in-game builds that are just like, I can parry forever and there's no real consequence. So Not every skill can be parried, of course.
Yeah, it otherwise follows the slam rules. If it's a slam from above or below, you can't parry it. Much to your frustration for some things.
I mean, there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but...
my hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So, like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. Like, if it isn't clear. And there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going to miss some things, so...
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of naturally pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific thing, and optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making a bad build a lot of the time. But I noticed Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements, she's got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So how do you like promote this, like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together, and how do you manage that?
Well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you'll probably be focusing around like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot of things like extra melee damage if you've done a ranged attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies because while you're in a whirling slash there's so it's sort of stuff like that where we're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that that Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because like many categories of things only matter for one thing, part of a combo. So it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And ideally we can achieve that, but it is pretty hard.
Generally, you're going to become more niche or more selective because, again, even mixing elemental and bleed is just probably often going to result
you
in
probably wouldn't do both elemental and bleed. You'd probably choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that, like, so you've got sort of linkages between them though, right? Because it's like, for example, the thunderous leap detonates the spears that you do from the bleed thing. So it's like kind of like the idea there is to like it changes how that skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea is just to link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the non like directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, it's you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for bleed. Amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as a detonator. But and even more, you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I mean, like, what will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross-class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like call it like, Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely
nothing in the ascendancies prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the ascendancies never mention weapon types. That they're always generalized. So, for example, the like infusion mechanic in the Amazon, it just says projectiles. It doesn't say spears, and the reason it does that is so that you could make an Amazon who is a bow user, and that's all fine. So like it's effectively like
open-ended.
It's open-ended, and honestly, like I know that Mark does like. It makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design an ascendancy class when you have to think about it that way, for sure.
Oh, it'd be much, much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there. But now only really... I mean, it was similar to the original PoE 1 Saboteur. It called out traps and mines. And so if you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, you could do something else, but no one else is playing that thing, Right. It isn't... it is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So, yeah.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them? Or is there just literally so many possible combinations you're just like, the players will take care of that for us?
I mean, I think it is relatively impossible to come up with everything, but certainly we have to consider, like, is this going to be broken with anything else in particular? And there just has to be certain rules for things about, like, how easy is it to apply this debuff, how easy it is to consume this debuff. And even then, it's like, we often make mistakes and have issues. I mean... When
he says relatively impossible, it is actually impossible.
Actually, yes.
But... You know, I mean, yeah, I mean,
That's
just,
relative.
but even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment, right? I mean, there's hundreds of things like that, you know, that we still. I mean, there's things that we could never honestly understand all of the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so it's like it really does depend a lot on you know, like on seeing reports and what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is obviously, like, you know, the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes. Over time, the balance, I think, will get to the point where we no longer have these like crazy outliers to the same extent. And it should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is, like, you know, people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few as we get towards full release. Because, you know, right now it's obviously very skewed. Because, you know, there's certain broken things. So, you know, yeah, the balance over time, we'll get there.
Hey, I got the same hoodie as Mark.
And benefits
Let's
of
go.
the early access is just like, let's get the balance of characters right. And yeah, this patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems, you know. The next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to, like, here's only a few things going, you know, out of whack. There's always going to be something, because we add too much content for it to even be controlled. Like, again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. Like, you're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in, like, thousands and thousands of hours internally to find it, and then you give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it is. It's very beneficial, and we're lucky in that regard that we get that level of testing and feedback, and on such a mass level, and especially, you know, with things like, you know, Ninja and all of that, and other people being able to see it and discuss it more openly, we're just going to be able to iterate on it even faster. But yeah, every single patch you're going to see a pretty substantial change in what's going to happen here. Yeah.
Thanks for making the broken builds. And
well, 100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gems. It's like over 100 support gems added just this patch. It's already like so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot by the time we're done. But there kind of has to be, right? Because
that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You do.
Because otherwise, it's not going to work. Like, especially with this one support system, it's like, what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well, and continue to get that better. You know, like
there's certainly room for the complexity to get a little bit out of control here. So the recommendeds are going to become more and more important.
Right.
So we need to make sure those are very much right.
For sure.
You must be looking to players even to find some of those recommendations down the line as well.
In some cases. In some cases.
What stuff is popularly getting
used.
But
the thing with the recommendations, though, is that they can't really take into account what you've already got on the gem. So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. You know, that kind of means they're a bit more simple. Like, the recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're not following them.
Feels like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's like, well, I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the sub-menu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that, because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. Yeah, that's a little bit different there.
Maybe like more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh, because there's a lot that are only in there that are never recommended, right, at this point.
There are, yes, there are.
It's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge you set yourselves, and I always wonder, like, why did you do this to yourselves, was Spectres. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres are a whole can of worms. It's, hey, let's just give players access to every monster. Also with mains.
Talking about Opus from YouTube with the Prime sub and follow. Welcome to the stream, and much appreciated, brother. Thank you for the support. Thank you.
I mean, they've done, but I mean, effectively, what the time between early access and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this, and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem, and then adjust numbers accordingly.
But now you've got to account all those support gems on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing, isn't it? The support gems work on them. And you know, like, what the hell is that going to do? Yeah, like, it's impossible to completely know. But yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definite. Well, definitely some some dark secrets lying in what kind of Spectre mixed with support gems are going to do.
And monsters have skills now. It's not like PoE1 where
Exactly.
it's like just a bunch of zombies just doing default attack. It's like everything pretty much has a skill now at this point. So,
but the great thing about it is we got to leverage all that work again for the beast taming as well. So and of course the difference there is that you also get the mods from the thing that you tamed. So that's going to be
auras, ground effects.
Yeah, exactly.
Spawn death explosions.
No, you've got a whole nother ruckus of potential interactions. So we'll see what happens there.
We've done nice specific player versions of those things, for which specifically when you tame the beast, so that they're not sitting there spamming skills in your hideout and all of that.
Good.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but also, like, there actually are player versions of the mods that Res can get, like, so that we can balance them if we need to.
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff would be ridiculous if you had it yourself. So basically, we still have it sort of work. It mostly works the same way, but there will just be numbers tweaked to the player versions, and the same works as well for the what do you call it? The ritual sacrifice.
Headhunter,
Headhunter and stuff like that. So it's player versions of the monster mods for that.
Yeah, this new attention to these things is going to benefit like the pre-existing stuff like Headhunter and that as well. Yeah, that's insane.
There's a new. Probably should let people discover it. There's a new unique charm that possesses you with a random Asmeri spirit as well, and so you get the daemons and the stats, and those technically also have player versions too. But actually, not to necessarily make things worse, to make things better, because monsters are balanced to fight player life and monster life, not in the same universe. So actually what we've done is all the things you steal that are monsters and the monster skills, like the explosions and the summoning bears and all that, we've actually specifically balanced them way up to be more effective against monster. So when you steal them, they're much more powerful actually. Just so they're not just tickling monsters and doing 1% of their life kind of thing.
It was mentioned in chat actually, the whole like Asmeri modifiers and things on stuff that wouldn't transfer over with the companion system, surely.
No.
That would be a little bit too far, perhaps a bit unhinged.
We actually had to, because this is certainly a benefit. Once you have tamed the beast, it is not tradable. And people might immediately be like, oh, so that's sad. Well, the issue is, and as much as you might want some of that, I'm sure you don't want to be carrying around a whole bunch of tame beasts in your inventory all the time. So that every single time you find a good rare, all of a sudden you have to go and...
Because it would mean that finding a rare would become a thing. Yes, exactly.
It's actually like this annoying, in order to make the most money, I have to be constantly thinking about and carrying around tame beasts.
But then we also made it so that as soon as you activate a beast, then no one who comes into the instance after that is allowed to tame it.
Can't do any,
so you can't TFT it's like a whole, like, there's like a lot of thinking about that stuff in order to make it so that
it's a sad thing to have lost, but it is like I'm not signing up for
I didn't even think about that. The like needing for cheat sheets and guides
exactly,
and stuff,
right?
Like,
and so you have to be really careful. You have to be so careful.
This week.
And the thing is like it's like we design this thing and then think, trading beasts is going to be fun, but then you realize that the horrific reality
actually
of what it will turn into. It's like but at least we're thinking about that kind of thing, like with more experience that we have now early, so that we don't sort of run into those problems. Exactly.
Yes, we have.
I'm glad we've learned from past issues with that sort of trading. Fantastic. So, talking about some of the other new skills, we had the addition of the Roar, which was teased quite some time ago, I think.
Yes.
But you've got it in and working now, and it looks like it's moving around pretty good.
Yes,
and it's obviously... you've got like a big downside. If you get knocked off at heavy stun and stuff, you can't use melee from it, so it's for ranged attacks. But it does seem like one of those things that it's going to be like everyone's going to use or no one's going to use because it's a clear speed machine.
It is a concern. I mean, look, my ideal situation is that you're using it sometimes and not using it other times. Like, if you're using it like during clear, I think it will, like you will definitely want to, but we want to just make sure that we've got like sort of fun things like that, and like it's just a cool fantasy. Like there's stuff like that I just want to get in, and it's like look, if it doesn't work later, if we have to nerf it, I mean sure, I suppose, but like I want something like that to exist. We believe that it is balanced as much as we can.
You sound very convinced.
It's balanced.
Well, as I said earlier, you can probably get builds that get to the point of parrying indefinitely. So you can. That means in theory you can probably get to the point of riding a rower indefinitely.
Sure.
Again, enough evasion and enough stagger speccing into and all of that.
Yeah.
Well, fundamental question actually. Like, what's its move speed based on? Its own move speed?
The move speed is just your move speed. Like but it's
but without the penalty.
But what you don't get is the penalty for when you attack.
Yeah.
That's the. That's the thing. But
that's
it's funny though, because like even though it doesn't have a move speed bonus, it feels like you're motoring when you're using it, just because of the fact you don't get that downside anymore. Like you feel like you're the fastest thing on the planet.
It is
when you're doing.
Yeah, there are other like more mechanical benefits, like it's considered a companion, which is a kind of subclass of minion that we've added, where you can only have one of each one companion base is a keystone for another, but you can only have one of each type. So, like, you can have a tame beast and a rower with the keystone.
Oh, right, yeah.
But inherently, you can only have one companion.
Right, so you can't use a tame beast if you're using the rower.
And then there are heaps of passives for, like, if you have a companion, like companions while they're in your presence and all that kind of stuff. Heaps of that stuff around the bottom of the tree.
Yeah, I saw you guys remade the minion damage is player damage node on the tree. It's you companion damage nodes become player damage nodes. And I was like, oh, that looks like I'm going to take that.
Well, that's the, like, companion where it's, like, more the... mercenary over to ranger. Huntress is more like, you want your one powerful minion, and benefiting that benefits you and you benefit it, and there's that synergy between you and your companions.
So since it is a companion, I like the idea of, like, balance wise, maybe it ends up being that you're like map clearing on rollback and then you get to the boss and you dismount, like, old school mounted knights who charge into battle and then dismount and fight. So if it ends up like that seems like that would be a pretty cool balance for it.
That should be the best way to use it, I believe.
Yeah, because then you gain access to your dodge roll for the boss fight where you need it.
Yeah.
And does the rower then kind of do a bit when you're not on it?
It can attack, but I mean, it's not exactly a huge damage source or anything.
It's certainly better to stay at ranged. It's not the most durable of birds, for sure.
But it acts as a distraction. Maybe
I mean, it's a minion, right? Like it attacks things and does stuff.
Yeah, you can support it with minion supports to make it more durable and all of that. So
yeah. Oh, I mean, there's the one that's like the minion takes 10% of the damage before you do. So sacrificial bird.
Yeah, true.
Poor little guy. So that sounds. I'm looking forward to playing around with that one then. Speaking of new content, 100 new uniques this time. So how many are you aiming for, kind of in general? Is this about really like filling that roster out?
We want to have every base type have a unique for the purposes of chance.
Outside of boss uniques.
Outside of boss uniques. So we want every base type to have a unique that you can chance. And so that was with the eventual goal. One of the things, of course, that we had that was sort of a problem in early access is that because of the way, because when we were designing uniques, we kind of designed them like in order from base type up, just literally because that's the way that like spreadsheets are arranged. It's like we ended up with all the low level uniques first, kind of before the high ones, and it was kind of we didn't see that mistake coming. Like it was kind of stupid because
we thought we'd get
through them all, right? We were like, okay, we'll get all the uniques, and so we designed them all. It's like, okay, we'll start working on the art, just go down the list. So then we're like, oh crap, now we don't have very many in-game uniques. This time we're like, okay, we really need to make sure that in-game uniques are a thing. There's way more of them. So the focus really is on making sure there's lots of cool stuff to find, lots of really chase things that you can get.
I'm curious about the unique items now. That sounds good.
You discovered the sort order changing in the spreadsheet.
Yeah, it does help. Effectively, like you should. This should be a lot better, and like there's lots of cool stuff there.
And we're just gonna keep going with that. By the way,
of course. Yeah.
100 now, 100 later, 100 next. Just keep going until kind of honestly, we never really stop making uniques. Like especially anyone familiar with Path of Exile 1's history, is every single expansion since the dawn of time has had new uniques added to it. So there's a lot there, and there's going to be a lot here eventually as well.
So then let's talk about the idea of like players seeing a unique and be like, 1x, that's not very good. What do you guys want uniques to be in Path of Exile 2? Like, how powerful should they be? What should they be aiming to do? And how should they affect the rares in that slot?
I mean, there's always a tension because we want rares to still matter. Like, we don't want just your character to be just only full of uniques. So it really is like the role can evolve. So at the start of the game, they're really supposed to be more about that. The earlier game uniques are supposed to do two things. One of them is when you find them, they should be powerful for a little while.
Yeah.
But then also they have a some kind of combo thing that you might be able to do with them at endgame. But we don't always know exactly what that might be. Like, I mean, we've got sort of ideas, obviously, but it's like we don't necessarily design them to say, okay, this unique definitely has like an in-game build that's going to be actually strong to do with it, and that's because you're kind of putting in things where later on some other mechanic might come along or something might happen, and then people find an interesting interaction, and that's when the unique kind of comes into its own. And I mean that's the same as like Magic card design philosophy, that kind of stuff. You just put in like kind of weird stuff and sort of maybe you find something. But obviously it can mean that like when people see a new unique, they might they dismiss it. But then one day they might also be paying vast amounts for it if it becomes a meta build. So you could. But I feel like a game has to have that stuff in it in order to feel like there's lots of interesting ways to experiment, because like it's like the feeling of being the first person to discover some new interaction is an amazing thing, and then when people see something that it like feels smart, and it's like if we don't have uniques that just take chances and do weird shit, we'll never have that kind of stuff happen. So
when we're designing a unique, we don't think about what's the value going to be. We're not even coming out of it going like, this is going to be really expensive or this is going to be really cheap.
Well, in some cases
well,
you knew what you were doing with that Herald unique.
No, I don't remember. It's more of the charm and but that's the thing. Are you aiming for the honestly, there's someone said the other day, they're like, it's a successful unique is one that should be divisive. And I was like, I agree for the most part, but not every unique should fill that role. Some should just be clearly, this is powerful, I want it for sure. It is going to be on my build. And others are like, what can I do with this now? And then others are just like, we don't know if anyone's going to do anything with this, throw it in. And sometimes it doesn't get anything happen with it for 3 years. But we don't know that necessarily. It's like, let's just take an experiment and throw it in there and let the players figure that out.
Yeah, I feel like you're with a lot of these uniques, you're designing a question. You're just like, I'm going to put something that's a little weird. Maybe someone will figure that out.
Well, I think as Trishi called it, it's a puzzle piece, right?
Yeah.
It's just a piece in the puzzle. You put it there, and maybe someone will complete the puzzle or half of it. Maybe not. And then others where it's just like, yeah, this is powerful. Like,
I mean, there are definitely some chase uniques in this. In this
yeah, 100%.
Like, oh, definitely.
So on chase uniques, then we've obviously had some like pretty crazy ones so far. Where do they want to be in terms of like how hard they are to get for players? Because at that point you do need to consider like how expensive they end up being.
It's really tricky. So whenever we're looking, so if there's a unique that's broken, I guess there's two responses, right? One of them is make it rare enough that you only get the brokenness after the point when you're at the point where you're supposed to get that, right?
Yeah.
Which is to say, like post pinnacle boss type, like a late level of character development, right? And then the other response would be nerf the actual unique, and it honestly is a case by case. Like I think that like Temporalis, for example, actually got nerfed in both ways. The actual unique was nerfed a little bit, I believe, although I don't believe it's maybe as much as what players might expect. But then also whatever. But also we have made that one rarer.
It's still pretty crazy.
Oh, it's still crazy for sure. But the thing is like you want to chase stuff, right? So therefore you don't want to just go nerfing everything into the ground the moment that it's good. So therefore that one becoming rarer, I think, was the right answer there, because it was way too common. Due to the
we had also the issues with there were three real issues. One is Darkness at one point bypassed Honor Loss. So all of a sudden a no-hit run, it wasn't a no-hit run.
Yeah.
You had Guard bypass on a loss, so once again a no-hit run is not a no-hit run. And then there was just like, well, how can anything hit you if you can kill literally everything on your screen in one frame, right? So those three problems, and so as the balance issue of not everything surviving for more than one frame due to a subset of builds, and those other two things go away, it becomes a lot rarer in itself. That it is much harder to require like very specific and ideally high skill gameplay. And then there's just like, well, it also was just too common, the relic that yielded it.
I mean, the expectation was that, because this is a hard challenge, most of the time when people try, they will fail. The reality is once you get the ability to do it, you just trade for that thing and get it every time. So that's kind of meant that the rarity kind of didn't work like we thought, and now that's that should be better in both ways.
Again, for the PoE 1 players comparison, like it was far more common than Original Sin. Which was the same role in PoE 1's version of the Sanctum, just to give us some sort of comparison.
It's just much easier to actually reliably do it.
And it shouldn't have been that much more common.
Right.
Yeah, gotcha. So crafting really surprised me. You guys announced, I thought we'd maybe get like one little thing, maybe you'd do something with essences or something, but we've got essences coming out a lot more. It looks like you've got because you're violent. You can
So
into graders now.
greater essences are going to be much easier to get. One thing we didn't mention in the video is that like omens are way more common because I believe you made the change. There's an omen in every
2.5 times more common, I think.
Yeah, than every thing. So like you've got stuff like that. Like we certainly knew that we needed to do more with what crafting stuff, and so we're kind of like, well, let's just make sure we're at least adding 3 or 4 things, like new things to. And,
every ritual will now have at least one omen in the window.
Amazing.
So you can know upon finishing a ritual, you're like, what is the omen I'm going to get, and hope it's a good one. And
love it.
Maybe most often it's not, but
But yeah, the greater essences, obviously, the Varlorb thing makes it much more common. There's more sources of them with the map and everything like that. So that'll be happening more. And then, of course, there's the improvements to things like the runes. We've got higher level mods that you can get from them. There's like a ton more runes. There's like, we just wanted to expand the set, and having the kind of like, the niche mods that you can get and craft onto things, like it just needed more options. And it's sort of interesting because like some people say, oh, you don't have crafting in PoE 2 because we don't have a crafting bench. But it's like we actually have a huge number of crafting options, and the crafting being good kind of comes down to like how many of these kind of weird systems are there and how they can interact. But we just have to be really careful because you don't want to get to the point where ground items no longer matter. And I think PoE 1 kind of basically did get to that point for various reasons, where like people aren't caring about what's on the ground nearly as much. So we still want to make sure with every change we're making that they still use the ground stuff, that you're still excited for things on the ground, and so that's like a really careful balancing act because they do directly contravene each other. Like the better stuff you can craft, the less important the ground stuff is. So it's a really sort of subtle balancing act. But I think that the stuff we've added here will definitely push things in a way where you feel like there's more smart things that you can do to kind of improve your stuff.
Yeah, well, I think done right, and what you're doing is making sure that the ground items do matter with each of these crafting systems.
Yep.
So you had that fundamental change where you can't just turn an item back into a white item.
Exactly, and that's very important. One of the biggest ones, I think. And that kind of then unlocks the ability to do more. And so the great thing about the socketables as a crafting system is that they don't compromise the ground at all because they don't, they're on top of the stuff that you can get on the ground. So that's very good. But when it comes to the kind of the base mods, we do want to retain, that an item has. We do want to retain, for the most part, the kind of thing of like that part of the item generation is random. It's just that, it's just that on top of that, you get the more deterministic things that you can add in addition to. And then when you do it that way, it works really well. So socketables work really well as a crafting system for that reason.
Well, so on that topic, we've had this talking to you. It's like you're always saying to me that like this rune system is our crafting bench, but players don't keep asking for a bench anyway.
Right.
So obviously there's like a branding issue or a functionality gap.
It is funny because I was actually saying the other day that like if we had literally had that system be identical, except that the way it was themed was that there's a crafting bench you go to and craft extra mods on the items, which literally be functionally the same, I think, and required materials that are effectively the runes that you get. Then I feel like people would be thinking that we've got a crafting bench. But yeah, ultimately that is that the rune system, the socketables are what replaced the crafting bench in the PoE 1 style crafting bench.
And I guess it must have also been like with that initial kind of output of them was just not as many options as
100% as well. So that is the issue, and that's because they were relatively late in development. So now we're just sort of expanding that, and we'll continue to add more socketables probably with every release, right? Like we'll add more categories of them, or do different things. It's like expanding the kind of type of mods because there is a thing where it's the more like in the base mod pool for items, there can only be things that are really fundamental, and so anything that's kind of out there, we don't want to put in the base mod pool because then you end up with this sort of situation where you get items and they've got random shit you don't care about. Like the crafting is where you want to have all of the kind of stuff that's like very build specific. And so adding more mods to that pool so that you can do that is the right idea.
Why is it that you can't socket and rune some things, like non-attack weapons, for example?
Well,
it was more just a choice for asymmetry where we just wanted these things to feel different. There was also just like a little bit of a like, in the future, we'll add some system where we can do something else there. And so just not having everything be completely identical, much like how, the quality on those weapons works differently, where it affects the skill as opposed to just, base damage.
I do think it is something that we should be probably looking into sooner rather than later, though.
Because the asymmetry things, it's good to have like not everything be super homogeneous, but because we're talking about the importance of it being that extra layer of control over your items, which you just don't have if you're doing spellcasting.
Oh, maybe we'll add an Arcanist's bench and theme it that way for those
ones. All right, you forced my hand. I have to bring this up now. Can we get some sort of like cohesive all-in-one bench for disenchanting, salvaging, selling for gold, Arcanist benching at endgame. I get in the campaign having these things be separate, but like at endgame, it's so much clicky.
You're not happy
work.
enough with them just being next to each other, putting them next to each other, and you know. No. All right. Well, that's all right. I'll think about that one.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I've planted the seeds at least.
Yeah. Okay.
Done my part.
All right.
There's ways.
Max, there's ways. I like the sounds of that.
Well, at least for endgame, like
yeah, that's what
I do.
Yeah.
I don't want the world to not feel like it makes sense.
Absolutely.
So,
But
having it that you can just like
you've got your hideout where they're all
it would have to be a hideout related thing.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, people are putting their NPCs within each other's personal space anyway, so
Yeah.
the law goes out the window at that point.
For sure.
So we've also got Fractured, crafted via an orb from the cleansed monsters. How rare are those?
how do you quantify rarity like that? They drop from the monsters. I can't remember the exact number, but like I think I was kind of saying like 1 per biome, which is the kind of total blob of cleansed monsters. But then that obviously does get affected by things like pack size and all that on top of that.
Yeah.
So is that like 5 maps or something?
Well, it depends on how many of them you kill as corrupted.
Yeah.
Because the ones you didn't cleanse while you were getting to the Nexus, those are the ones that then become cleansed. So you kind of have to choose, like, when you go into a biome, am I going to beeline straight for the Nexus and then cleanse everything, or am I going to just fight them all as corrupted to get the rewards from that? So you're kind of choosing one reward or the other based on what you decide to run.
Okay, so you can kind of leave the Nexus for last if you want to.
Yes, if you want to
use it to try and get more fractured orbs.
Well,
it's the other way around. Do Nexus first, then it cleanses all the maps, and then now you can get the most chance at fractured orbs, or you can fight them corrupted before going to the Nexus if you want to get the rewards that the corrupted maps have.
And we have like for example, the corrupted bosses have their own uniques now.
Yeah, so you're gonna want that.
There's a bunch of new modifiers and how they. So there's like
Yeah.
random corrupted strongbox kind of things and all of that stuff.
Clever.
So you kind of really are like, I'm going to, have a look at the mods. I like this. I'm going to do this, then this, then this, then the Nexus, and then I'm going to do the rest cleansed.
Does the cleansed boss have its own uniques as well?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
It does have, it guarantees a fractured orb though as well.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So you can get the boss.
So and you'll display, if you hover over the map and it says like contains, I can't remember his name, then you run it and kill it, you will get a fractured orb. So at least you will know that will drop one.
Yeah.
So with the fractured orbs being a way of fracturing, that's obviously super powerful for crafting. Are there any fractured items dropping pre-fractured? I quite liked that.
I think we went with no in the end.
Yeah,
we were going to do it, but then we decided not to. But we might do it later.
Yeah. So an extra add-on. Is there a particular reason for it or thought process for that?
There just kind of wasn't anything that really fit that exactly. I think
At some point you'll want some new thing to go in
probably.
that, like this.
Probably.
This feels
Personally,
right
I
there.
would rather just drop more orbs, honestly, and let people choose how they want to use them.
I like it from the perspective of dropped items matter. Like when you're
yeah,
seeing
but
a rare,
they kind
and
of
then
already
you're like,
do.
"Ooh."
They kind of do here anyway because
they do,
because you need that as the thing of the fracture.
makes
So it's
sense.
kind of not necessary, I think.
There's other little subtle things, like for example, the cleansed monsters within cleansed maps can't drop equipment as a little thing. So they have much higher. Obviously, they're dropping things more like waystones, tablets, currency. They don't get to drop any of the armor or anything. So they're more like currency sources as like an interesting subtle thing.
If you want more currency, then play cleansed maps.
So we're gonna have a lot more essences, a lot more omens, potentially ability to get fractured, recombination with the new, more accessible at low and mid tier
Design
recombination.
4.0. Yeah.
This is yes, recombination's certainly undergone some changes. This is a huge leap forwards compared to 0.1's crafting.
For sure.
So was it just about that you had to establish that really like humble baseline for crafting so that you could then go crazy with it like
honestly, I mean, look, on some level, it can just be like you need an economy. You need to see how things evolve. We just don't want to do too much at once. I mean, although this may seem like quite a lot. I mean,
It does,
but the thing is like, but in terms of the initial system, it's like if we'd have had all that at the start, I think that we wouldn't have been like, we'll put it this way: it is hard to take the stuff away. So that's why we have to be a little bit careful as we do this.
Yeah, I guess you needed to kind of assess the fundamental things like the no scours, the no
100%,
bolts, and stuff like
100%.
that as well, because then you can have a better idea of how to build off that, which I'm super excited for. Crafting.
But of course, and if
actual
you know
crafting.
us, like more, there'll be more. There's always going to be more.
Oh yeah. Oh, you gotta have a new craft for every league, right? That's how it is these days.
Oh yes.
I expect a crafting system for every league. Thank you.
Something like that.
That's somewhat actually our intention. So
yeah.
I love it. Love it. Perfect. So let's talk about Endgame then, because that's
You're right,
had
Soulbound,
some
you're right.
humble origins
Yes.
as well with the initial implementation of PoE 2's Endgame. Obviously trying some new things, being a bit experimental, not necessarily just wanting to copy PoE 1's Endgame. But how far of your vision was 0.1's Endgame? Was it what you want?
I would say that the main problem that we had is there wasn't enough overlapping axes of randomness, as we call them, where effectively you need to have it so that when you go into a map, there's just chances for random shit occurring, and then that random shit like might happen alongside some other random shit, and then now the thing together is like a new scenario. So I mean, effectively,
Random
like
shit squared.
yeah, exactly, right. So it's like if you look at what we actually added here in terms of like encounters,
good,
if you will,
man.
whatever that means to you, like we've added kind of more than 40, probably something approaching 50 encounters, and that's if you count things like each rogue exile is a separate one, and each spirit's a different one, and things like that, right? So those are the things. But the big difference between the ones we had before and the ones we have now is that most of these ones can overlap with other things. So you have a situation where you've got the Asmeri Wisp that like happens to infect the unique boss of the area, and then that leads to a combat situation that you haven't had to deal with before, or then like you've got some essence thing that like or like, oh crap, that like this other wisp like caused the thing to turn into a boss that then it's just like it's all that stuff combining, or like what happens when this goes with a with a unique strongbox, and it's like all that combining stuff, and that's what leads to the situation where you've got an exponential explosion of like possible combat situations, and then sometimes you just run into stuff that you've never seen before because of that, because of this combined in some interesting way. And that's something that definitely PoE 1 has got very well, because it's got so many of these things that have been added over time. And it's also something that we took care to make sure that each league specifically did. So what PoE 2 lacked was, I think, that. And so that will mean, I think, that the end game is overall just much more engaging. Now, obviously, we're going to be adding more content and more of the other stuff, but fundamentally, it's like it was specifically more of that type of stuff that we needed to do. And honestly, I don't think we've even got enough yet. Like, we want even more. We'll keep on adding that stuff, but it needed to become a focus. And I think part of the reason is that when we're first working on the end game, it's like we need to come up with the big ticket items, right? Like what are the the league things and like the maps, and we need to come up with all that stuff. And so it's the little detaily kind of things that kind of a little bit require a bit more like time and stuff to work on, even though they're actually like relatively efficient to make. Like we can make a lot of them when we do actually sit down and design them, because they're like making a new strongbox. Like sure, it's work, but it doesn't take like that long, if you know what I mean. But it is. But it is that stuff that really adds all the flavor and kind of interest. So we'll just be continuing to do that through the game. And I mean, even yesterday we were having a conversation about like making it so more of the maps, even just like regular maps, have more interesting just little things that happen in them and stuff like that. Like more like what the campaign has.
Love that.
So we haven't like got there yet, but like through early access, we'll definitely be just like introducing more of those little details everywhere, so that you get
they have all the same sitting stands.
So a bit like those exploration mechanics in campaigns.
100%, yeah, exactly. That's just we just want to make sure that you feel that same way through the end game as well,
and with the leagues as well.
Yeah,
and like there's really only so much randomness that can occur within a breach in a map, and so they will end up feeling ultra repetitive. Whereas, and again in PoE 1, you had the boss that could spawn occasionally. You had 5 different factions, things like that, and it is very much our intention to expand on all the leagues, to have way more random things occurring, mini bosses spawning. Whatever else.
Did you guys expect new acts in this
I don't want to spoil
update?
them all yet, because that's a whole later thing. But definitely want to expand on all that. Even Expedition only has the one boss. It had 4 in the predecessor. Like we need to get back to having all of that depth and all of combat and all of those mechanics, and it'll help hugely, while also making sure we're adding new ones, of course. But what we definitely have learned is that our minimum standard for new ones is going to it should include all of these things from the get-go.
Right.
Otherwise we're just signing ourselves up for like, here's 1,000 things we need to improve. It'd be nice to actually get some of them finished. So that's going to be a goal going forward for sure.
But I think it's like it is where our type of design shines, because like adding content is no longer a process of like, we work on a thing and then the players get to play, like it gets into a situation where like adding content has more value than just the content itself, because it adds to everything else too, and so that kind of makes it feel like the world gets like larger in much larger proportion than what you have. And so like it's an n squared thing where like the square of all the stuff we add, so that, like basically it'll feel like it's ramping up in terms of interest as we add more content, rather than just feeling like you're just continuing like rather than every league feeling like you just add the same amount. It'll feel like it gets even bigger each time.
Yeah, like when you add Asmeri Wisps, that's not just about adding that. It interacts with all the other things that already exist that it can
exactly
go ahead and affect. So that's tackling one of the, ultimately, I think the biggest things is just that, like, the core basic mapping of running an empty map was boring, and that's never what you want to be, obviously.
Yeah, we need to get it.
So, like, some of the issues there, I guess, as well, that were exacerbated by that problem was the fact that the maps were so big and that there were so many of them. Obviously, that's getting a lot better with the maps themselves becoming much more interesting. But it seems like this corruption and cleansing mechanic is breaking up and giving you something to progress through as you move towards the next tower or next boss or next other mechanic. I mean, I guess there's always something on your screen that you're pushing towards, it looks like.
Well, we want to try and like, honestly, I don't even think we're even quite there yet. Like, we really want to make it so that you feel like there's lots of quests, as it were, in Endgame. Like, not necessarily directly in the form of like, here is a quest objective, but like that you sort of have this feeling of like, there's like different stuff that you're like that you feel like, there's a thing, you know, like exactly right. You need to ideally, like, every time you do one of those, it's like there's another one just on the horizon that you're thinking about. So if we can achieve that, then we'll have succeeded. But it'll need to keep adding stuff, right? Like, just more and more things, because obviously, you know, you need to have enough just core there to be able to get to the point of it doesn't feel like you're just repeating the same thing over and over again as well.
It seemed like this like explorable world map thing that you did for Endgame, being like looking like a physical actual map, was really wanting us to explore, but that wasn't really much of that. So you kind of
well, I mean, ideally we can. It's just about content really at that point. You know, you just need to add more and more, and we'll keep on adding more. And this
100% get more.
And 0 to 0, I think, goes a long way to improving that for sure.
So with the corruption mechanic now, you're going to see some corruption on the map, and you're going to want to go there because it's a system that you can interact with.
Exactly, it's your skill points.
yes.
So you're unlocking skill points from that, which means you're unlocking more of the Atlas tree earlier on.
Your first Nexus, you have to run at a tier 1 map, and it will drop 2 skill points. It'll give you your first 2 skill points.
Awesome.
And then you're like, all right, where's my next Nexus? That's where I'm going for my next 2. And then your next one, and you have to do them 1 tier higher every time. So the second one you got to do at tier 2 to get your skill points and so on and so forth.
It's not just grind 10 maps.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Good. I love it.
So yeah, it is very much like, let's go and clear these corrupted Nexus, and then it's like, well, and there's the whole mechanic around it. But yeah, if you want to just like I want to get my points as fast as possible, just go Nexus to Nexus to Nexus and get as many as you can. And if you're like, I can't see any Nexus, maybe go to a tower to reveal more, and then, you know, what you're doing way less frequently, mind you, thank goodness.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a lot more objective driven as opposed to just, again, random grind and random exploration. There's at least, and you should be seeing a pretty decent chunk of unique maps.
I was going to ask,
I call them unique maps.
It's funny because I was pointing out to Matt the other day that the distinction between a unique map and a normal, like, there is no distinction anymore. We shouldn't even look at it that way. Like, it should be that every map is like unique in some sense.
There's not a unique.
You know, there's not a unique.
We do have an icon for it because they are kind of in a different echelon. Yeah. But yes, technically, unique map is a name that's a holdover from PL1.
Yeah, because you can use mods with them with Waystones anyway, so it doesn't. There's no actual reason for a unique to be any different than a normal map.
You can craft it and enhance
it. It really just comes down to how rare they are relative to other things, right? So.
And how rare are they? How
I mean,
maybe in
so hard to
terms
explain.
of player screen.
Yeah, I mean, look, as I said, I think
how many screens?
How many? I had the numbers, I just don't remember them.
Well, I mean, as I said, they should be common enough that you feel like there's always some kind of objective you're excited about on the screen, right?
Honestly, more common than I was initially comfortable with, and then after trying it, I was like, okay, actually, this is like, this is reasonable. So
yeah, I feel like you initially probably want them to be common enough that you're like almost getting tired of those map layouts, so then you're incentivized to add more.
The good thing is, by the way, by adding more here, we didn't just keep them the same commonality as the 2 that existed. They are just more common. It's not like part of the reason it wasn't as common before is because there was only 2, and that would have just been repetitive and boring. One of the other restrictions is that the Vault of Kamasa was restricted to the Val City biome, so to speak, and that was one of the Citadel biomes. That's like one of the rarest and latest, you know? So it's like, we've not only made that more common within that biome, but a lot of the new ones, in fact, all of the new ones aren't restricted to those city biomes, and thus they are appearing more frequently. And some of them are like, you want deserts because they give you the essence map, or you want the mountain because they can give you this and that, you know. So like, ideally there's a little bit of just like, you see the edge of a desert and you're like, oh my god, please.
Yes, okay. So that's what I was going to say. This like idea of exploration is like, I felt there needed to be something biomes where like you're actually pushing into a biome, because there's that one node that like affected your drops slightly, but obviously that's not much.
The one that was the Shattered Lakes, for example, as you can probably imagine, only spawns in the water biome. And so there's a little bit of like, and so does Untainted Paradise, and so does one other. So there are actually 3 special maps that can spawn only in the water. So go to the water.
Thanks for saying it, Harvey.
Otherwise, how
You
easy
legend.
is it to find? You said there was an icon. Obviously, you kind of have an idea of what biomes. Is it like also something that's pretty visually
there's art there,
spottable on the map?
So the one we looked at with the megaliths, which had all the storm and lightning, well, on the map it has a bunch of storm and lightning.
Cool.
So yes.
That's awesome. Cute. That's great. So we mentioned the Atlas passive tree, and you're seemingly, I think, you're getting better progression of that. But definitely an issue I had with it personally was that it felt very top heavy, both for the core one and also especially for the league mechanics, where like the league mechanics, you don't get points until you kill the bosses, which to me feels like the end of it for most players.
That kind of was the original pitch of that, and I wouldn't say that's really changing here, but there is more we want to do with that, and I think that it could be made better, but 0-2-0 isn't getting a change there to that side. But in terms of the actual core Atlas, it definitely is. You know, like you're getting that earlier. There's more. It's a bigger tree. There's more interesting stuff.
There's subtle changes to getting them in the sense that, like, for example, the difficulty 0 pinnacle bosses are way lower life.
Well, that's actually
now.
good. That's actually a very good point. So yes, difficulty 0 is now like half the life that it had before, and so that's like a pretty substantial
difficulty
change.
4 is currently the same
Yep.
as what it was before. So it's same top end, but like easy, more accessible for more people at the bottom end.
Right.
And then also because of like due to the reliquary key working the way it does, all pinnacle bosses can drop all uniques at all difficulties, except they are like substantially less common at difficulty 0, but you feel way less bad for running them at that point now.
Right.
So again, it's just opening that up to a lot more people to farm, and it's not so much dependent on if your build can't do difficulty 4, you're not really a viable character kind of mindset.
So much more easy onboarding for those.
Which will give you your first sets of points certainly a lot easier now. That being said, not if you're playing the most broken build of all time, because you're probably nerfed into the ground, let's be real. So with your new build, we'll have to see how that balance goes.
With their new broken build.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, one of those
GG
boys.
Anyway, the ultimate point being, you're certainly going to get those initial set of points easier than before. However, you are right that something isn't quite right there still, and I do need to kind of explore.
We are going to do more with this like later. We've talked about this issue, but we didn't have time to do anything about it in 0-2-0 as much. But certainly by the end of early access, I think dude.
Part of it also, as we were talking about before, adding all those extra bits of content to the leagues, it'll help give more interest to the trees and more nodes we can add to actually invest into. Because if you think about a breach, there's only so much you can actually modify right now. Right, there's a level of radius, speed, density of monsters, and like sure, there's the standard stuff with monsters, but like you can only go so far when you don't have all of that depth of different factions and different bosses and different mini bosses and different itemizations or additional things with catalysts and whatnot. Like you are quite limited in how expansive a tree can be, and so it'd be nice to get those things in and also kind of look at the trees at the same time and reevaluate how that works, just so we can have them be more interesting while we're at it.
Right.
But yeah.
And now with the pinnacle bosses, if you're like halfway through
Breach in your pants, same dude.
Maybe I'll do that when I get the rest of the level now.
Yes, that was a good change. So yeah, as he was saying, as you were saying, you no longer gain experience or lose experience anymore from pinnacles, so you could just feel free to do them anytime. I think that's just a straight up upgrade, and I think that it's not like you were playing pinnacle bosses for experience.
No.
So it does the downside is not an issue really.
It also is the nice thing of really just keeping, like, if we add more leagues, for example, and we end up with a Domain of Timeless Conflict problem, where it's just like rotations to max level, like ultra
Yes,
ultra
we
quick.
don't want that type of content to be the way you
now
level.
we can say like maps are the way you level, like that is what you're doing. And sure, you might get some sort of unique map rotation here, and maybe not, I don't know, depends. But hopefully we can avoid that. But either way, like it's just really you're playing in maps to level, and that's what you're doing.
That's
and there's something
not
nice about
itemized
that.
content, right?
At least until we've added Delve.
Well, sure. I mean, there will be future parallel in-game systems.
Confirmed.
Right? Like,
I know you want to do something like Delve.
Yes.
You're a fan. I mean, you made the Endgame look like Delve, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's been a long-term problem, and one we need to properly apply to the other game as well. The whole like not can't do my content because I got a level, and I'm like, even if you're only like 15% in, you're like, oh.
Yeah. It's just not as bad. Yeah. It's just not as bad in PoE1 because the leveling is faster.
Yeah, it's true.
It hasn't been on our radar as much.
So speaking of like map progression, there's been some fundamental changes there. You're telling me that now you can no longer drop maps below your current level of map.
It's correct. So yes, you no longer get if you're playing a T5 map, you're only going to get T5 maps, or if there's a boss there, a T6 map. But we've also smoothed the way the whole progression works. So we've actually the map drops are way less random now entirely. When you kill the last rare in a map, that has a it can affect it. At T1, that was a 100% chance to drop another map of the same tier. And then as you go up the tiers, you can still sustain that using Waystone chance. So effectively, it's de-randomized that a lot. And then there are several ways that you can get upgrades. So in terms of like going up the tiers. So one of them is that when you kill a boss, that's a guaranteed +1 upgrade. Then of course you can still cube them up, 3 to 1 recipe to go up a level, or you can run it corrupted. And if you're running a corrupted map, then because it drops the same tier, that's like a sort of guaranteed. When I say corrupted, I mean the one that
Varlorb corrupting up
+1. That lets you do the run them the same level as well. So you've kind of got those two options, but it's much more intentional now. It's like if you're going up maps, it's like you're deciding, okay, this is a thing I am doing. You don't just kind of have that like it doesn't just happen. So it's kind of supposed to make the jump like. If you're just looking to sustain, you can do that, pretty much guaranteed. And unless you're dying more than the number of times you've got portals, which is obviously the thing now that you can go through portals again, the sustain is going to be a lot easier if you are dying. But then it's like once you've achieved that, it's like okay, you effectively can sustain forever. Like the cases where people just drop off the bottom and have issues should be like way less common.
Ultimately, it's way less random, way more deterministic. And ultimately, you can, as long as you are able to do the not die all the time, you will sustain that tier forever.
Right.
Assuming you can roll enough, a high enough mod count, and there is a boss here. I'm going to go up a tier.
Yeah.
And you go for the boss, you kill the boss, you go up a tier.
And if you
and then you sustain that tier forever as long as you can do the difficulty.
It's
and just very clean.
And if you're adding more mods, which you do need to be doing to continue to maintain 100%. Ability to go up tiers, then and if you're doing that early, you're getting more maps than what other people are getting, which means you can do the cubing as well. Like it's just kind of like it just much more effectively gets the thing where good players can advance at the right speed, normal players don't fall off the bottom of the curve. It kind of solves all of those issues without, but also you're not going to have just like hordes of low level waystones that you don't need as well. So
and just know it does. There are still. You can get to the highest tiers relatively quickly. You have to prove you're good enough, your character's good enough, but if you're doing it, you get there, right? It's pretty quick, and you can take it at your own leisure as well, and that's completely fine. So it's not like, oh, we've made it way longer to get to tier 15. Like, none of that is really the case. It's just that before you could luck into getting to tier 15 quickly, with some level of, biasing the luck, of course. Or you could just be like, what the heck, I'm like constantly running out and have a really bad time.
Right.
And so now it's just way, way more like predictable. And honestly, it probably has way more of an impact on the sustain problem, which we didn't really, which we talked about, which is the respawning. I would argue this thing has like way, way, way more impact on map sustain than the respawning does. I mean, obviously if they're paired, then they relate.
You need both because if because the guaranteed drop comes from the final rare. So if you were just dying, you would never get it. So the respawning is necessary in order to make it so that that's going to happen for players who and obviously as it gets more difficult, that's and
I can understand the respawns now.
The point where you're going to run into trouble, but. If you're a good player, you should be able to get up into the top.
Because people die a lot and they run out of maps, so no sustain for them, right?
By default.
Yes.
Is that something you're still doing, or?
I believe it is. But no, actually, wait. But there wasn't a concern about that, which I wanted to talk to you about later.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later because the concern was raised that I think is valid. So we were going to make it so that maps drop magic and above, but there might be issues, so we'll discuss that later on.
Well,
non-decided.
Undecided. Yeah.
Undecided. Yeah.
You thought it was decided. I just
got a week left.
Yeah, we've got a week left. It's fine.
Still figuring. It sounds like much more deterministic progression if you're able to prove the power that you have.
That's the main thing.
It just should be, am I strong enough to do this? Yes, I can do it.
Right.
Not, am I lucky enough to do this, and am I strong enough to do this?
Great.
One of those axes, get out of here.
Love it. So we've got rogue exiles populating the maps now. How common are these guys, especially with unique, since you get their unique guaranteed? I love that. The whole...
It's 1 in 8%, 1 in 12.5 to start with, but of course Atlas Tree be Atlas Tree. So you can speak into that. And
is there like a map modifier for that or something to guarantee it? Or
there are. I think in this case, this one is the exception, whereas you can get normally guaranteed of the other things. We wanted the exiles to be one that you can't just guarantee all the time.
They don't always have uniques.
Yeah.
But when they do, they're using them. The AI is very cool, like how it works.
I mean, they can have 0, 1, 2. I mean, there's nothing stopping them from having uniques in every slot.
What?
But like, it is.
The chance of that would be.
It is absurdly rare.
I assume it's just roll per slot, basically, right?
Yeah, it is
roll per slot. So
yeah.
But
so
you might have a line of just
fraction of a fraction of a percent for like all of them, but still like 5 or something like that.
You can have them.
But they have quite a lot, like because they're a player. The assumption is that their other gear is also relatively good, so they do generally drop. More biased towards dropping higher tier rares and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're doing that like full set of items because you've killed a player. Cool, I like that. I always love that little thing. I feel like it's
they
even
have
more
switched
important
legs
here
now,
in
Pog.
PvP, so that's awesome. Bet some of those will be unique, maybe.
We wanted them to be less common than the other content, but like way more exhilarating when you find them.
Yeah.
But of course, again, you can speak into them at the cost of other things. That's your choice.
Cool. Is there going to be some sort of like warning that they're coming, or are you going to know they're in the map ahead of time, or are you just going to get ambushed by these guys? Leaf zone from off
you
screen?
won't know they're in the map ahead of time, much like anything random you run into.
But they talk though, and they'll say something before
they monologue before they murder you.
Don't know if I'd go to quite the level of monologue.
When I said some insult you, I'm not joking. Like some do literally insult you, and I believe one of the monks is a pacifist, and he's like, I don't want to do this. Don't force my hand. He'll do it anyway. But,
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just. You're just like running away.
Yeah,
He's like, don't make me
don't
do
force
this.
my hand. Yeah, exactly.
Well, look, you can just run away. I really like the here's an occasional spike in difficulty, and again, it's important that they are relatively rare for that reason as well. But I do want it to be when you find one, you are very excited to kill it, and of course, even though they portal out, you still have your number of portals you have. So unless you're running like a full 6 modded Waystone, just get back in there and he's gone, or whatever. You've lost your uniques or non-uniques, whatever they had, but either way, just move on, you know?
I mean, you guys were somewhat forgiving with this. You didn't make it so that they take your items.
Yes, that would have been good.
That's an event at some point.
Don't give me that idea.
That's maybe a 1 week event or something in the future.
Pretty easy to do.
Just take one of your items.
Yeah.
and then you got a nemesis system where you can find them and try and get it back in the future.
You need to add the Tame Rogue Exile gem.
I don't tame's the right
higher
Exile.
You run up and you can quickly be like, take $1 million gold.
Just give him a little snack. Like, yeah, you want to follow me?
I mean, to be fair, that would be a fun system.
It actually would. That's actually not a bad
running
idea.
up and just being like, hey, I'm here, give me 100,000 gold and I'll be your ally. Is
I know you've tinkered with the idea of a hireling system at points in the past, so now you've got your mercenary hireling system, right? Rogue Exiles. They recruit the one with good uniques.
We'll see. We'll see.
Going down a little bit of a rabbit hole here.
Yeah.
So we did have some League mechanics come over from Path of Exile 1 to Path of Exile 2. You're going to be looking to port more over? Are you going to be doing some unique ones that we haven't seen before?
I mean, we're definitely going to be doing more unique ones that are,
new content
that are just completely different outside of what we've done in PoE 1. Absolutely. But I mean, I think that like sort of the hope in the long term is that each, like, you know, as we kind of get, you know, past the end of early access and as we're sort of, you know, just going out, that each time we do something, we're both adding a completely new league mechanic, but also potentially bring something back as well, kind of like as another additional kind of like, here's another fun thing. So that's probably sort of what I imagine will happen. But it kind of really is case by case. Like some things we don't want to bring back, some things we do, you know, like, and my opinion can change on a dime as well. Like if someone suggests like a new way to interpret something, then I might be like, oh, you know, actually that is great. So, you know, it honestly, people assume that we have a full plan of literally everything, but it's like in reality it's like it's very much responsive to like what's happening, and like you know the actual plan relates to the things that like are definitely happening, right? You know, you're talking acts, you're talking classes, you're talking like all that stuff is like definitely, you know, like that's happening. It takes a long time to produce. It sort of happens in the background. You've got outsources, armies of people kind of working on that stuff, and then all the kind of like more incidentally stuff is very much like, oh, let's do something cool, let's just make this, what if we do this, and we don't have a, I don't have a plan for the next 12 strong boxes. It's just just come up with an idea, and that's cool. Just a fun little project for a designer to work on.
How do you feel like some of the ones that were, I felt somewhat definitively part of Exile 1 in terms of clear speed, like Breach, for example, have settled into PoE 2? Do you feel like they're in a good spot, or were they a good idea to bring over to the game?
Look, I think Breach is, Breach is fun, right? I certainly wouldn't want to remove it. I don't know about, there's probably been some balance changes to it.
It was spawning too many.
It has.
Yeah, let's just say that without a doubt.
It's much better now to PoE 2 standards, yeah.
It's currently on PoE 2, it's just too out of control. It just needs to chill. Right. There was a little bit of an assumption made where it was just like, well, you'll get overwhelmed by monsters and it's more a matter of survive as long as you can. And then, of course, because you get self-propagating Herald builds that are just literally can kill anything.
Which, by the way, Heralds don't self-propagate anymore. Just get that out of the way right now.
The power of the characters kind of distorted the league balance in a way where it's like we have to make some changes. So yes, like it's coming down a bit.
I think we saw that one coming.
Yeah, well, 100%. Look, there's a lot of things that people will say they saw coming, but it certainly does end up being the case that like the patch notes are. So by the way, we aren't releasing them at the end of this live stream. We're going to be releasing them next week, but they are going to feel like a bit of a nerf fest for sure, because there's a lot of things that needed to get.
Let's talk balance.
All right.
My expectations and anticipations are that this first one is going to be an absolute wrecking ball of chaos and carnage, and see where things land.
Yeah.
But then maybe over time it'll become a sledgehammer, and then like a fine carpenter hammer.
Sure, that definitely should be the case.
As I said earlier, it's like 10,000 things will change this time. 5,000 things will change next time. Then hopefully we can halve it every single time.
People should really be going in with the expectation that like nothing they knew about how the game was balanced before is the same. Just forget everything you know. Exactly. So basically we'll that kind of just means that everyone who's finding builds do it again. Like you are going to find more shit that is like outrageously broken again, but it is not going to be the same shit that was broken before.
Attribute stacking, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Attribute stacking.
So it's the hope is though that yes, you're right. It'll stabilize to the point, it will take time, but we will get to the point where we no longer have things that are easy to become outrageous with. Right, like the idea is it shouldn't be that you can just slap a combination of supports together and then you're just destroying pinnacles in 14 seconds. It should be that.
14's a long time.
Yeah, okay, sure. But
what do you mean 14? That sounds like terrible. Exactly. That's not even on PoE.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying is with no items, right? But anyway, so the point is that the first time you fight a pinnacle, it should be a bit of a fight. But then of course you do get back to the ability after when continuing to expand, continue to develop your character post pinnacle to the point of being able to annihilate them in seconds.
Yeah.
But it's just that has to be earned. It can't just be that just a combination of supports that you can get trivially will do that.
Or a common unique, and then that's it.
Yeah, exactly, right? So, but it can be. But if you get Temporalis, it's like, well, now, now you've got some shit going on. But it really has to be that there is an economic factor involved in becoming ridiculous.
Yes.
And so it's when that's not the case that we have a problem that we need to hit shit with a big giant balance sledgehammer.
Yeah. So originally I was going to come in and ask about all the specific things, but we can just assume that it's not going to be chaos. So I like the idea instead of focusing on kind of your core. What are you aiming for? What are your goals? What are your metrics? So a number of damage / how fast you kill a pinnacle boss.
Yeah.
That you're aiming for, and then how much players can exceed that, and you're
Yeah. So it really should be that you're not killing, as I said, not killing pinnacle bosses that fast at the moment. A good sort of benchmark for just a guy walks in and has kind of got something that's not stupid, but also not doing something not crazy. And we kind of imagine that they should have about 50k DPS doing something like that. But at the same time, anything up to 500k DPS is
10 times
is also okay. And that'll take you from taking a 3-minute fight down to a 20-second fight. That's your range of potentially acceptable kind of things going on. But if you're doing above that, then you're in we're probably going to nerf you territory at some point. So that's kind of the thing. Now, it's worth mentioning that like we've lowered like the life of pinnacle bosses to get that to be right and sort of things like the difference between a T15 boss and a pinnacle boss was just way too much. So that has been that's been sorted out. Like it's things like that we just need to sort of get things in the right place here. So that's a sort of expectation. Now, obviously, people are going to still find ways to get 10 million DPS somehow, I'm sure, even though we're like nerfing many things. But the thing I think that when we're talking about nerfs and how we want to do, my key thing that I want to try and achieve always is that whenever we're nerfing something, we're only nerfing the thing that was particularly like we're nerfing as little as possible to make it so that the average Joe who works in and just tries to do stuff is not getting affected by it.
Yeah.
Like it should only be the like ridiculously broken synergy thing that kind of like has some way of dealing
Where
with
is
it.
Sajin? Sajin, get here.
That's actually affected by this, and I'm struggling to
Did
think of an example
he
off the top of my head. You've got
just say
some,
they
like,
lowered
a way
HP for
to
pinnacle
target
bosses?
nerf that
Well,
kinda,
I mean, like, say, Lightning Conduit, you're not going to reduce the base damage of it because someone's able to hit for 150 million with one hit from
Warrior
it. Like,
Viable?
that comes from the compounding, like, top-end levels of exposure, stacking, conductivity, and more so shock effect, right? So it's more about, like, take away from the shock effect scaling side of things there and increase the base damage even, you know? Like, do changes like that where it's like, for an average person, it's now better, and for someone who is absolutely... abusing's not the right word because like they're doing the right thing technically by their standards. That are using all those extreme factors, you know, bring those down a little bit, keep those regulated, and like it'll increase the average user's experience while narrowing, you know, bringing this down and bringing this ideally up a little bit in a lot of cases.
I like the idea that I felt it's somewhat reassuring to hear that there was actually kind of like a math here. Like ultimately you're saying bosses have X amount of hit points.
Oh,
it
lower
has
HP
500
for
hit
lower
points,
tiers.
and
Thank
so
you,
we
Raggy.
expect players around 50. Yes.
Right.
So that's a clear number. Like we know that. Oh yeah, and we're okay with you killing that like 10 times faster than we expect.
Right.
But it's when you get it down to 1 second.
Exactly.
Then we're
10,
like,
10 times is fine, right?
And the problem with the more DPS you have, it is now I have to dodge less.
Yeah.
I get more crowd control.
There's a snowball.
It is. It really is. So you're always going to be incentivized to do that, and you get to this weird thing where now it's just like, okay, well, I think you after a while was like, I haven't actually seen a pinnacle boss fight that lasted more than 2 seconds.
That was really sad to me. Probably the saddest thing about the early access launch to me was seeing the first pinnacle boss fight, and it just like, and it's like, oh, you know, like it's like nobody had to care about the mechanics. The first time
I gave it so many skills.
Exactly, right? Like there were so many skills and all these things, and it's like none of it mattered. It's like that's sad.
Yeah.
So yeah, we ideally was in a situation. Now I hope that doesn't happen again, but honestly, it's probably wishful thinking.
As I said,
yeah.
10,000 things before, there's still going to be
there's still going to be more, and it will happen
thousand.
every time, and people will find stuff,
Look, this again, by the end of early access, I want to say we're going to be in a real fucking good spot with this in a way that is not going to have so much abusive stuff, and getting rid of that whole I feel like I have to play X. Like,
Yes,
it is
that,
very
100%
demoralizing to players when they
Yeah.
played their thing, and all of a sudden something comes out and they're like, oh.
And so the way you will know that we're successful is because you get more diversity in classes. Because it means that there's no longer the thing that everyone has to play because it's easy to be
I mean,
successful.
you definitely saw that where it's like the comments of any build guide. It's like, oh, another Archmage build. Oh,
Exactly.
it's just Heralds again.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's like this isn't even a build. This is just Herald again.
You go look at like what are all crossbow people playing, and crossbows is
Herald.
actually the least used weapon type, and so you specifically start there, and you're like, okay, well here's a bunch of people using these skills. Oh, hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom in action, hand of wisdom. Okay, well never mind. The crossbows are relevant, right?
Yeah. Even without stat stacking, it's still better.
Yeah,
than
and
the
it's
other
like,
ones,
okay, well, you know, obviously take some away from there, and then it's like, okay, well, what are you left with? Well, you're still left with probably crossbows are bad. So, what do you have to do? And it's like, you know, crossbows now, for example, just a quick change is like instead of using one-handed damage mods for added damage, they use two-handed and their base damage. And then all the skills now have a higher growth per level because they scale with other external factors like attack speed less because they have the reload time. So they will be getting more damage per level, whereas before, most skills were very consistently growing per level. So almost every spell would get the same amount of damage per level, regardless of everything else it had. And this is how you got things like Spark just being the dominant skill, you know, out of control, because it scales not only that, it scales obviously the number of projectiles kind of out of control, and with projectile and duration and other multiplicative scaling factors, you'll end up with just like, well, of course I'm just going to spark everywhere. And so now it's like, well, spark has these other multiplicative things, so it should get less damage per level. And this was in PoE 1 and was the right answer, and we somehow didn't replicate that exact thing that we did.
Yeah, everything just had the same damage growth.
Yes, we end up with exactly the same. So now every single skill we're looking at it and going, you're going to scale more, you're going to scale less, you're going to scale more on the damage axis because they have other things that scale.
And this just means that, like, when you're asking, well, what skills have changed? Well, the answer is literally all of them. Like,
Yes.
no skill will have the same damage as before. It's like a complete, a complete rebalance of the whole thing.
Expectation-wise, it means that any skill that didn't have a lot of things you could do for it will get more damage.
Yeah, that should be the case. But I mean, even as well, like when we're looking at things like, I sort of mentioned it vaguely before, but like I'm trying to make sure, like we are trying to make sure that like the combos that work early game still work late game, which is kind of another important element of that too.
Yeah. So crossbow's been buffed a lot, and I also heard the other thing that was definitely getting a lot of buffs is Warrior as well.
I mean, we'll see how that looks. I mean,
everything
yeah.
up and everything down.
Yeah.
It's so hard to even
Yeah.
It's so hard to have like a cohesive message with a single like this class is better.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I mean, it's easy for mercenary skills or for crossbow skills because I can look at those numbers and just be like, okay, everything's clearly higher.
Yeah.
But then in others, it's like it's
well,
that's
too
too
the thing
easy
with
to
Warriors.
say.
Like Warrior was like in many cases there was a lot of things that it was actually not bad.
Yeah.
Like it was good in many ways.
But then it didn't have anything that was outrageously broken like how the other classes did. In the same
and it
way.
didn't gel with all players in many ways as well.
I mean, we've also done balance changes on literally every ascendancy class as well.
Yep.
You know, Pathfinder has like 2 extra notables and some changes. You've got a new notable on Chronomancer. You've got changes to, like, you know, Chrono was way too much utility stuff. Like,
Y'all hearing that?
You know, so like you got like a good
my
thing.
bonk node.
You know, less niche, more something. And then we've just done that on every single class. We've upped a lot of the undertaken or bad things, and we've downed a lot of the really good, powerful things that were over the top. So
this is why we've gone back to the more conventional patch notes.
Give a trap pillar on my Titan. On Falling Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, look,
yes.
absolutely.
If they were ready, you would have them. They're not ready because we're not finished.
Micro is lying. Don't trust him.
And giving someone half the balance changes doesn't allow them to even make educated decisions on what they're going to play.
So it's completely pointless at that
so
point. Yeah,
we'd rather give you everything all at once instead of just some like here's, you know.
But even once you have the patch notes, like, don't even be under the mistaken illusion that you'll be somehow able to determine what the best builds are from that. Like, this, because it's such a big difference.
It's hard to take things into context because you can look at it and say, oh, okay, so like this thing got buffed, but this thing got nerfed. It's like, okay, but you're linking just 2 things. You're not linking all of the other things.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know.
We'll try though. We'll try.
Sure. Give it a shot. Do your best.
Look, when the game released, you had to learn everything. You just might have to do it again. And again, every single patch every major patch after this, you know, you're going to have less and less of that, and your familiarity will be able to come in and be useful. So at least from a balance perspective at this point, like you know, it's not like we've structurally changed the campaign and all that. So you have still a lot of information and knowledge that is going to help you play the game better anyway on your you know, second. I mean, a lot of people maybe made multiple characters, but for a lot of people this might just be their second character.
Yeah.
So they're certainly going to be more equipped. And we've had the races, so you've been able to see how the best people play.
Oh yeah. There's definitely some good tips to learn from there. Oh yeah. That lever skip with the portal. Oof, beautiful. It's my favorite. On the slightly bigger picture as well, like life and armor versus energy shields, are you happy with kind of where either of those are at, or what do you kind of hope to achieve with them?
Energy shields certainly, I mean, primarily due to Grim Feast.
Oh, here we go.
And like mana stacking being a little bit out of control that's been too strong and more the inside of defense for sure. Expect some pretty drastic changes there. As for armor, well, you know, it's one of those like accuracy kind of things, right? Where it's like or dexterity and like you know, where it's like honestly our next point with that is honestly just to get in a room and just be like, all right, let's pretend it didn't exist and we were coming up with the game from scratch, and you know, we're like, okay, we have strength. What would we want the ideal defense to be? And honestly, it might even extend further than that. And really just see, firstly, to make sure we end up, if we don't end up at the same point, make sure we end up as better. Maybe we do end up at the same point and we do just go, okay, here are some other changes that we need to make around physical damage in particular or something like that. But it's one of those things where at this point we just need to like review it from literally back to basics and see where we end up, because it might be something completely different, but like it might also end up being relatively the same, and maybe it was the better answer. But either way, it's worth the discussion and worth the time, because it's
no buffs to armor,
I wouldn't
boys.
say we're happy with it, and I wouldn't say we're necessarily like all the way unhappy with it, but it's there's something not quite right going on for sure.
You're still fundamentally questioning some of these things and willing to go back to the drawing board on them, which is quite
Always.
interesting.
Well, 100%.
I mean, this is the time to do it.
We drastically changed how evasion works, and I would say it's for the better, and we should be exploring that with everything, and, so we just need to do that process still. That being said, as we make things more like the shield block better, as we buff the ascendancies or nerf them in on the other defensive arcs, things like armor will become better. But yeah, it's not quite right, but I don't have enough information to say, where it will look, what it will look like in the future. So.
Yeah, okay, cool. So let's talk about recovery as well, because that's another big thing. I remember early on ExileCon discussions about the importance of limited recovery in making combat matter, so that you could have situations where you're attritioned, or where like the hit that you took matters for the next hit that you take, and just back up to full. But it's pretty good in boss fights, honestly. I feel like recovery is somewhat limited. That still happens a bit, but certainly in clearing, you have
no clue,
access to
Remnants.
tons of
No
recovery
clue.
with cannibalism and things like that.
It's certainly out of control, and it's a little bit of, again, partly due to the fact that kill speed and clear speed just was way higher than we had expected and what we balanced around. And because if we were balancing around what people are currently doing with the upper echelons of builds, you'd have to have effectively every average player and average build just could be completely, it would be useless for them. Now, there are ways around that, of course, but part of it is like a lot of the recovery mechanics, like if you're talking about things like on kill and based on damage dealt, it is a rich get richer problem. And so, yes, there are cases that are problematic, and then there are just characters that are too strong. And there's a little bit of both going on. I wouldn't say we've targeted any recovery specifically here, really.
Okay.
Like, it's not been a main goal. I'm not going to say that there aren't little bits changed here and there, but it's more about, we've really made sure to just... It's kind of hard to say exactly what we've done, because, again, this is probably a thing we're going to have to look at next time, because there are so many changes that it is hard to even, understand how this is going to fit into
Once
all
the
of that
dust
now.
clears, you might be able to see how recovery's looking.
100%. Like, we're at the point where we do need a little bit of all right, we need another round of testing for this, because and again, I'm going to stress, it is actually impossible for the amount of changes for us internally to be able to be certain or test all of this.
Yeah, but the vision is still that idea of like more stricter recovery or less powerful recovery than what.
Well, it shouldn't certainly be like, here's one little piece and now it's fully solved, right? Like, having heaps of recovery should be something you can achieve, but it should require a decent amount of investment or high tier itemization, right? Like, for sure, it should be possible. It just shouldn't be trivial.
Yeah. So, and on that note, then, for like vision, what's your vision of what Path of Exile 2 is supposed to be? Because I think some people are still
here we go.
unsure about, is it supposed to be just kind of more like Path of Exile 1, a faster game, or is it supposed to be a slower game, a much more different thing? Like, this is a hard thing to communicate, but it gets asked a lot, and I feel like people are still a bit unsure.
It's funny though, because like, once again, it's not, I don't view it as just a pure speed question. It's about like, is the combat engaging and fun?
Yeah.
And also, are you getting to the point where you never get to engage with bosses? Like, if you're never, if the first time you fight a boss, you just destroy it without seeing any of its mechanics, then that's a problem. And it doesn't really say anything about the pace of combat. Like, if you look at some of the Huntress stuff we've got there, like, it's incredibly fast-paced when it comes to, like, dashing around and stuff, but you still have to engage with things, and that's the key element for us. So, like, obviously players want to get ridiculously powerful, and we still want to let them get ridiculously powerful. It just has to be earned. It has to be, like, after a certain point. And, like, after you, like, once you have finished your character, once you've sort of done everything, then you should be just like, like crazy and like beyond the point of all reason. It's just that you have to earn it. You have to get there, right? And like, that's the power growth thing. That's like, it's really hard to sort of just like smoothen that out across the whole game, but like, that's ultimately the goal, right? You have to kind of get to the point of like that. You constantly feel you're getting stronger. You always feel like the next, like, oh, I got this, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and now I'm better, and you keep on going. And you have to scale that all the way to the end, because the moment that you get to the point where you're just trivializing everything too early, it's like, well, the rest of the game just becomes boring after that point, right? It has to be that, there's the level of that you still have to get.
And so, kind of based on that earlier discussions about like damage and boss time to kill and things like that, it sounds like the time where you want that to be starting to taper off, like the players can start to cheat that a bit, is after they've done pinnacle bosses.
Well, you should feel that way multiple times throughout the game. But then later you still then get to a new level of challenge that still requires you to engage again. Like if we're doing our job correctly, it's like you reach a point of feeling like you're a god, and then you're like, oh shit, but there's new god-like shit above me that then makes me have to then do
the uber gods.
Exactly, right. So you have to keep on with that train. And it's actually really hard to take you back from feeling like, oh, I'm all powerful, back down to like I'm feeling, and so you have to kind of get that in there as you go
want that
out.
Dragon Ball anime arc.
Yeah, for sure, right?
There's always a new level of Super Saiyan
exactly,
after the previous one.
exactly, right? That's what you have to be able to do. And so it's just smoothly taking up that power level curve, all the way to the end.
Yeah, so I think like when it comes down to things like movement speed when clearing, it's about like if you're able to just ignore everything because you're moving so fast.
Yeah, exactly. If you're able to ignore everything, then you obviously you will move really fast. If you're not able to ignore everything, suddenly your clear speed is like not as big of a thing. So long as there are still things that are challenging you, as long as you reach the next tier and like everything's harder again, then you're good.
I feel like a point of the difficulty here between the communication of this with you guys and some of the people in the community is that I feel like you're not really looking at it in terms of PoE 1 versus 2. You're just trying to answer that question specifically. Yeah. So it's not really about like it being like PoE 1 or 2.
Exactly, right? It's just about making the combat good.
It's either the combat is fun or it isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a sort of spectrum of stuff there, but I would say that you want to be able to engage with the boss. You want to be able to fight its mechanics and do its skills, and you want to feel like you can overcome those over time and get better, and you want to engage with monsters, and you want... And yeah, there's probably some people who are like, no, I don't. I want to just press a button and loot drops on the ground, and I don't have to look or do anything. And
well, so that's an interesting point. Is there's this let's say the quote unquote mythical average build is are they able to switch their brain off and watch Netflix on a second monitor only if they're doing like maps 3 levels under what they should be doing or something, or should that be able to happen at kind of like
once you're at your tier of godhood?
Yeah, but I actually want to address that because, like, okay, so I'm watching. Well, okay, right now I'm watching Deep Space Nine, funnily enough, but I'm watching Deep Space Nine as I'm playing, as I'm testing the game, right? It's like you develop a muscle memory, and that muscle memory can include using multiple skills and doing like multiple things, and that's still to me more engaging than just holding down a button, you know?
So you're saying this like watching things on the secondary thing isn't about the game being easy; it's just a skill issue. You need to get
I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying that
much,
your muscle memory can develop from more than just using a single skill. You just and we've always sort of said that there's this thing where like, okay, sometimes you pause the show, right? Sometimes that happens because you come to a thing that's
this is an update to the classic, second monitor.
I love how this
Yeah.
friggin' watching something on the second screen has become such a fundamental part
it's just,
of the...
it's just the community's just grabbed it and it's become a thing forever. But
Well,
it's been updated now. Like this is the update. You want them to have to pause
It was
sometimes.
a philosophy set for a different
because I feel like I've said that 10 years ago about how like sometimes you get the spike in difficulty. It'll
haunt you forever.
Like now you have to do this. But yeah, I guess that turns into pause the video at this point. But yeah, but no, but look, if I play this way as well, right? Like it's not like I'm, like once you get to a certain point, it's like obviously you're going to want to, the music, you've heard it lots of times, like you want to have something else going on. That's fine. But I still think that there needs to be the ability to have. To have something engaging from time to time that you have to deal with. So, yeah.
It's always been a bit of a silly thing because you've got so much element of choose your own difficulty in Path of Exile, right? Like
exactly.
Do harder maps, do easy maps.
But look, people always want to choose the hardest stuff, right? So therefore, that's what they're judging it against.
That's true.
And so that's why you do need a level of economic gating to make it so that you can't go too far with difficulty without without having to prove the economic stuff on some level, so that you can.
Yeah, you're dying and losing the map.
Exactly, you're dying and losing the map. That we have to think. Like all that map sustain stuff is so tricky for that reason. Getting that exactly right.
Well, it sounds like some big advancements in that regards. So I've got some kind of random tail questions here. Are you planning in the future on, I don't think it's probably happening this time around, but on changing campaign pacing at all? Like, I feel like some of the zones are probably a bit too large and a bit too empty.
That's more about adding more stuff to them than it is about making them smaller.
Yeah.
Like, there's still a lot more events in campaign that we haven't added yet that still need doing. There's like big lists of, things that we never got time to do. So we'll keep on getting to those.
The argument there, which I do believe in, is an area should be able to be large if it has enough interesting things. The frequency of interesting things is high or consistent.
the size of an area is completely right. Like imagine there were no load screens. You just walked from place to place. Like you wouldn't be thinking about area size exactly. It's just is the density of interest enough? You know, like the fact that there happens to be a load screen between one place and the other is not really the relevant
long
element.
is directly proportional to interesting.
Yeah, exactly, right? So so to me,
one thing we do need to obviously do, and we have done in some areas, is just making sure that if it is a large area, it's not just interesting things to find as well. It's also making sure there's enough monster variety that way it's not just so repetitive. Of, like
exactly.
Open world PoE2 boys, you heard it here first.
There are some where I would say the area is large enough, or you're in there long enough such that there isn't enough monster variance, and so it gets a bit repetitive.
But it's completely true. Anytime someone says, "Oh, this area is too large," I'm like, "Well, okay. So what monsters are we changing? What events are we adding? That kind of stuff, right? Because that's the way that you change it around. Like there are areas that are very large that no one complains about because they're stuff.
They got
fine.
There's also like there are good. I don't know how many people are gonna play this or how many people stop playing before 011, but like it's worth noting again. Like areas have like the fast travel thing now as well to
certainly
between checkpoints and there's some of that stuff which I'm hoping again when people start playing from scratch they get to see a lot of the improvements we did before as well and see how they feel about it again.
Worth mentioning through campaign we've got both the wisps and there's also strong boxes as well through campaign. Like they feel a little bit different. There's just as you play through you're certainly finding some things you wouldn't have
Shrines soon.
Couple more. Yeah.
The what?
Shrines.
Shrine?
Have them actually in the campaign soon.
Yeah.
Cool.
Art wasn't quite done right or something like that.
Well, it might be a bit weird. The ones in Endgame, it works a little bit better narratively, but using that asset throughout the campaign, it would feel real random. So it's just a matter of as soon as the art's done, we'll be chucking those in as well.
Oh, great! So that could be after release.
It'll certainly be shortly after.
But also like every time we do. Like that we're expecting people to play through again, like we'll probably tweak like which content spawns in different areas and just like fiddle around a bit so that then you play it just feels a bit fresh and things going on there.
Yeah, you kind of got me there. I feel like each of the zones I'm trying to think of that like feel like they're way too big is like they're also just coincidentally empty.
Yes.
So I guess that is maybe perhaps more
it's
the issue.
It's the exact same problem happens in maps, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about that, like the boring empty map.
When the maps, when people say the map's too big, just not.
I think I phrased it to Jonathan yesterday when we were talking about it as every screen looks the same as every other screen. It wouldn't matter where I'm standing in the map; it would look.
I think the map you were talking about was Step. Like we were looking at Step and being like, okay, well, what's actually like?
It's a big square.
Yeah. And there's nothing going on in it. And even if there was stuff going on, I mean, like it's funny because like it took us a little while to even come to an understanding of like what needed to change there. Because I'm sort of saying like, okay, well, like it's very random. So it's like, do you find the cold plains in D2 as to be a boring area because it's ultimately kind of similar? But the answer is, well, there's buildings sometimes, and you get like, there's just like there's just a little more going on in that way. So like we need to make sure that maps feel that way too. When we're doing them.
There has been a few pervasive crashes and issues like that.
Oh god, yes.
Going?
Well, I'll tell you what, the entire engine team have basically been entirely focused on that for 3 months, and it's been horrible because. So I mean, it's kind of a long story, and I don't know if I should go into all of it, but ultimately, the issue is that on NVIDIA cards, the remaining issue at least, is that on NVIDIA cards, if you're using a driver that's bigger than, I think, 560 point something, like basically after that point, the game crashes, and if you install an older driver than that, it doesn't. If the crash happens in the driver, in the GPU, NVIDIA is just like not really much help, and so it's like just trying to nail down what even caused it. It's just so hard when it's like, and the thing that sucks about it is like it won't reproduce on anywhere except production and alpha, and like the moment you look at it, like we can't reproduce it anymore, and yet for some people it happens all the time, and it's just like it's so horrible. And like what we've done, we actually come up with a somewhat ridiculous idea that was now implementing, which we're going into 020 with, by the way, which is that, and this will seem stupid, but like, how about we just don't crash? Which
you tell me about this.
Yeah, exactly. So basically what we do is, what we're now changing it to is that if the GPU driver crashes, what we do is we create a new device and then upload all the textures to that. The game is paused while this is happening, and then it unpauses, and then the game keeps going. And so that is what we're doing to solve this crash. And it's kind of ridiculous that this has to be the solution, because it's just mysteriously in the NVIDIA driver we have and we have tried to find a workaround for this. It is just like so difficult. So that in 020, that's what will happen. And so
while we're here, like, do the players have a workaround? Like,
well,
just
they
to get
you can install the driver earlier than.
Sure.
What
about the Vulkan? Does that matter?
Yes. Well, but no, not entirely. It does still happen in Vulkan, but it's a bit unclear about that particular thing about whether or not that's less. But
I figured it might be
no,
a good
it is in the driver. But I mean, yeah, like if you install an older driver, it will go away.
So all of this time when people have been saying the classic armchair developer meme, it was like, why don't you just add a bit of code that says if crash equals false?
Yeah, well, something like that.
Works.
Basically do the engineering to allow us to just recreate the entire GPU context, and then there you go, and then don't crash, and that is actually the solution we're now going with. But it's like the thing is, the other one that sucked though was that stupid damn full system freeze, because I'll tell you what, if the entire system freezes, there is just nothing you can do to find out what the hell caused it, because there's no like report. Crash report, there's no logging, there's no literally nothing, right? And it's like that happened that happened when the Windows November H2 update shipped, and then things just started mysteriously freezing. And my God, that was hard to track down. And you ask Microsoft about it, and they're like, "Oh, we'll look into it," and it's like nothing happens. It's like Jesus Christ, guys! Like it's so annoying.
Must be hard for
I can feel your frustration.
Yes, it's incredibly frustrating because it's like we want nothing better than to fix this shit. So that one was fixed. Like there was some spinlock implementation that I don't have any understanding of why it causes this to happen, but we tweaked it a bit and now it doesn't happen anymore. And it's like there's no rational reason why this should cause the operating system to freeze. And it's like there's not even a good answer at the end. There's not even like, oh, here's what was wrong. It's just like this random particular sequence of operations being done causes your entire system to freeze for no reason after this Windows update. And it's like, well, cool. Like what do you do about that? Like it's just terrible. And so yeah, that one sucked. But basically now, I mean, it's funny because we've fixed so many crashes that weren't the crash. So general stability, apart from that crash, is incredibly good now.
99% down, probably 99.99%.
And it's like, we'll, the thing is, we'll fix a crash and we'll be like, oh, maybe this is the crash, and then it fixes like 2% of crashes, and you're like, well, that wasn't the crash, but at least it looks good to fix, right? Like it's so annoying. But as I said, we have a workaround now.
That's good.
That will basically recreate the graphics device if
so you might get a pause, and then
you'll get a pause for 3 seconds, and then roughly depending on the hardware, and then it will continue, and the game will pause at the.
I obviously just make it clear we don't want it to remain like that. Obviously,
yes. Obviously, we'll still try and fix it, but at least it means you're not crashing. And you're certainly not freezing anymore. That's sorted out. And then, we found another one recently, which was like, okay, so this is another stupid one, right? So there's that whole Intel CPU issue, like on 13th and 14th generation Intel CPUs, where there's some freaking voltage regulation problem that causes CPUs to break in a certain way. And if that happens, then the thing that will break is that the decompressor will it'll decompress something and one bit of it will be wrong. Literally one bit in there, and then it fails a hash check, and then that just causes the game to crash. And so the fix, it's things like that will happen as well. You've got stuff like that, and it's well, once again, it's it is our problem. We have to fix it because it's affecting real users. But the solution to stuff like that, is just so annoying to find. And anyway.
It sounds like you've improved a lot of the unrelated crashes, and you've come up with a good workaround at least.
Yeah,
now
at least
for that
hopefully.
One.
But
So that sounds like a massive improvement. But I also just think your obvious frustration is very validating for people who have been frustrated with this.
Exactly. But the thing that's the most annoying about it is that all these the engine team who are spending time fixing this, they're not able to spend time working on performance issues, which is something else that we need to be obviously improving over time. There's been a few performance improvements, but not nearly the number we would have had if we had all 7 of those people working on performance improvements. That's been the most frustrating thing about it.
Crashes first.
100%. But it's when they're kind of
we have been chipping away at some decent ones though.
We have.
We got some pretty good performance problems resolved.
Yeah, there was that ice one that was really bad. And, there was things like that. So the worst offenders we're certainly fixing. But I have no doubt by the time we get each time we do a new release, it'll be even better. Yep. Great. But by the time we get a full release, I'm sure it'll be very good.
And I mean, speaking of, I know it's tangential sort of as well. Obviously, with we had a lot of woes around the release, but we've done a whole lot of back-end engineering work to make it.
Yes,
you know, the launch
yes.
is-
So the launch should go smoother as far as like you know.
I mean, it was pretty
technical
good.
stuff. It was.
Wow, it still
but-
was 5 hours of
Yeah,
not
yeah.
good.
Yeah, but like 5 hours compared
No,
to
no.
like,
This time.
days
I mean,
is
look,
the industry standard.
I'm tempting fate here, but like we've made significant improvements to the ability.
Bro, they've talked for over an hour without drinking anything and just non-stop talking.
right, you
That's
never know what's
wild.
gonna go
You
wrong,
always
but it should
sometimes
be
get
much
caught
better.
out by something random. and-
Yeah.
so-
It should be much better this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope you get enough players to stress your theory. 'Cause
Yeah,
that's
true.
always a good thing to aim for.
Mhm.
We'll just
Do you
run out with
guys
a couple
think they're waiting?
of the random
People are
kind
waiting
of
more for
chat
Druid and
questions before we
Huntress?
finish up today. Any possibility of Ascendancy respecs? Is that something you've considered, especially with all the changes going on?
We're sort of not in love with it. It's just one of those things where like I feel like it's key to the identity of the character, and like respecing like the journey of the character like it does get pretty significantly compromised if you allow for that. But I know Mark is especially strongly feeling about it.
I mean, the answer is going to be the exact same as last time, which is like, I don't know exactly, or I don't know how to articulate exactly why I feel so strongly about this, and so do a lot of the team members. Of like, again, it's just that your choices should matter, and you know, it's obviously something that I was okay with in PoE 1, and so there is probably a world where I will be okay, but there's got to be some level of work involved to achieve it that isn't to just pay a little bit of gold and then you're done or whatever. Like, I want to find a way to do it if we're going to do it in a way that is like grounded
That's
and
interesting idea.
and difficult to well, not I wouldn't say difficult, but like requires some actual work to do. So that would be the compromise I'd certainly be willing to explore, which I have been thinking about recently because I know every single time we come to an expansion it's going to come up. So
the trial of respecting or something.
yeah, there'll be something where your character has to undergo some sort of challenge or something to do it. And I know you could argue, well, doing the trial is that, and you're
Gotta
not
make some
entirely wrong, but
sacrifices.
something a bit more.
Sacrifice a few
So
animals,
I'm
a few thousand
sure-
enemies.
I'm sure we'll have a conclusive decision, or at least a level of articulation, one way or the other, by the end of early access.
Alright.
But for now,
I'll ask you then.
yeah, it's just going to take me a bit more time to figure out what I want to do there.
Is dynamic switching between keyboard and mouse and controller coming at all?
It's not in 020, but it will be coming.
It's on its way.
Yes, so
Work-
like,
being
and
worked
I'm
on.
really hoping by 030, like we should be able to get that. That is a very key feature.
It seems like it's going to be hard to loot juice maps with only one portal. Oh no, well, this question has already been answered. Well, actually no, because there's still one portal.
No, this is a concern.
that's
And we
true,
have to do
with
something
juice,
about
too.
it.
We have to figure
we
it
have
out,
to figure it out.
My
Yeah.
bad,
So
yeah.
in the next week, we will actually be looking into this one.
There's a few problems around
point.
it
Yeah.
still, that other things to come up, like
Yep.
you also don't want it to be that if you did use your one portal, because it's your portal that's used, not everyone's portal that's used. Because when it says
That's actually
one
a good point.
portal,
Yeah, it's a good
that's
point we
one
didn't
portal
know. I think we
for
mentioned
up
that.
to 6 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when it's 6 portals, it's 6 portals for up to 6 players, which means technically it's 36 entries and exits out of the map, right? And like that changes things in a way where it's like when it's down to 1, it's like you don't want it to be that, oh, I failed the map. Quick, Ziggy, come join my party, get in here and finish it for me. You don't want to kind of have that style of play happening. So there are still some things we need to figure out with this because it's going to promote some what I would probably classify as degenerate behavior, as well as the fact that you're probably like, oh, my inventory's full, zone out. Oh, what the? Okay, sweet. And sure, you can add a warning, but I don't know if even restricting it to just one inventory of loot like that is good, right? I would personally prefer that it's one death, not one, entry. So there's some stuff we need to figure out, but again, Jonathan and I need to talk about that and actually solve that. So.
That's interesting, yeah, because the death seems like the important part. So as long as there's not like a way to cheat it, it seems like almost like you'd want to allow people to come and go as they please until they die, right?
Yep, which is a potential solution. But again, can't say for sure. But yeah, 100%. That person is right for bringing that up, and it is on our radar for this coming week to have, or weekend as well, to have a solution for.
Yeah. So with this new league not having a specific like league mechanic, is it still a challenge league? Does it still have challenges?
It's actually
no.
I didn't think
There's
so.
no achievements or challenges yet.
Yeah. I'm
Challenges,
pretty sure we
micro-
were going to do that for a little bit. Yeah.
There's not really. Maybe later in early access, but for now, not really.
Yeah.
We're just trying to keep it more about
Make
the
the
game
game.
and the mechanics, and less about
Make the game first.
the achievements. And the achievements will certainly, an achievement system and stuff like that will certainly be there with the full release, and we'll reintegrate all of that at the time.
Is there any plans for stash tab expansions, like for example, rune storage?
Oh,
Especially with
100%.
more runes?
Right now, I'm actually trying to at least add the affinity without adding a custom tab. Those
Good.
two things appeared from the implementation standpoint, so I want to try and divorce them so we can have affinities without it.
Wanted to get those in this patch, but unfortunately they just didn't quite make it.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I mean, it's actually quite likely to come in sometime, like in a point release after, like within the 0.2.0.
As soon as the patch is out and stable and we're
Yeah,
on
yeah,
top
yeah,
of things, it's going to be like, all right, we need to get all those like UX or quality of life things that we blatantly missed out on.
I think
for
like-
example, like being able to add bookmarks to your atlas and write the name.
That is one that
something
we designed some stuff for it. We just haven't got it yet.
It's, I want to say it's like 80% implemented right now.
Yeah. So it'll be soon as we can. We'll get that in there.
All right, that is excellent. And on that note, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you so much, Mark.
No problem. Thank you very much for coming.
And thank everyone
love
for
it.
watching.
Thanks for having me here. Great time. Thank you very much, everyone. And I'm Ziggy D, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
See you.
That was massive, dude. This stream, this death stream was an absolute giganticus massive W, I think. Yes? Yes. Damn, son. Damn. Ayo, but speaking of the Druid, man, I really want to see some Druid action. I'll be cold when it gets to me. Oh, that's fine, dude. I'm good with that. It's really awesome. Yeah, it was wonderful. But man, I would like to see some Druid action, man, not gonna lie. Good stream must be 3/4 of the way in, though. Yeah, I feel you. I think most people are in the same shoes, dude. Oh, look, man, I even had a tree for the Druid.
A melee damage cluster and a spell damage cluster. By holding shift, I can allocate these passives in my human form. And these
Man,
ones as a bear.
this tree looked different. I mean, if it was not D4 campfire level, but still good. Oh, yeah, bro. Sub Dante. Kinda sucks we didn't get a Druid. Yeah, I wish.
Now, when I change between human and bear form,
I'd love to see it as well. It's gonna be a long week before the patch, for real, boys. I wish they would drop patch notes after the dev stream, right? But that is not the case. Next Friday, boys. Are we gonna do 24-hour stream next Friday? I already hate for saying that. I hate myself for saying that. Oh my days. I mean, no promises, but I might. Yeah, I'm very happy. Subathon? Actually, Subathon? I mean, Subathon, I could do Subathon. Holy fuck, man. I've never done one on my channel, dude. I'm bad at that. I don't know what rewards to put and whatnot. I don't know. I don't know with Subathon. 5 minutes for every sub? Okay. Damn. Rip sleep. Rip sleep. I'm down. I do 24 hours with you? You too, Sylvan? Holy Thor as well. Holy fuck, yo. God damn, boys. God damn, we're actually gonna play 24 hours. We are actually gonna grind like absolute filthy maniacs on Path of Exile 2. Did them one before? Me too. I've done many, which eventually ended up 30 hours because of the schedule reset. Delete character for 5 subs. Whoa, Ulf's sleepover at Ulf's house. Let's go, baby. Got my sleeping bag ready. Alright, dude. 1 hour per sub. Don't be a pussy. Damn, I need to think about it. I'm down for a subathon though. If you guys ask for it, hey, we might go for it. I might have to do my first one ever on the channel. Just kind of weird, right? Should have done it already. So that way, I'm forced to grind like a pig, which is very much needed because I wanna try it all. I wanna try Huntress, not only Ascendancy but many builds. I wanna try new Warrior Ascendancy. I'm gonna try Titan with the Javelin that detonates on explosion. The Ignite version, yes. Udržbaš. That's so fucking sick for the new Ascendancy. To úplně naprosto perfektně vystihuje, ty vole. Do it, Yonko? Alright, man. Stream while I sleep. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I cannot afford the electricity bill. That would go through fucking roof, which already kind of is already. But yeah. No wank allowed during marathon. Cannot, man. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in, dude. Yeah, it's kind of fucked with the sleep, huh? Shit. I will have to be offline when I sleep. After the 24 hours, which might be even more. During subathon, I might have to end the stream. You guys fine with that? Because of the bill thing is just fucked. Hook up a generator up to some pedals. Yo, new boss confirmed. Dude, the bear can roll. Oh. What's up, you? Got you some decent Ascension passive notes to look at. Hey, yo. Close beta June 7th. Oh, man. You see that? Yeah, I'll see that. Let me see. Let me see. Wait, how do we already know these? Mew? What the fuck, bro? We already checked. We knew the ascendancy. We already see the ascendancies. How do we know that? 3 to 1, Mew go. Open link. It's on Reddit. I need to update my title. Let's blast some music. Okay. And let's get down. Let's get down to business, boys. Let's get down to business. Let's get down to biz. That's crazy, man. Thank you. Thank you. Need to study this later. I'ma steal this link. I'ma steal this link. I'ma put it on Discord. I'ma pin this Discord. Mew, you absolute legend. Thank you. Better get to work, blacksmith. This guy, dude. This guy. Pin. The Dark Huntress is insane. Bro, whoever... How the hell could they think of this ascendancy being normal? Or like even putting it in the game? That's just beyond me, man. I cannot. I'll be Amazon that Jeff Bezos always wanted. Yo. That sounds like a good plan to me, dude. Big dog. New ascendancy passive breakdown. Yes. 1:38 before I can watch the stream. Forget Insta post and we go somewhere else. That's on Twitch. Sadly, ads cannot be turned off. Trust me, I tried. This what it is. Unlucky, dude. 25% increased bonuses from both equipped rings and amulet. What? Like hello? Like hello? Music. Alright. We got, let's take a look. Increased evasion 20%. Small notes is 20%. What? Rent a masseur to stand and massage you while you game. That would be sick, man. That would be sick. Respect 5 notes per sub. Respect notes, huh? Life flasks also recover mana. Mana flasks recover life. Okay. On Kavash. Need to forge. I need to take a look, man. Hold on. Hold up. Life leech recovers based on elemental damage as well as physical. We have seen that. That's pretty cool. Evasion rating from equipped helmet, gloves, boots is doubled. What the? Oh, and half from body. Okay. Accuracy. Chance to hit with attacks can exceed 100%. Can initially crit. Hey yo, who is the guy? We were talking about accuracy and crit. He's got ascendancy right here. That's pretty cool. Weakness, more damage against enemies with open 50% multiplicative damage is kind of insane, dude. I'm just gonna, it's wild, dude. Attacks using weapons have added physical damage equal to accuracy. What? On the weapon? Oh, so you need to stack a fuck ton of accuracy on the weapons itself. Screams accuracy stacker? For real, dude, for real. There's movement speeds while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. 40%? What? Oh, excuse me. This is Speedy Gonzalez, this one. Infused weapon. When you consume power charge, trigger a lightning fire. Okay. When you consume frenzy charge, oh, that's so good. I'm so glad I did it through frenzy, because that's the easiest one to get. Endurance is the doggest one. Well, through stunning. Do not be consumed when you're infusing projectile. That's fucking... Okay, this Ascendancy does not look too bad, I think. That's not too bad. Alright, the most broken one. This is also for charms. Movement speed increase. We don't know what's Ritual Sacrifice. We do know what's Ritual Sacrifice. That's when you... That's Soul Eater, right? And remove as a life to grant a random monster. Maximum of mana modifier can be granted this way. So if you do this on a rare monster back and forth with healing potion, you can get like 4, right? Or it's just 4 max. Blood boil, physical damage, movement speed. Reduced maximum mana, reduced spirit, huh? Minus 50% all rest. That's the easiest one. Why would you ever pick this? Plus 1 ring slot. Increase attributes 3%. Bonuses from... You have 1 charm slot as well. Okay. Can instant consume of max mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. Wow. This one seems like such a late game ascendancy. Yeah. Yeah, probably. Probably. But sounds way too broken. This one, too insane. Plus 1 ring slot. This combined with ingenuity. I mean, the fuck, man. I mean, also this, the ritual soul eater. Nah, it's too much. That's too much. There is no way anyone's gonna play anything else but this. It's just impossible. This with Grand Ingenuity is going to go hard. They would have to remove Ingenuity, but then again, that would suck for other classes. Alright, what we have left. 20% increase energy shield in the passive, in the small passive. Okay. Okay. Increase energy shield if you have consumed a power charge recently. On the small node. Okay. Non-channeling spells consume power charge to deal more... What the fuck, man? Oh man, what the... Damage taken bypasses energy shield, no inherent mana regen, regenerate mana equal to my max life per second. This can be so broken because you can get some nutty life regen. Max life, well, your life cannot change while you have... Your life cannot change while you have energy shield. What? My peanut brain cannot understand that. Increases ES after they nerf it by 300%. True. True. Oh, Unholy Mind gives you 30% of all damage as extra chaos. Wasn't it 20% PoE1? It's basically a CI. As long as you have ES, it's like CI. The same then. Okay. Okay. You cannot die or heal if you have energy shield. Isn't it useless? I mean, yeah, you at least you're immune to energy. I mean, chaos, but like this, I'm well follow, dude. Also, what is it? This is linked with Solace Form. The damage bypasses energy shield. What? Cursed enemies killed by you or allies have chance to explode. Quarter of their health as chaos damage. Have Unlimited while you are not on low mana. Lose 5% of mana per second. So just give a giga regen. Mana regen. This right here is. To be immune to damages that bypass energy shield. Okay. Witch's Bleed, no? This Ascendancy is so good with Contagion and Essence Drain, yes. Yes. Eldritch non-chilling spells cost additional energy shield, deal more damage. Ooh, spending energy shield does not enter a breach charge. Oh, hello. Yeah, you would just go with the what's it called? The keystone on the left side of the tree. with Giga that converts life regen to energy shield regen, which is broken. Insanely strong. Was. Increase AoE for curses. Apply additional curse. Your curses can affect hexproof enemies. Whoa. Black and Hard. Increase magnitude of unholy might buffs you grant per 100 mana. Oh, baby. It's gonna be good for a group as well. Yes, bleed. Okay. Okay. That's quite alright. One second, gotta check some stuff. I don't know, Contagion AD and Curse is my second favorite thing. Gotta start with that. It's easy farm maps. Here, Huntress. I've seen it build recently, actually. It looks insane. So, yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That sounds good. Interesting ascendancy right here. Alright, what do you have next up? Next up, we got the Blacksmith dude. Alright, let's see if this is actually better than I thought. So, let's go with this right side. You can only use a normal body armor. This passive skill is free to allocate. How many points? Can you get like all of them or only one? Max fire res 5. Oh, grants physical damage from hits taken as fire damage. That's not bad. Reduced crit damage. Regen 5%. 20% strength. Unaffected by ignite. Stun threshold also applies to kills damage from hits. I don't know, man. Nothing too crazy yet here. Minions deal more damage. Melee damage, fire damage. Fire spell on hit. So it's only fire, that's sad. What is temper weapon? As many points as you have. Okay. Modifiers to fire res also grant cold lightning resistance at 50% value. Oh, just combine the fire res and whatnot. Yeah, man. Yeah, exactly, Ronan. This one right here with this bad boy. Max fire res also grant... Oh, but this is also good, man. Forged in flame with flowing metal. That could be also insane. This ascendancy is super tanky. Extremely tanky. I think. Because then you can also get like molten symbol here. If you can get like, you know, more of these points, right? I mean, damn. Fire spell on hit. That's pretty interesting, yeah. But again, fire spell, you would have to invest in some spell damage. That's what it sounds like, which is... I don't know, if you have too many things doing too many stuff, then you have to invest in more stats and not really focus on one specific area, which makes everything be less valuable. I don't know. I don't really like this ascendancy, if I'm being honest, boys. Not the biggest fan. This, to me, kind of screams ZDPS build. I don't know. You can have cast on ignite with it. True. Scream squid build. Pretty much, dude. Pretty much. Well, and then last one. This one, I kind of like this one. I kind of like this, man. Yeah, this one is good. So, minion deal increased damage again. 8% increased spirits. Crouch damage builds pin. Persistent buffs have less reservation. Banner skills more effect, more presence. Added damage equal to 25% of your main hand weapon's damage. What's the biggest weapon damage? A two-hander, right? So do you just rock a two-hander with this one? If you want to be a group buffer, supporter. Sucks, it's the end of Titan Ascendancies. Nothing to look forward to. Nope, not at all. More order is where it's at, dude. Multiple banners. 20% increase pin build-up. From action, this is also pretty insane. Defend with armor. Enemies have accuracy penalty against you based on distance. Maximum evade chance. What the? Max fist damage is 50%? That's insane. Crossbow's a two-hander. Yeah, but I don't think crossbow can reach higher number than two-handed mace. Titan seem faster in the showcase? Not at all. Titan did seem faster when they showed the bosses in maps. In towers a while ago. But in today's version, Sunder and Rolling Slam, poof, man, I don't know. It didn't look too good. It did not look too good. I would still wait for patch notes. They're changing a lot. Exactly. Yeah. Dante, you're right. They sped up the Titan portion, and dude, I don't know. I kind of understand why they didn't really show Titan too much, because compared to other classes, it kind of seemed struggling a lot. Minion warrior, maybe you can summon a copy of a weapon. I mean, that's actually a pretty good idea. I kind of like the weapon cast. I mean, weapon manifest. This is pretty interesting. I always wanted to get. I always like the idea of a warrior having like summoning weapons around you. It's only one, but still, it could be interesting. Maybe minion build would be interesting with this. Maybe. Because you have quite a few minion nodes around you, and there is a 200 weapon that scales minion damage applied to you as well. I mean, yeah. Yeah, Ronins are built we wanted to play with the Chabber. Seems like we are still gonna be struggling. Yeah. Gonna craft and spawn hammer. Even the new Merc Ascendancy seems like it will be the better totem builder. Yeah. Titan in the gutter, baby. I specifically like this one for its banners. I'm a big fan of banners, dude. It is what it is. Supporting fire. Some of the hidden alter relay squad are trailing you. Fire a volley on command. Squad counts your minions. Yeah, I think this will be insane, man. First skill, increase accuracy rating for per 3 of your decks. Oh wait, didn't they say stat stacking is dead? What am I looking at right now, huh? What am I looking at? God damn it. Yeah, damn it. Gain 100% armor as extra stun threshold. Oh, but this is pretty good, man. Totems have more skill speed, 30% multiplicative skill speed. Why is even Titan in the game? Why is Warrior in the game? Okay, so what are they going to do to Warbringer to counter this for totems? There is no way, dude. Totems only use skills when you fire an attack projectile. You know what this screams to me, boys? This screams to me Ascendancy for Spear. Because there's ability for Huntress that literally pins. So you have this bad boy. You can put banners. You have you can play you can play Spear Totem build, bro. Like what? Because of the proj, right? I don't know, man. Send me this link. Yes. This Ascendancy is insane. Big Z dog. This Ascendancy for group play is fucking crazy. So you can pick all the chest armor nodes on Warrior Ascendancy. I think so, yeah. If you put all points into it, yeah. Which is not good at all, because where's the damage? You would be putting everything into defensive nodes, which are cool, but kind of trash. Everything Huntress is gonna be OP? Yeah. For the 20 more inventory slots, of course, man. Oh, and also more damage, 20%. No, I don't know, man. Warminger's shouts is its thing, no? I mean, you have no cooldown for shouts. That's the only thing, which is not really that crazy because it does kind of does fuck all. Tempted to go the Warrior Ascendancy. I love the buffs to fire damage. Yeah, that's pretty good. I guess the spell on hit could be pretty interesting too, man. These could be pretty good. Decide any of these. What if you play all three, bro? Hold up. What if you... Okay, hold on. What if you play all three of these passives with fire on spell? Okay. Temper weapon and manifest weapon. Anyone knows what is temper weapon? Nah, I'm going Huntress. Z. Dude, Z. Huntress is Soul Eater, bro. Not only that, Huntress can also tame a fucking rare. Hello? And he also has this goddamn +1 ring slot, which also has a little baby ingenuity, which also affects your amulet. And combine this with ingenuity. There is no way they were serious doing this ascendancy, man. Like, there's just no way. What's going on, Dice? Good to see you, big dog. Minions deal more increased damage.
That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
On top, baby. Yeah, Ronan, I was talking to you actually about that, like, more than a minute ago. Our beloved Chabber incoming. 3 rings, so you can wear 3 mentors. Yes. Can you imagine the rarity on this build? Holy. On Merc, though. Yes, man. On this bad boy right here. Yep. Alright, have a good one, Dante. Take it easy, big dog. Bye-bye, dude. Thanks for stopping by. I like to see you. Actually, Ronan's... My bad. I did talk about the Warrior. For Chabber. Not here. My bad. I take it back. Huntress sounds wacky. Even the other one. I mean, this one is nowhere strong. Nowhere is as strong. But actually, you know what? This could be also insane. It just depends what kind of this means, really. Kind of means lightning infusion. We don't really know what this means. Check this screenshot I sent you. Oh, lineage wipes. Oh, let me take a look. Ooh, ooh. Wait, where is this from? Is this DNL? Dude, this looks insane. This looks like Lineage 2 made in Unreal Engine. Nice. Oh, that looks perfect. Predator Instinct seems nice for bossing. Where is it at? Oh yeah, this one is also nice. Like multiplicative damage, 50% is pretty crazy. Yes. But how does this work? Reveal weaknesses. Do you guys remember how this works? Reveal weaknesses? Elven Village? Yeah, man, true. They got an event. Ah. Is this permanent? Do you just enter a boss room and you already have open weakness on the target? Or when you're in their presence? Temper weapon adds fire AoE to your hits or something. Oh, that's the one? What is spell on hit then? Grant skill fire spell on hit. Oh, I guess any spell? Real weakness puts areas on the boss health bar where they take more damage. Oh, it's not for the full fight. It's only for that given segment on the life pool or bar. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Those little weird boxes. Yeah, okay, I don't know. Are there any cool normal chess pieces? Normal chess piece, they mean literally great item. Spots the health bar. Okay. I thought it was on the timer, then create explosion. The bleed build looks very interesting with the explosions, man. That looks sick. But it is Ascendancy doesn't seem bad at all either. I think this is kind of nice. This skill speed. This is also insane, man. The skill speed, movement speed. But the open weakness seemed pretty short, I feel like. A solid plan, notable on the tactician. This is gonna be real, right? Yeah, I looked at it as well. See? Yes. Persistent buffs have less reservation on top of 8% increased spirit, dude. Yes. This will be one of the best supports for the group. Or like in general, like builds in general, I guess. Also, Z, what's the highest weapon damage weapon in the game? It's gotta be 200 mace, right? I'm just thinking about this, watch how I do it. This one. Because this will be broken. If you get the headpiece, unique headpiece that gives you 50% more presence, AoE, whatever. I mean, that's what I'm doing. Bleed Spear, hell yeah, dude. Does any come with good explicits? There is one that gives you movement speed, but that's a evasion energy shield hybrid. There is another one giving you all max resistances, but that's pure energy shield. And for armor related only, strength related only, is regeneration, life regen. Yeah, it goes up to 2.5% or even 3.5%, Yonko. So basically you can make some insane, disgusting regen. Yeah, you can make pretty insane regen build with 5% here on top of 2.5 or 3% on the implicit. So yeah, that's also a possibility. And then you can also combine it with max fire res from these two and add Forged in Flame. I mean, god damn, dude. What about the 200 mace that is shrine buffs, the new one? Yeah, that's also interesting. That's also interesting. Not even just support. Can you imagine just spirit stack and buff stack? Yeah, Z, I can. Your tier 200 mace is 674, 1009. Okay. Threshold. It's also pretty insane, dude. Supporting fire. But it is, Ascendancy is very nice. I like the banners, man. I don't know why, but I like the banners. Oh, you even have AoE for presence even more here. Ooh. 2, 4, 6. Like this side is insane. So you have 2 more points here. Which could go for... Well, kind of depends on you, right? Probably any of these two. Supporting fire or totems. Any of these, I guess. I think totem build with support... chat, just to clarify. Are totems minions or not? They are not, right? Or are they? Would this work for totems? Why do we want them? Yeah. That's also pretty fucking insane, dude. Immortal build incoming. Easy. The only thing with the 25% damage is you would need to think about getting your offhand available as a support. Since Smoke's for rarity is scepter for buff. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to go with that, true. Because for rarity, I mean, rarity would be... I mean, this ritual for rarity would be crazy too, right? You can get +1 rank, which is pretty good boost for rarity, on top of Mystic Attunement. That looks great for solo play. True, it does. It does. So, in terms of like trying to tier these ascendancies, Ritualist on the way. I mean, on the top, 100%. Next up, I would say, is definitely Mercenary Ascendancy. Then I think it is probably this one, dude. Probably Lich. Then it will be a second Ascendancy for Huntress, and last one is Warrior. Cool drape, cool style for this one, but I think totems are minions. I think so too, I'm just not sure. Yeah, Lich seems very very nice. I like the idea behind this. Profane Bloom, true. Yeah. We love pops. Also, Unholy Might is kind of crazy if you stack mana. Mana stacking again. Here we go, dude. It's gonna depend on what all the warrior skills that are granted ascendancy before I decide. Yeah, we have to see the patch notes, man. We have to see the patch notes. I don't want to be all doom and gloom. We gotta wait for patch notes because there could be some redeemable stuff for warrior, which could put this even, you know. And you know what? I can probably see this being good if you go this way, this side. We're a living weapon against the anvil and the heat of the forge. I'm gonna actually make the Huntress a rarity bot for when you get that Ingenuity. Exactly. Dude, me too, man. I'm off the charts with items Z. Holy. So I think my plan, I will go Ritualist, full lightning setup with Lightning Spear, which is Storm Spear right here. Or to be fair, I'm kind of fan of Rapid Assault, man. That's the ability I want on my axe. I don't know why, but I always like this kind of like series of fast stabs. So, but yeah, I will be definitely going lightning version for shock. And just, I don't know. I don't know. Hello. We'll go less reduced mana. What if you go blood magic, bro? Oh, blood magic with reduced mana, which doesn't matter. Spear using the fire skill with the whirlwind skill. Yeah, that looked very good too, Thor. That looked good. Power charge stuff also seems yeah, I like that too. This one right here, right? I like that too. If you mean this. The lightning infusion. I need to know what is this though? What is lightning infusion? I need to know. Like how much flat damage does it add? Blood magic might be the play with it? Yeah, dude. I go either full bleed, blood boil, Huntress, or full physical vortex. Oh, baby. I like the sound of that, boys. I like the sound of that. There's quite a few ways you can build Huntress, man. That's what I like. That's what I like. I got a little question, which could be pretty insane, boys. Are you ready? Yeah, ready to listen to that? Hear this. Spear in one hand and scepter in half hand. For Giga Spirit and have Giga Auras. Thoughts? Because the buckler is an half hand, right? And spear is one hand, so you don't need buckler. You don't need the parry stuff, right? Blood magic is far. Well, kinda is. It kinda is because Huntress starts at the ranger side, so yeah. The wind stuff seems good, yeah. I'm liking this too, man. Not gonna lie. It's just not bad either. This one right here, for example. Physical damage equal to 25%. Pure physical build on this. Could be sick. Oh, Soulbound. Yes, Dance with the Death. Multiplicative skill speed. Log in, dude. Fucking, yeah, fuck it. We go that way, dude. We get that way. We go that way, bro. Holy. I want to use spear in one hand and no offhand. Take the notable. Hey, you guys are the same, bro. Look at it. Look at it, boys. Yeah. I'll show you this. You guys mean this one, right? Wait, does it show the tree here somewhere? Can you use two spears to wield? I wish. But no. You guys mean this bad boy, huh? A boom, then. Damn, so much fun this. That's maces only. No. It's any one-handed martial weapon. With the other spellblade notable by monk. Spellblade? Oops. By monk spellblade. Spacebar or no spacebar? Oh, it's right here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tried to play that on my Minwalker when I tried with Mace Strike. Spell damage? Yeah, but why spell damage? Best note hands down. Dude, I'm getting so excited because you guys know that's Huntress. You guys already know. Huntress with this fucking passive will be disgusting. More skill speed, which is multiplicative. I mean, holy dude. That's ridiculous. More so if you combine it with like this passive here. With 40% increased skill speed. Like, what? You're going to be True Gladiator using one spear and just charging that mofos? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. So you can technically play shield too, right? Also unique, the boost crutch damage based on strength instead of life. Oh, the chest piece. Wait. Is it? Chest piece? Are you talking about that one? Where strength gives you spell damage? You can use shields. Because if I want to play Valkyrie build, it will be with a shield, right? Blood magic for my Titan Spartan build, you know it, Yonko. You know it, my man. And you know what? Well, I mean, that will be more like, yeah, Spartan build. Oh, Spartan build is also set. We will play the Rapid Assault on Titan. With the spear. Right here, dude. Easy clap. Easy clap, Rooney. I mean, we don't really know these skills, right? But returning Proch is a support gem. It's added with 100 gems. Dude, 100 support gems added. Like, what? Like, what? That's ridiculous, man. Great Fusing Strike. Which ascendancy has that? Wait, oh, you mean, oh, sorry, right here. Freak, no, this is not here. No, sir, that's not here. Is it? Am I blind? Oh, no, you cannot. Sorry, you cannot. No, no, no. Same with Spear Vortex, Spear Mine, Sandstorm. Darut, Sandstorm. Let's go. Because I think the Infusion will have something to do with this. Probably that's why we don't have that. Infused Weapon. See right here? Oh, it's Strike. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Whoa. Damn, this Ascendancy is just out of the mind. What were they thinking doing this Ascendancy, man? Like, is they just gonna be real? How would we approach this bad boy? So we definitely want to get Soul Eater, right? Like 100%. And then we want the what? This one is trees dog. This one is increased life recovery rate per missing life. Not bad, but no. I guess we go here, 4 points. 100% this 4 points. And this probably this route. What is Blood Boil again? That's for bleed builds, right? That's the explosion. Yeah, 4 points here, boys, and 4 points here. That's it. That's it. We cracked it down. That's my build. That's my build. GG. This explains why we didn't get Druid. Yeah, yeah. 3 Dream Fragments, Ingenuity. Oh my god. You see, I'm telling you, you can play any build on this Ascendancy and it will be top notch just because of this thing right here. On top of then, so you can tame a stacked up rare. You can even consume the rare modifiers, being a Soul Eater. That itself is already too fucking broken. And then you will just get extra to rank slot with increased effect. Nah, man, nah. It's like Gemling. I think this beats Gemling by far. But if you mean in terms of popularity or like meta, yeah. There is no way to play something else than this. Charms might be nice. True. True. Charms could be pretty OP. Especially, okay, you know what? The unique charms will make this pretty fucking insane as well. I'm pretty sure, dude. Okay, so this is another insane stuff. If you don't want to go the Soul Eater with Tame. So, what kind of video do we do today after stream, boys? I think we will do a video about how Huntress is broken. Thoughts? Or do a recap? Maybe recap first and then Huntress broken. I think on the premise alone that's going to be so broken, everyone's going to play it. I might avoid playing it at the start. Yeah. You're all thinking it? Huntress with quarterstaff? Yo, dude! Flicker Strike Huntress login, dude. That's what I've been doing lately. Flicker Strike on Stormweaver. Fucking loving it, dude. Oh, this one is also sick, man. I don't know. I like them all, dude. I like them all. I like them all. You think of the new Warrior Ascendancy? Underwhelming. Super underwhelming. So, extremely tanky Ascendancy for sure strength. And It could be cool, it could be strong because of these 3 actives. It could be interesting. But the tankiness with this one is through the roof. But yeah, it's yeah, with Ronins. I think this is a Z DPS ascendancy. They seem kind of strong on their own right, yeah. I like the idea behind this ascendancy. It's really cool, for sure. But yeah. I think this one will be strong too, man. This one will be hella good. For pure chaos builds, this will be ridiculous, dude. And curse. The Lich. Stacking mana, yeah. Archer's Soul seems fun. Thor and I think the same. I've thought about doing Blood Mage with a unique spears. Piece that does fire damage and bleed because Ascendancy node allows the element damage. Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. And there is a either unique charm or item that makes it so when you bleed, you also apply Ignite. Or they have some kind of like... So you're gonna make some insane loop with that. But yeah, that does sound pretty insane, boys. That does sound insane. Yes. That sounds amazing, actually, dude. Holy! If they're going to be an idea, I might try out later on the patch. Yeah, for sure. Screens of the spears. What spears do you mean? Once in a video from today? You mean like the skills? Normal body armor is not the same as no body armor. No. Normal body armor is pure great item with no affix on it. But it can have probably implicit because that's still a normal. That's still a normal one. I wasn't fast enough to take screens. They showed spears, unique ones. Oh, maybe that's where the bleed and ignite comes from. I don't have those, man. I don't have those. Should we find it real quick? I can probably do that. Probably do that. I think, methinks. Maybe, surely.
Of Exile 2. Welcome to GGG Live.
Hold on, where could it be, bro? Gameplay trailer. Ascendancies. New Ascendancies, Spectres, Roa, Support Gems, Uniques. Uniques! Got him, baby. We found him, baby. So, first we got a shield. By the way, the drip, the art team in GGG is through the goddamn... Dude, they are just unbeatable. Like the uniques and also Rogue Exiles, how they look. Oh, man. Rogue Exiles, the drip looks fucking phenomenal. That body armor is broken. Body armor. Fell asleep, so when is the update? The Good Morning Sunshine, 4th of April. It's going to be probably in where the uniques are shown us. Yeah. So, gain fire damage. This could be insane, by the way. This could be insane. You know what? Spear Huntress doing fire build with this shield. Absolute peak, my friends. I'm pretty sure. Right? Surely. Did they share already drops?
Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large amount of fire damage based on your block chance.
Nope. Here we go. Body armor. Oh, Triple Herald. Do you like that, Mew? Is that the one? Is that the one we were talking about? Molten Block ability. With that shield, the barrier. Magma barrier. Log in. This looks insane, dude. This just looks nuts.
Calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 elemental herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Waste Gate is a belt useful for builds using a...
So, increased flask mana recovery, life ammo can be equipped. Yeah, blood magic with this, with blood magic. Oh, well, yeah. No spirit cost, like what the fuck? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure this will be added in your skill slot, so you'll be able to put gems on it, so...
Penalizes enemy resistances. Waste Spirit. At the elements, granting you all 3 elemental herald skills without costing any spirit. At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances.
What does it drop though? Yeah.
Waste Gate is a...
You can have it on any build, right? Patch notes will drop next week. This will just content reveal, yeah. 37 to all res. Oh shit, I missed that one. Yeah. Low tier drop unique. Yeah. Probably from new bosses, maybe from exiles. I think exiles will rip everyone a new one. They will rip everyone a new one, boys. 100%. That chess piece has it all. Yes. Even life. No wonder. I wonder if it always will be level 19 because that will be heavy on stats. It kinda is heavy. Oh, I don't think you will need stats for these heralds, my guy. I think they are coming free, totally free. No spirit required, no attributes required, just straight up, man. So we already know the new meta for maps. You don't need any abilities to clear. You just put auto attack, bro. Just go with this. Stack AoE and whatever. Level 84 on that one.
At the same time for builds using a single resource like blood magic or archmage builds. With this belt, you can...
I don't know, this belt. I mean, it seems pretty cool, but at the cost of all the stats, basically. You know the Elipan, only exposure with the bad armor? Yes. What do you think of the new... Okay, right, never mind.
Use 2 life flasks or 2 mana flasks. It's up to you. Now, we could go through these all day.
Bro, look at the drip, dude. Look at the drip. Like, what?
But we'll leave most of them for you to discover.
This one looks insane.
Suffice to say, though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time,
these hammers look wild.
Our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can chance any base in the game. Now, given that we have the Huntress, we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through the...
Here we go. Yeah, that's the one, baby. That's the one. It aggravates goddamn ignite. That's pretty fucking crazy, dude. Can you imagine rapid attacks with this spear? Hello? What the fuck? And it built around flask is basically right off. Yeah, true, man. Yeah. Helen supporter pack for PoE2. Oh yes, that looks good, Mew. Oh yes. Oh yeah, that looks probably the best out of them all. Not gonna lie. Has to be melee? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Game as well.
I mean, he actually uses rapid attacks.
Which combine...
No proj though, that's fine. It's no problem at all.
It's bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage.
I like this playstyle.
We're also introducing a suite of unique bucklers.
Infinite proj parry to branch, increase parry debuff duration. Parry debuff, that's a bad one then.
With some interesting parry mechanics. Calgyra's...
Wait, just to double check on something. Spear, crit hit. It doesn't say it's one-hander though, right? No, it doesn't. Just poke them all.
It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage.
But it's a one-hander.
We're also introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Calgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding
This
our
is pretty
first
cool.
unique charms.
That's the charm I was talking about, man. Ignite enemies in presence as though dealing fire damage equal to of your maximum life when used. So you stack Giga Life and just go hard with this? Is it like an aura?
Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite,
Oh, when you become ignited. Wait. Yeah, when you become ignited, okay.
will also emit a devastating fire.
So you need to... I've got a question. Here it goes. You have this bad boy. This triggers when we become ignited, yes? What if on the new Ascendancy, if you take this Molten Symbol, body armor grants physical damage from hits taken as fire damage. Is this easier for you to get ignited? Or am I tripping? I think that charm is only good on Infernalist. Blood Mage log in with a charm with Spear? Yes. Yes, but I think on Infernalist it's only good. Why would you run that? Just thinking about possibilities. Think about possibilities.
Fire Nova whenever you do.
No, you don't understand me, Mew. I was just thinking that if you take more... No, never mind. It wouldn't work like that. That would be too 5-head. Nah, it's impossible. Because for this charm, you kind of need to take only fire damage.
There's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now, we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes.
Maps? Wait, what is this?
A corrupted nexus. All of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed map.
That's the crystal, right? Cleansed maps.
Also have new monsters.
Okay, here we could see the highlight on...
Cleansed maps also have new monsters.
It's right here. Weakness.
A new boss. And their own set of modifiers.
Oh, okay. I see. All good, Mew. All Gucci.
And rewards.
But yeah, you're right.
Including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies. These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare...
There's a new skill, by the way, on this warrior. Not sure if you guys noticed, but it's on the Tiki bind. I wanted doing maps because I didn't find them as much fun as running the trials, but now I think I might run maps a lot more. Yeah, they seem very good, man. If you can juice it up with all these mechanics, man. Oof.
These orbs can be used in craft.
Fracture. Oh. Or on a rare item with at least 4 mods.
On a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become fractured. A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means.
Let's see if they change this amulet, by the way. That's what I used before. It's literally the same. Nope.
By any means.
What kind of build is this, by the way? He's got full armor pieces. Oh, he's playing the Forge Master with the chest piece. This chest piece gives you all max res, probably. So he's stacking max res, I guess.
You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all...
Oh, that new skill is actually the Forge Master one. Fracturing Gamba, as always. I'm looking forward to doing expeditions again, as they added a reason to do them with the Recombinator. Recombinator? Yeah, man. For decent more money farm, for sure. Oh.
All the remaining maps cleansed. Both have rewards to entice you and challenges to assess. Now, let's have a talk about towers. One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy...
Tower is also insane. Dude, I'm so excited to grind like a mad lad with this. Jesus. Jesus, they really go hard with charms, huh? On all the characters they have showed. But the triple ring is just something, dude. The triple ring is just something.
2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit differently. The Ogham's Legacy Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the rune-carved stone. Upon interacting with the stone, you activate
almost 5 times. Once you have gains additional mod each time. Can you use the Soul Eater on this? Or even like tame them? Of course I will get a job essentially when this comes out. Wait, really?
Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a powerful rare. The Strongbox comes with a modifier which determines how many times it will revive that rare. Each time you defeat the monstrosity, the Strongbox revives it again, adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes more difficult, but also more rewarding. This Strongbox is infused
I like this setup. He had shock and break armor.
with thaumaturgy from ancient file technology.
31 packs of monsters?
Eshell's Torment has a powerful artifact inside.
This is sick.
And is guarded by chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item with
Warrior
a specific
struggling,
corrupted
dude.
outcome. You'll have to find the other 2 for yourself to see what they do.
With a guarantee on start next week, but I basically passed the preliminary phases of being back. Oh, damn, Thor. Congrats, my man. I wish you the most of the luck, dude. I wish you good luck with that, bro. Brother, you got that. But it's huge. Don't worry, man. This game is not going anywhere.
Now, let's talk about you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However,
I want to see the Rogue Exile's drip.
they hostile. Some are malicious.
Yeah, look at Warriors
some are
just
mad,
struggling, dude. Like, what is this
and are openly
gameplay?
hostile.
Like, no,
Others
Mew,
like
I'm not sure if
you
you're
who
still
have
hearing
been
me, but this
exiled
does
and
not
are
look
openly
faster.
hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot.
That's
They will
ZDPS,
challenge
man.
you,
Like,
a
literally
fight to
nothing
the
doing, you
death.
know.
They use the same
They cannot be serious with this game, with this class, dude. This cannot.
like you, who on your travels you will some
Look at the drip, dude. Look at the drip of the Rogue Exiles. This looks so sick. Do you know what I mean? The only thing that will make me not be able to take it is if they won't budge on giving me religious accommodation from my community. I go to once a month. Oh, once a month? That should be fine, dude. That's actually a law? Really? Yeah, you're fine.
sometimes encounter rogue exiles.
You'll be Gucci.
Others like you who have been exiled and are openly hostile. Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death. They use the same skills available to players and even the same items. They aren't just dressed up in those items, they're actually using them. It's going to feel like a true player versus player situation. Of course, if you are able to slap
The fact they can have items equipped like legendaries, uniques, I mean, that's wild. Yeah, you should be fine, Thor, 100%. What is this guy playing? She should build. Yeah, that's warrior, man. Pepper hands. Or what if all this footage is with skills not being changed yet?
lay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see displayed under their life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them.
End of Chaulat
Every
to
fight will
death.
feel completely different depending on the items they come across items with them. Because if they kill you,
Brother, this exile is this rogue exile is using a wand and a parry shield with Hand of
their
Chaulat.
life bar, you want to be damn sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them.
I would not
Every
want to
fight
die
will
to this
feel
one.
completely different depending on the items that
I will feel bad. They would have put a stat stacker gemling into bend everyone over. They should have, yes.
they come equipped
Yes.
with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster.
Until you fight an actual monk, a rogue exile with a bell dropped on your cheeks and get ice strike to death.
They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much
Chaos Dot doing already more damage than Warrior by 2 times. That's sad.
more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you and they're not super durable.
See, this will be the easiest. This will be the easiest, I think, Exile ever. But actually, this Exile is stronger than the Warrior we saw earlier. Watch. It's about to drop a bomb.
Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart, in which case, expect a longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat.
Another encounter you might stumble onto in Dawn of the Hunt are one of 4 new unique strongboxes.
But they really haven't said like what do you get from these rogue exiles, right? Or is it just loot? Just jump back in these exiles. Are they like rare spawns? Yes. Bosses that will spawn on map, yeah. And they've improved AI. They will use all the abilities we can use as well. I think everyone will get I think everyone will get farmed by these rogue exiles early on. One scroll of wisdom, please.
Boxes are chests with modifiers.
That's the loot, man. That's the loot. Do you guys like the mount, by the way? Let's go get into the Huntress.
To a society with strict traditions, she was exiled from her homeland after using the
Oh man, the
power of
graphics
skill
is
gem
amazing.
to defend her village. As a dexterous spear user, she specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash, but unlike other melee weapons, you can also throw them. In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range. The first skill you will get as a Huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times.
Damn.
You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to do a new skill, Parry. While holding down Parry, your character will counterattack any incoming attack from monsters near you, stunning them. In addition, the monsters will take extra attack damage from your follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it causes an explosion and gives you a frenzy charge.
Damn, what? Frenzy charge like this? Some people have twisters all over the map spamming them. Clarity on top, man. Yeah. Clarity on top.
Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed.
Good clap.
You can combine this combo with Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash. The Huntress also has a variety of elemental spear throw attacks. You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your foes. Or you could throw explosive spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast. All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground. And these empowered versions can act. Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges. For example, explosive spears will do an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground.
I like this. That's the kind of mechanic I was looking for, where charges have a purpose, like more of a purpose than we have had until now. Besides power charges, of course, but like, I don't know, man. Endurance charges, absolutely useless. No one uses them because it's kind of hard to get them. It's not worth it. Frenzy charges are only good for attack speed, like the skill speed.
And these empowered versions can activate even more combos. Using Whirling Slash over ground fire will suck it into the whirlwind, adding fire to the explosion. Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well.
Sick.
And you can do similar combos with ice.
Sick.
And lightning too. Now, a key aspect of hunting is exhausting your foes by causing blood loss. This skill is Rake,
which dashes towards your target and unleashes a deadly slash,
This will be
opening up
strong, I
wounds on
think,
your
too.
enemies. Follow up with Disengage and watch them bleed out as they run towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion. If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are other skills that leave spears around too, like Storm Lance, that leaves an electrical spear that arcs towards enemies. But what can you do with all these spears? Detonate them, of course. Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies. Now, as well as hunting animals, the Huntress also has the ability to work with them.
Ridiculous menace right here.
You have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion. You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast.
You can even add support gems to them. Did I see that right? Nah, no shot, man.
With good mods, take full advantage of your ability to tame them. Now, this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of synergy between ranged and melee options. There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By endgame, you'll be slinging hundreds of insanely powerful spears, sending forth spirit animals and summoning the might of Solaris from the sky.
Cool.
But we still haven't talked about ascendancy classes yet. What can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist.
Wait, the Tame is like basic skill for Huntress. You don't need the ascendancy for it?
The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions
Baseline.
by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around them.
Thick.
The Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The Unfurled Finger skill allows you to equip an additional ring on a finger around your neck. Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of all the rings and amulets you have equipped. Now, this is one of my favorites. As the Whispers Ask grants you a new skill, Ritual Sacrifice. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time. Specialized.
Wait, he says one of the modifiers, but he got 4 of them.
To give you. Use the skill on the corpses of slain rare monsters to absorb the power in their blood, to give you one of their modifiers for a short time.
Let's get all 4.
Specialize further into Ritualistic Sacrifice with As the Whispers Demand, which allows you to perform that skill on yourself instead of a corpse. Cut your own hand, sacrificing.
What? You can use this anytime for a random buff, extra buff? That's ridiculous, dude. You'll get damaged for 20% of your life. So this means CI is out of the question for this build, right? You will die.
Blood to empower yourself. The Amazon Ascension is for those looking to hunt more than just beasts.
That's fun.
Trained as an elite guard to the most important Asmeri elders, the Amazon will use more traditional fighting techniques mastered to perfection. The Predatory Instinct skill will cause you to reveal weaknesses in the defenses of rare and unique enemies, causing you to deal more damage. You can see those weak spots represented on their life bars. While using Elemental Infusion, any charges you consume will infuse your weapon with elemental power, causing any projectile attacks to explode on impact.
Oh, so it explodes on impact for proc skills. Oh, that's how it goes. Okay. How about dude? Do this on a goddamn Bone Storm. Holy. Does Huntress that did the huge beam? Yes. Yes. Yes.
The Critical Strike skill is as simple as it sounds. It takes your excess accuracy and gives it to you as critical strike chance. Additionally, you have skills like Mystic Harvest, which allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as Mary Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana. So those are the 2 new ascendancies for the Huntress.
Big laser beam? Yeah, that looks very cool, right?
Allows your elemental damage to leech life, and as Mary Brew to be able to use either flask to restore both life and mana. So those are the 2 new ascendancies for the Huntress, but those are not the only ascendancies in Dawn of the Hunt. We've added a new ascension class for 3 of the other existing classes too. First up, for our warriors out there, we have the Smith of Kitava. The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation.
It's like Herald of Ash, man. I don't know. Explosion. Does it work on single target as well then? Let me just set up on an anvil and get coffee. Double down slow titan. I mean, can you imagine doing this anvil during a boss fight? Unless it's a full buff for the whole map before you teleport out.
You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your
Oh, but this manifest weapon just did a slam on the ground,
weapon to fight alongside,
which killed like 2 mobs out of 6.
A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon though. Their armor can be enhanced too. Now you might think this Ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected.
What is
at the
spell on
bottom
hit though from this?
By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take...
Not liking this one, I'm with you on that. I don't like it at all. Doesn't seem like it has to be a mace. It has to a mace, so I'm happy to try with spear. True, yeah. You could play with anything, you're right.
Take this one. There's so many...
Would be sick with spear, honestly.
Choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on to those who prefer the reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the mercenary.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe it has to be mace, dude. Maybe it has to be, because there is a mace that slams. I like the name for this, though. I like the name. Power from Kitava? I would expect something else, to be honest. I don't know, dude.
Maximum devastation.
So they haven't showed fire spell on hit, right?
Himself, Kitava.
No.
Smiths of Kitava. You can also use the power...
But it says manifest weapon, so maybe not the mace.
Power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more...
You know what you could do? Manifest weapon into bone shatter, I guess.
Forging their weapon though. Their
Easier.
armor can be enhanced too. Now you might think this Ascendancy class tree looks
If anything, could be a fun Ascendancy to try.
Except now in more Spling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a Blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to freeze.
This would be really cool for any build trying to get charges with the free pin, basically, without having to get like the support gem. Titan, Witch, Merc have all their ascendancies. How are we feeling about the classes? Classes? What do you mean? Which classes? Like all of them? Witch good, Merc good, Titan dog. But again, we gotta wait for patch notes, man. Maybe they redeemed it in patch notes, both Warbringer and Titan. Too early. And you know what? Titan is actually quite alright because of Hulking Form, because you can play an Aurabot with temp chains, so mobs don't move. You can play instant Earthquake, and you can play instant Spear Detonation, which I will try out for sure. Titan is only good. That's it.
With a soldier's training, the Tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the whoever pays best notable, you can place multiple banners at once. The watch how we do it skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well.
Is he playing warrior with like nothing but mace strike? I mean, did he really give up on this class so much? Hello? It's kind of crazy, dude.
Isn't enough,
if you ask me.
A portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, it gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. Banners at once.
And it's like
The
the
Watch
DPS
How
on
We
top
Do
of
It
that.
skill
So,
gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well. But if that isn't enough, you can also portion of your command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and carpet an entire area with arrows.
yeah, Yonko,
Finally,
yeah.
witch
I will,
players will be
I will.
able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves.
In a second
In
after
Dawn
this.
of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class.
I like this one.
The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage.
Yeah, I was saying the same, Thor, about the supporting fire skill that scales for dex and strength. That's also the same. Didn't they say stat stacking is dead or like gone? Didn't they want stat stacking out of here? So what's up with that?
Rupture the Soul makes enemies you curse explode with chaos damage when slain. Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse. It's safe to say you'll be the true master of the occult by choosing the Lich class. So Dawn of the Hunt has the Huntress and 5 new Ascension classes, but it doesn't end there. Let's take a look at some of the new skills we've added. Now you may remember we've previously talked about the Raised Spectre skill. It's finally complete and it will be made available in the upcoming expansion. It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raised Spectre is a skill that allows you to trap the soul of almost any monster in the game,
Log in, dude.
which you can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful
crossbow? No.
You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively specters. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead. Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while. We look forward to seeing which monsters serve you best. Now let's move on to our next skill.
Okay, going back to Warrior Ascendancy, Yonko, okay.
Your smithing skills to new heights by Kitava, our master blacksmith. Against the after doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation. You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon though. Their armor can be enhanced too. Now you might think this Ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected notables with your points. If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more literal sense. Now, let's...
Yeah, but he said you can pick more than one, but he said it's free. Does he mean the free as in the first node, this big one? Must be right. Because then the Ascendancy would be insane, dude. If you could like freely craft it through these passives and put every other point here.
able to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal.
Alright, so the first one is free because he still has 8 points. Why doesn't he click on any of these, man? If you put all 8 points into it, then you have nothing else left. Okay, okay. Does that mean we get all 8 nodes? If you have only this one selected, first one, yes, you will have 8 left, as you can see on the screen here. The first one you grab free, then each other one you go after, that costs you a skill point. Okay, okay, I thought so. It was free, you could get all of them? Yeah. Grabbing the mayo that connects them, what I mean? I see what you mean, yeah, main node, yeah. Okay. Sounds good, but will end up being mid, yes. So if you pick 2 points in here, you will have 6 points left. Which honestly, you can just go this way for all the active stuff like spell on hit, minion, which is the forge weapon, and the other one is the forge, enhancing your weapon. Early on it's good, but it will be outranked by a good rare. Yeah, yeah.
Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft.
Because you either spend all your points in here, or even for like 4 points. You would have 4 points, maybe 4 points. But then again, a rare chest at that point will be better, stronger. Later on, what Anthony said.
Your own body armor by taking.
I don't find these passives really that good, man.
Those disconnected notables with your points.
Regen good.
If you want your body armor to grant life, take
20% strength and 50% life is pretty insane as well. Not gonna lie.
this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices.
Yeah, bro, I don't know. This Ascendance is just pure tank, dude. That's just pure tank. When it just prevents stunning, yeah. Flagrant Mercenary would be good, just so you can focus on other stats on your other gear. Yeah, I guess. But then again, play it their own. You just equip a Warrior of Invicta and you get all resistances, no problem, you know. Gets max res, then put all stats on our gear. Max res, I mean, I can see the only way it being the max res. There's a chest piece with implicit max res. He also had it here in this footage. And if you take that with the extra passive here with max res, I mean, yeah, that would be tanky, man. It would be tanky. But would it be enough at the cost of... You have to basically give up spirit on chest piece, which is huge. Yeah, but normal chest, a gray item, still has implicit on it.
Think of it like you're crafting your own body.
This makes me
just
hungry.
in a more literal sense. Now, let's move on.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll show you. Actually, like, I'm here. I'm right here, dude. Items, chest piece. I'm blind. Body armor. It was energy shield based, which was around maximum. Yeah, this one right here. It's either these two. It's only one? I thought it's 5. He had this chest piece in the footage. I don't know, man. True, but Warrior wants you to build a certain way to get max res, but with this he can just focus solely. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. With Warrior you still want some res elsewhere, yeah. That's the best SF Ascendancy. You are not wrong. Actually, you are not wrong, dude. And you know what, boys? I will make a build for this setup 100% because I like the style with this Ascendancy. I like what they went with. You can manifest weapon. You can enchant their weapon. I'm not sure what this means though. Fire spell on hit. I'm not sure they haven't showed that or talked about it. Is it any spell on hit? Can you like socket it in your tree and put anything in there? See? Like something like a free cast on shock basically. And then if that's the case, then you will be not playing pure melee. You can play a mage build with this even, right? Seems boring AF, but something new, I guess. Yeah, kind of. I'm not sure why they named this passive the same as the one on the skill tree, which makes it so armor applies to fire damage or vice versa. I don't even know. 8 proof. Definitely going to focus on the left side unless one of them doesn't work. Great. Yes, same. Might look into getting some points in the armor, but we'll see. I'm more inclined to go up towards the fire res. Yeah, same. This one looks insane, dude. This looks insane. Both of them. Especially my max fire res, man. You literally just get an unnatural resilience in the skill tree with a gigantic fire res on your items and whatnot, and that's GG. That is a GG resin. This one. This one right here. That's crazy, dude. And with this, obviously, you can also get... Yeah, you will be super tanky with this one. Could be good. Nothing fun for crossbow. Many new things are coming. Nothing fun from crossbow. We don't know yet, Johnny. Hey, you have to wait for patch notes, man. A lot of things will be there, dude. So they're preparing for Righteous Fire, homie. So yeah, I've heard that before, yeah. And these one Sensei I saw I did not like. Which one? Johnny. RF class if RF existed. It kind of acts similar to Invictus, or they can alter res nodes in the right side. It's mostly focused on runners. Yeah, true. Mercenary, dude, I like this one. This is my second favorite, man. This is my second favorite. Not fun? I totally disagree, dude. You crazy. You could go... Dude, this Ascendancy can fit any build in the game. No problem. More like melee side, though. But, yeah. You can play totems, you can play minions. Stacking stats here. You can play basically anything, dude. This is a great support for the group, man. Not even that. You can play this as a support and as a solo build at the same time. Merc looks really fun, building dex and strength. And going like somewhat melee build with it. Yeah, dude, yeah. This is not fun, personally. Okay, dude. Sounds strong. If it's any of the spells in the game on hit, that's better than... Yeah, for sure. But no spirit required. Just free cast on something, right? That'd be sick. Assuming they are going to buff the Merc turrets since no one plays them. Yeah, ballistas, huh? Yeah, true. He used them on the... footage as well. But they're also very tanky build, I feel like. It's crazy, dude. But of course, nothing beats the Huntress. Huntress is just way off. Way off. It's just ridiculous, dude. Assuming they are going to buff the Merc turrets. Okay, right, that never mind. I want to see some support gems. 100 new ones. Same, dude, same. I don't know, like they would have to put a patch on PoE 2, right? As like a background patch, whatever, for the next patch. So then these boys can data mine it. I think. This. Smith Okinawa, you said it was going to be more on, yes, on the tank side? Yes, 100%. But on the other hand, this could be also a fun build. Like if a fire spell on hit here means any spell on hit, which is basically free cast on anything, this could open up a lot of options in terms of like build variety. You can play a mage build on this as well. But this could be what I'm kind of afraid of, like worried for this Ascendancy. Manifest weapon, if this ends up being good, you would have to invest in both minion, but then if you invest in minion, it's not enough. So then you would have invest in some of your like melee damage so you could attack yourself. Like I like the idea, but to me that's just too weak. That sounds kind of weak to me. Like having a bit of something everywhere just ends up not being strong enough because you have to invest in many things at once. They have to fix Supercharged Power Slam. Oh man, my favorite skill, Yonko. My favorite skill, holy. Definitely playing Blacksmith Melee, Red Dragon. Let me know how it goes, man, because I want to play this as well. But I will be playing Huntress first. What up, Josu? Good to see you, good to see you. That's what I'm doing, Ballista build. Hopefully they have some uniques. They had some unique that synergize with Ballista. Nice one, dude. Yeah, hell yeah, Anthony. Sounds good. Yeah, next week, boys, we will get the patch notes, so we will definitely know more by then, 100%. But overall, I think, what do you guys think of the stream so far? I think they caught everyone by surprise that no one expected that. What they cooked. Besides, some people expected Druid and Sword. Invoker Spear? Yeah, holy dude. Holy. Just the fact at the tree that you get free, like, scaling with damage, lightning or cold, right? 5%, which ends up pretty strong later on. With good enough flat damage. Spear looks fun. Yeah. Yeah. Sure does. Sure does. What up, Vision? I'm still at it, brother. Still at it, but I am about to sign off, gamers, because I need to get after YouTube videos from all these news. I'm not sure what video will I do right now. Maybe a summary of everything. We'll see. What's in the spear notes? Do we have a better skill tree? Mobalytics. Nope, never mind. Not here. Yeah, do whatever I'm saying. Yeah, of course. I Got you, homie. So you start as ranger on this side, right? You see, you already get some block chance and defenses from equipped shield on this side, and like they know, dude. You get some proc stuff and accuracy at close range. Hello? I mean, proc stuff. You get some flask stuff, which is also for the other ascendancy. Charm stuff, dude. Like it was made for this one, man. Okay. Next army, obviously we have Dance with Death. So I'm rocking Spear solo for this bad boy. Or with Scepter. I don't know, man. Maybe Scepter will be good too. Shielding is sus? What do you mean? Entire 2. With the nerfing the heralds, how do we focus on clear on mapping? I think heralds will be fine, dude. I think heralds will be fine. They kind of showed heralds how they function with the chest piece, unique one, but yeah. Oh, the spear notes. Oh, my bad. Even these specifics. So we have damage. I believe attack speed. Damage, and it's super. Oh man, this is so boring, dude. We literally have only damage and attack speed. That's it, dude. But I'm down for it. That's a fuck ton of damage. I think they will change them because when we look at warrior maces, they are totally different, right? When you look at the quarterstaff, that's also totally different across the board. So I think this will be changed. Same with Druid when it releases. Like there is this big ass cluster, literally the same nodes, and the same is this one. This is W. W in the chat, baby. Cannot wait to see spear and the sword skills. Yeah, the sword, man, the sword. Login, dude. Max frenzy charge, increase evasion. If you have consume frenzy charge, wild. Wild. Wait, so frenzy charge is here. Another frenzy charge is right here. Where is the other one? Oh, it's right here. What is this? Evasion? You have double nodes to give you the same stuff? Okay, that's whack. Dude, nothing beats power charges. Power charges are just way too crazy. Because all this is whack, dude. Duration. Frenzy charge. Man, that's so boring. That's it. That's boring right here. Nothing of the spears at the end. Seems unfinished. This one right here, huh? Ah, that's because there is big one in the middle and then to the side. They might add one of them to do like bleed damage increase. Yeah, true. Frenzy charge is cool. By itself, it's ass because of these nodes. But with the aura and then support gem, that doesn't work right now. Yeah, that's good. You have more pin build up. Look at that. Even here, boys. Even here. Evasion, movement speed. Poison stuff. Yeah. Pin build up again? Man. Oh, man. This ascendancy will be cracked. This class will be cracked, boys. This class will be ridiculous. Lucky lightning for the spear? Oh, you already know it, man. The lightning rod. You already know it, but this is non-crit. Will I wanna go crit? Probably not. What's the base crit chance for spear? Do we know? Make snipe shot so cool. Yeah, that's true. That is true, man. If this is 5% like mace, bruh. It's the same as mace. So crit builds are kind of out of the question unless you play the unique gloves that make your weapon have 8% crit chance. I mean, I basically did a crit build on double mace, on mace build anyway, on Invoker, so it's doable. But I'll probably not do crit because of lightning rod. That's too good. Lucky damage is just too good. Imagine going to Epoch 2 weeks after this update. Oh, I mean, I will kind of have to, right? Hold up. Hold up. We have spears with double-handed, boys. Uses both hand slots right here. Watch. What's the difference here, though? Dude, it doesn't even have more damage. Why is this a thing? Maybe not. Maybe, I mean, this is outdated, right? Hitting some page like 100%. Striking Spear. Yeah, that's the one. 5%. Helix. Can you get flat crit chance? On the weapon? Yes, you can. But it'd still be rough. It would still be rough. Whoa, increase sprite speed when thrown. Okay, war speed. You'll go elite at 17th? Me too. I mean, there's some sick Twitch drops and whatnot, and I kind of enjoy the game, so yeah, I think I'll be at it as well. But gamers, I really have to sign off. I gotta sign off. And with that said, thank you everybody for the big support. My boy Ronans with 15 bomb today. You absolute gigantic legend. Thank you for the follows as well, the resubs too. And my boy Butcher with the super chat. And I wish you a great night, sleep well, or have a great day right now. Depends where you're at. For a great day tomorrow as well if you're going to work. And I will 100% see you tomorrow, gamers. How about that? You too, DJ. Thank you, DJ, my man, for the gamba today. Getting Astramentis in 60 tries, man. Legend. Play both easy, man. Exactly. Exactly. No problem. Alright. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Peace.